Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. It should be up here soon. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Huh? What? Is this live? Do you guys hear me? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel if you ever miss anything. But oh, today's a wild one. You got I almost called him Jerome Biden. You got Joe Biden going to Europe. You have the market a little bit more volatile. We got oil going up. You got a little bit more threats out of both sides there with Russia and Ukraine. That seems to be the big topic. We actually already had Powell here in the morning. I don't know if we're going to get him here again, but he didn't say anything too crazy. And then the big story today is that the bond market is chilling out. But now a lot of people are talking about what is going to happen here in the next coming days as a lot of the sanctions and what's going on with Russia affects Europe. It is going to be a little bit more interesting. So we got a lot to talk about. We're going to cover all of that, everything that happened here so far. Going to go over all the news, and then we're going to get into it. But today, I don't know if it's going to be the growth stock comeback. You got a couple of them there. It's kind of. So we'll see how things play out. It's going to be fun. I hope you're ready. I hope you're blessed. And good morning. How are you? What's up, Vincent? Oh, right when I say good morning, I look over, Vincent. And you hit me with the good morning. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Oh, good morning, Luis, Armando, Oscar. Oh, Juraj, good morning. Yeah, what's up, Samuel, Chung? Oh, good morning. What's up, Kevin? What's up, last one? What's up, Prabhu? What's up, Hambe, Lori, William? How you feeling? Y'all feeling good? Mike's Bolt, good morning, baby. Oh, I hope you woke up in drive. Oh, I hope you woke up in drive. Yeah, the stream is tripping out right now. I think YouTube's already messing up. My stream even went down. What? What is this? I'm just trying to say good morning. Can y'all hear me? Are you listening? Away now, Chad. Can you hear me, Chad? You hear me, Chad? Can you hear me, Chad? Wait, you guys could hear me? I don't see anything. Look at this is how my stream looks right now. So can you hear me? Can you see me? Yeah. Wait, can you guys even see me? No way. And you see me? Oh, this is trippy. This is crazy. Feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Oh, we can hear and see you? Okay, what am I doing? Oh, we can hear and see you. Oh, there it is. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, okay, I want it. There you go. Okay, it works. It works. It's coming in. It was coming in. But good morning, Chad. I love you. I hope you're blessed. I hope you're ready to go. Today's going to be definitely an interesting one, and we already got oil and everything else moving as well, too, baby. So let's get to the news. Bond markets, they steadied after the dollar rose. U.S. futures fell while European stocks gave up on earlier gains. Oil rallied ahead of a flurry of diplomatic activity over the war in Ukraine that may see fresh curbs on Russia. Nickel jumped by the 15% daily limit. Today's rebound in bonds won't do much to dent the unprecedented losses that have wiped out about $2.6 trillion off of the global market of aggregate index since the peak. Literally, imagine what's happened with bonds. It's been like it's like Bitcoin dropping, essentially. It's been like Bitcoin having the big drop and doing that thing. So pretty crazy there. Arguments raged as to how to react to surging inflation. Mohamed El-Arian warned investors that they should cut equities as stagflation concerns mount, describing now as a wonderful opportunity. BNP is short the 10-year Treasury futures as a hedge in the event that the current repricing continues. Loretta Mester joined the Fed chorus considering a 50 basis point hike. She favors raising rates to around 2.5% by the end of the year. The average Wall Street bonus rose rose about 20% last year as a flurry of IPOs recorded. Underwriting fees boosted profitability. Typical bonus climbed to $257,000 according to an analyst by New York State Comptroller Thomas DiNapoli. That was more than the state's projections, which should help the city exceed its expected revenue from income taxes. Olaf Scholz said Russia is only beginning to feel the harshest effects from the sanctions, though Germany is not planning a new package. The Ukrainian army blocked Russian attempts to advance on all fronts in the past day. General Staff said President Zelensky will take part via video in tomorrow's NATO summit to be attended by Joe Biden. The government said 100,000 people remain under bombardment in Mariupol as civilian evacuations continued. More reaction. Putin said they will demand unfriendly countries pay in rubles for Russian gas, Interfax reported. Nestle is suspending the vast majority of its manufacturing in Russia, stopping the sale of brands like Kit Kat and Nesquik, and focusing on essential foods like baby food and medical nutrition. Cost of producing or protecting around $40 billion of Russia debt has plunged. CDS now signals a 63% probability Russia will default, down from 85% earlier in March. Russia will be allowed trading in 33 stocks on the Moscow exchange starting March 24th. Short selling will be banned. Russian climate convoy Anatoly Kubas quit and left the country over his opposition to the war, People Familiar said. Banking exodus. Firms from Citi, which has thousands of staff and billions of dollars assets in Russia, to Goldman, JP, and Deutsche are heading for the exit. The tanks rolled into Ukraine. That follows decades in which global banks eagerly cater to Russian corporations and oligarchs. Read more on the big take. Is it fixed yet? I know. I think it's going. Mine isn't fixed. Mine's going back and forth, but I feel like you guys would complain more if it wasn't working. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've learned being in the chat. Usually the chat will be like very, very, crazy. You know what I'm saying? So God bless the chat. Brent may hit $150 this year as supply shocks coincide with resilient travel demand, according to veteran trader Doug King. There are a few options to pump more, and there's little sign consumption is under threat, said King, whose merchant commodity fund returned 28% in January and February. Elsewhere, commodities industry data suggested that U.S. oil supplies fell last week. Wisdom Tree shut down another nickel fund, and the U.S. will ease Trump-era tariffs on U.K. steel and aluminum on June 1st. B of A Merrill Lynch office in Frankfurt was raided as part of the German X-probe. Hansletz reported Cohen will allow clients to trade 16 cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, through a new digital asset unit. Tencent plunged to embrace China's paradigm of stricter guidance while waving aside speculation of share buyback and reporting its slowest growth on record. ZTE soared as much as 60% in Hong Kong after U.S. court ruled that while guilty of visa fraud, it should be allowed to end a 5-year probation for violating American sanctions. Adobe's outlook disappointed. General Mills rose pre-market after boosting guidance. EU crackdown on big tech may be broader than expected. The bloc may unveil legislation tomorrow to curb the market power of companies that are worth at least 75 billion euros. 6 potential issues are looking to sell new investment-grade bonds. El Arian may disagree, but history shows a hawkish Fed may actually boost equities further. Developed and emerging market shares posted average monthly gains of 0.8 and 1.5 respectively in the 3 of the past 4 rate hiking cycles. According to data compiled by Bloomberg, the exception was the period when real rates rose the most. Gold also gained while the dollar and global bonds were mixed. Oh, there it is. There you go. Is it getting bad now? I see the chat. Yeah, I see the chat. Ken Griffin is behind it. Ah! Ah! So no one can hear me. So then no one can hear me. Blah, 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 blah. Someone's going to hear this at the wrong time, honestly. I feel like somebody's just going to come in. And then who can hear me right now? Who can hear me? If you can hear me, let me know. No, you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, you hear me? Yeah, then what's going on? It says it still doesn't show up. My stream says that it's down. It's really, really weird. It says waiting for stock market live. Here, let me try something. Hello? Can you hear me? Does you hear me now? Wait on. I'm the chat. Yeah, it's not working. Chat. Oh, no, it is. So yeah, I shut it down. I restarted and I turned it back on. Man, Chad, how are we gonna do this? It says I'm connected though. I think it's tripping out because it says I'm totally connected. Yeah, people are like, are you live right now? Do you hear me now? It's good. Are we good? It says it's coming in. It says playback error, begin link, learn more, end link. If you see from the comment, it cuts in and out. But just listen, make sure you're in the chat. The chat is working fine because if the video wasn't working, they would clap the chat low-key. But we'll be good. If not, you got your stream alerts. You will be good to go. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Today, 10 a.m., we got U.S. February new home sales, 10:30 EIA oil inventories, 11:45 Fed daily speaking at a Bloomberg event, then Fed Bullard at 3 p.m., and then Argentina fourth quarter GDP. Earnings include H.B. Fuller and KB Home. The Big Mac era is over. What else we got? U.S. new home sales probably gained 1.1 in February to hit 810. Robust wage growth will help affordability, but a hangover in sales pace is possible once pulled forward. Sales are exhausted. Argentina raised key rate by 200 basis points. The EU unveiled temporary measures to make its members to help businesses hit by the effects of war. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will visit India on Friday. People familiar said the highest level visit since the clashes on the border in 2020. He'll meet with Foreign Minister Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. New Zealand will phase out its remaining COVID curbs from Friday as Omicron cases show signs of having peaked. Nickel jumped by the 15% daily limit on the LME, adding to a sharp rise in price moves, and the market seeks to reset. Other base metals also climbed. Oil pushed higher as prospects for fresh curbs on Russian supplies loomed. Sugar resumed gained and wheat rose. Significant positions of commodity hedging volumes have shifted from being held on exchange toward OTC. CEOs of some of the world's top energy companies said that we'd all like to go back on exchange. We all like that liquidity restored and confidence, but they're worried about the price swings and margin. Ooh. Bidders from Chelsea remain in limbo. Days as the Rain Group handing the sales shifts through multiple offers. Cresco Labs will buy Columbia Care for $2 billion, one of the largest cannabis industry transactions. Macarai and PSP have made an offer to buy Unity, not Unity, for $2.5 billion. We will invest about $7 billion in VW. That's what they said. FIFA added Crypto.com as one of the sponsors for this year's World Cup in Qatar. Spotify is renaming its live conversation product and integrating it into the main app. People said Tesla will have a leg up on electric cars for years to come. Apple acquires UK financial health startup Credit Kudos. China Eastern Plains black box has been located. Intel in talks to buy Israel's Granulite for $650 million. J&J talc bankruptcy fees require oversight. Merck names Eliav Barr head of global clinical development. Chevron cut to neutral at Redburn. Quit while you're ahead. Australian world tennis number one Ashley Barty is leaving the sport at age 25. She's retiring. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis waded into fresh controversy with the proclamation honoring the collegiate swimmer who recently placed second to transgender athlete Leah Thomas. CNN reported DeSantis claimed the NCAA is perpetrating a fraud and declared Florida native Emma Wyatt as the rightful winner of the race. Wyatt finished about 1.7 seconds behind Thomas. Jeffrey Epstein's Caribbean islands are up for sale, $125 million. Very long haul. New Zealand will operate one of the world's longest flights between Auckland and JFK. It'll take 17 and a half hours. Oh, wait, no, like 30-something hours. That's crazy. What wheel deals in Singapore? Bidding for the right to own a car in Singapore has hit a record of $73,000. You have to pay $73,000 just to get the right to have a car. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. On this day in history, the first meeting of the English Football Club League was held in London in 1888. And it was the brainchild of director Austin Villa William McGregor, who wanted to bring some order to the chaotic world where clubs arranged their own fixtures, along with various cup competitions. First season of the Football League began a few months later with 12-member clubs. Preston won the first league title without losing a game. Wow, football, soccer. How do you feel? Are you guys okay? Can you hear me? Is it good? That's wild. Wesley, it's like only you can hear me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who hears me. I don't know what's happening. What's going on? Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Chad, do you hear me? Yeah, what's going on? Where am I? I love to smell you. Thank you for the invitation. Oh, you hear me now? Okay. Hello? Am I hearable? Did you hear me? Hold on. Yeah, sick Corvette. Vroom vroom. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't know if you could hear me right now. And quite frankly, it doesn't change much because we are going to have to pay our homage to living in the greatest country in the world. And we got to pay our homage to some of the people who have just been holding it down and fighting for us and allowing us to have the rights and freedoms that we have. So here, ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service. Big shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you're doing. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Let's go. Do they hear the horn? Huh? Oh, man. How do you feel? Oh, somebody got the horn. If you got the horn and got the Jets, you're blessed. You know that? If you got it, you're blessed. If you got it, you're blessed, baby. Oh, not everybody got it, but everybody got it. It's okay. You could do it in your heart. We love you, baby. We love you. Get ready. It's going to be an interesting one today. I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm going to be watching Boeing Pilgrim's Pride from yesterday. I really like that play. Airbnb, but I don't know how growth stocks are going to play today. Then ConocoPhillips, those are their other oil plays that we have. And then Abivai and then Resolute, RZLT. They got a, what's it called? They got like a biotech approval, and the stock is already up. So we'll see, but I really think we need to just see the energy of today. And then I don't know if there's any more technical difficulties across the board, but oil, commodities, nickel came back. We're going to wait here for the updates there with Biden, but seems like today people are a little bit worried. We got to talk about sanctions. Can anybody hear me? If anybody could hear me, I want you to, what's it called? I want you to remind me about the sanction talk. I need to have a sanction timing talk. Okay? Oh, you can hear me? All right, perfect. Perfect, baby. Well, you got about 1 minute left. Chad, like the video if you could hear me. Throw some love. Get ready, call anything out. The chat still works, so just don't forget that, okay? Don't forget that. Just don't forget that. You have the chat. So let us know and then remind me about the sanctions. But today's going to have an interesting effect. Again, you're finally having people freak out a little bit, so we'll see if that comes back or if we actually end up getting one of these more bullish days, okay? Okay, as simple as that, man. Took 8 refreshes to work, man. What's going on, man? Are they doing this? Is it like a Russia? Is it Russia, Ukraine? Huh? What's happening, man? You can't hear me? Hello? Do you hear my voice? Okay, it's fine. You got 5 seconds anyway. I hope you're prepared. You know? Nickel is a halted limit up. Okay, here it is. Round 1. Fight. All right, XOM. Is that link 5? Good morning, my friend. Good morning, Semper Fi. Oh, Resolute has options? No, they don't. Never mind. Adobe, are they down? That could be another post earnings. I take a look at the Boeing as well. See how that one plays out. Watch some of the auto companies. Again, you have Tesla from yesterday. The bonds they chilled out today, so we'll see. PPC put is up. The Amazons got clapped. Yeah, the PPC's just a big ask, and then the PSXs are coming up here. Ford dumping. Adobe's coming down. Tesla. There's the SPY. Wells Fargo. Boeing's only down like 1%. GameStop on the reverse. LMT. Tesla's coming back up. I mean, we might be able to bounce. You would be surprised. Banks down. Facebook finally coming up. They were down in the morning. Tesla's even moving. I think there was a bad analyst comment, but Facebook's not too positive or too negative. Airbnb is actually looking pretty good. Which one is that? SNDL. Did that film me? Bro, what the fuck? I can't tell if that filled me or not. Bro, I think that was the weirdest thing ever. It just said I got filled and then I didn't get filled. But I think it took the money out of my account. And then it acted like it filled me. What is this? What is this scam? Reload it. I might have to. I have an order in. I'm not getting filled though on anything. Kind of weird. Let's see. Amazon's coming down. Facebook's doing pretty good. MOS, again, fertilizer plays, oil, all of them are doing good. Again, I'm going to even check the ConocoPhillips. Weed popping. Adobe down 7. SPY's coming down. I mean, we're down already about 0.5%, 1% on the NASDAQ. Nvidia crazy candles. Oil's going up again right now. There's a lot of updates that are going to come out from Europe, and again, it's going to be related to the sanctions stuff. But people are pretty excited about it, more or less. DraftKings pop. Corn and wheat. Wheat came down. CLX on the high. Coinbase isn't down too much. Oxy's hitting the high again. Again, all the oil plays are just going crazy. Adobe down 8%. Altria is still up. What's the date today? Today's Wednesday. A very interesting Wednesday that we have. Oh, you want to film me now? Yeah, that sound cool, bro? That's cool, man. I'm glad you decided to film me. Oh, and then you bring everything down? That's cool, bro. That's cool, man. GME. All right, I made one play. Beyond up 3. Didn't it Beyond? I think they announced like Pepsi beef jerky or something like that. So we'll see again. Adobe, they're down on competition, and then the guidance from earnings. Oil is still up. Josh overslept. This guy's blaming his shitty connection on my sleeping habits. We can make fun of people if they don't hear. Oh my gosh. Not everybody can listen right now. Oh man. That's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. So then nobody can hear me? Oh, hell yeah. This is cool. All right, yo. I made a play. Don't trade this. Not a recommendation. Okay? I don't want you to go chasing a play. And only the chosen could hear, bro, I feel. So I grabbed a weekly, what's it called? I grabbed a weekly Altria. You know what I'm saying? I grabbed a weekly Altria. It's risky. I bought 50 of these 55 contracts. Do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I'll flip it out eventually. Again, you only have 2 days, but I'm thinking with X dividend and everything else, it'll do good, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, only the chosen could hear this anyway. You know what I'm saying? So don't trade it, though. It's still not a recommendation. You will still lose money. You know what I'm saying? If you chosen, you chose. I'll put $150 on it, bro. That's it. That's all. And then we see X dividend, bad down day. Sometimes they go up, and then that's it. And then that's it. We go from there, bro. We go from there. So I only put $150 on it. Again, you'll see with nothing. Only oil looks good. Everything that would look good today, we already either have or it's already going to be like up a little bit. These ones are actually kind of down, so I thought we'd take it, but it's risky. What's the ticker? Oh, you already missed it, man. They already missed it. You know what I'm saying? It's okay though. Don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll get to the bottom of this. That's the only play right now. Altria, yeah. I want some of the oils. I was looking in like NTR because the other ones would get down, but they weren't really moving like that. You sound like your sister, bro. Thank you. I don't know what that means. Hey, how are you? Josh on vacay. Nah, man. So you guys got to let them know that we're here. They're just not. They're just temporarily not chosen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like you're fully not chosen, but like temporarily. I feel like you guys are going to switch off here and there. You know what I'm saying? But tell them I'm here. Just tell them I'm here. You know what I'm saying? They don't know I'm here. They don't think I'm here. The likes are only at 42. Oh, this is bullshit. I'm quitting. I'm retired. You know, it says 42. 42 likes. That's what I got out of today. 42 likes. Mine says 42. It's insane. 42. Are you serious? It says 4,000 of you are in here. And I only got 42, man. 42. Tesla's coming up. Tesla on the high again. Where did that come from? Mine says 770. I don't see that. Yeah, I definitely don't see that. I see 42. This is what it looks like on the back end. You see? And then literally nothing else is happening. It says everything's fine. It says I got 42 likes and 4,100 concurrent viewers. Y'all ain't liking the video. That's it. Y'all abandoned me. Y'all abandoned the market, went crazy. Market goes up and down once and y'all just abandoned me on the like button. I'm just kidding. I only bought Altria. Relax. Tesla's green again. This might still continue. Tesla above 1,000. Yo, that low key might be its own little thing today. IWM big drop. Watch out, dude. Tesla's above 1,000. If Tesla keeps going above 1,000, I mean, even in general, this right here could be its own little timeline or its own little run-up thing. Yeah, that's big. Baba's making a move. Let's see. Yeah, Baba's up 1%. Apple, Amazon are down. Or Apple's actually positive. The safe havens are doing good, actually. Tesla saved this SPY. Listen, I don't know if it has that much weighting. It's only 1%, but honestly, it's a very good title. Very good title. Very good title. What do I watch out for? Some Tesla going to hit me outside. What am I watching out for all the time? You're watching to see if you can make money, asshole. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know why otherwise you came here. But if you were trading stocks and you wanted to make money, what you'd want to watch out for is maybe potential plays. Maybe a play that's cheap. Maybe a play that you can ask a question upon. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry. This isn't that bad of a clap. Not everybody could hear me clapping you. So it's chill. But like, to be honest, that's what I would be looking for. You know what I'm saying? It's like I would be looking for an opportunity to make money, an opportunity to make another investment, whatever it may be. A super clap. No, nobody could hear me. That's it. If no one could hear me, it's game on. That's it. You mean to tell me you came into the private room where we don't know who could listen or not, and then you start talking shit? You were one of 100 people who are able to listen, and you talk shit, and you don't think I'm gonna clap? Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. That's it. They used the opportunity to get into a UFC fight. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know. Honestly, it's just very confusing. I don't know who can hear me or not, but we still riding with it. We only have the Altria play so far. I think Tesla going up. I mean, I was just looking at the chain. They're like expensive, but not really. I mean, they're still up there. You can make a play on the Teslas. They were cheaper a little bit ago, but I don't know. It's very, very weird if they hold up. I want to see if they end up being the actual safe haven or not. But they're already up 70% right now. And they were already up before that, like 1,000%. Josh Maddie got less likes. Bahu, I'm just saying it's 644. So, like, good work today, you know? Like, you can go ahead. Feel free to talk smack. You earned it, bro. This is what happens when you wake up before 7. People will respect you. So, good job, man. Good job. I'm not even going to clap you back. Not even going to clap you back, Bahu. Make sure you like the video and check out the merchandise. Thank you. He's early. I don't care. I'm impressed. That's all we need. That's fine. He did step one, man. Step one. Stream, yeah. Oil is up again. We need to talk about the sanctions. It sucks. I don't want to. Oh my gosh, corn just rocketed. Ah shit. I knew I should have got one more. Watch out. The wheat's not going up too crazy. Where is it? We should start buying. Should we start buying a 1 year ahead contract? Bro, corn is going nuts. So is oil. Yeah, oil, Brent's up there. Check corn if corn starts breaking out. But again, Europe is going to be a problem today. Europe, oil, energy, all that. We're going to have to talk about it. But pretty much, here's the main thing you got to understand for today is that by the end of the month here, a lot of sanctions that you heard about are actually going to come to life. Do you get it? So right now, they're trying to work right now with Europe. Again, Biden's going to NATO. They're going to have a talk and all that. But the big thing you got to think about is that a lot of the sanctions that were brought up in the last month or so, they haven't came to life yet. Are you guys following? If you're chosen and can hear me, are you following with me? So what pretty much what's happening right now is Europe is scrambling to get oil or not because they don't know they don't have an alternative, but the sanctions still haven't came into play. So this whole we're going to ban oil, we're not going to deal with Russian companies, guess what? It hasn't really happened. So there pretty much a lot of sanctions by the end of the month, they get officially enacted. Right? And then guess what happened? Russia paid their bonds, and the bond defaults in Russia have dropped 50% this morning. So Russia's financial situation has gotten better, and then now you don't have any agreements for oil, energy, or anything like that with most of the companies. Yeah, reality is setting in to a degree. So that's what you got to think about. It's like what Bloomberg just said there. It's like effective in 30 days type thing. So it's like you got the contract announcement a month ago, but technically nothing has been enforced or it hasn't really came to life yet. Russia's selling oil in the black market. No, they're selling Rusals or Urals, and a lot of people don't know, though, if you actually go look, usually they'll even trade barely above a negative even before this happened. Got medical sales drop. We stopped. April, let's go, baby. Let's go. That's hype, bro. Those are actually really great drops. Keep it up. Get some connects. You'll even learn a little bit. Maybe we get you trading biotechs. Yeah, Abby Vi's doing good. Watch corn. Again, corn commodities. Those are going crazy again. That is going to be an effect. And bonds chilled out. So we'll see. Tesla's still up. There you go. Altreya. Yalla. Altreya. Clapped again. It's okay. You got to take turns. It's fine. Everybody could get it. Am I grabbing more wheat? I could grab the next year contracts. If anything, I should grab more corn. I have that small one, but that was a fat run up there right now. Meme stocks going. Death Cross on TSM. GME's up. AMC's up. Yeah, bro, they're up 11%. I know Tilray weed stocks. People were hyped on that. LBPS. Yeah, a lot of the hype names are actually running right now. The ticker for corn /GC or XC. XC is the mini. Or corn on the stock market. / is the futures. I don't know. People were talking all sorts of Tilray weed hype this morning. Again, all of the growth names are moving. Even with today already being down 1% and kind of not being too good, it's you're watching the you're watching the growth stocks and all these random names still do pretty good. Powell, I don't know if he's going to come back on. He came back on this morning. He didn't really say much, but we'll see. I don't think so. I think Powell's done for the day. Well, he didn't really say much. The BIS thing, the Innovation Summit, was very, very chill. Yeah, there's Altria. We already got that one. They're up a little bit, but we'll see how it plays out. The PSXs came back up. The PPCs are up by 5 cents. I want to see that one, actually. And then Facebook came down to break even. Pilgrim Pride. Come on, Pride of Pilgrim. Where did he get these? Short squeeze on AMC. Just a lot of hype names are getting hyped today. Is the best way to describe it. Again, after yesterday, even Tesla's coming back now, so watch to see how long it lasts. But even yesterday, after hours, things are going crazy. I'm looking at the scanner right now. Nothing too good. Nothing too crazy. Nothing came at legit meme stocks pumping right now. For the most part, Alaska Airlines is trying to ease staffing shortages by offering flight attendants double pay to pick up shifts. CVC interest in telecom and Tally could unlock hidden value. Corn's still going. If corn keeps going crazy, it'll get nuts. I'd watch some of the fertilizer companies too. They're kind of chilling out right now, but watch. But corn and wheat might have a day today. That corn move is fat. Until it, watch the futures. Tell me if corn goes above 770. Let's see. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Foo? What's up? How are you? Airbnb's holding up decent. Poshmark, MRK, 110. Where's Boeing? Let's check those plays too. I think they were still down 20% in the morning. Yeah, the Boeings are still down 20%. What about Calm Foods? Could be a good play. Could kind of be like the PPCs. I would just check the option chain. Make sure it makes sense. Oil bouncing. Apple's on the high. Apple and Tesla are going again. New home sales come out in 5 minutes. Defensive names. HII's on the high. Lockheed's up 0.8. JPM calls. See JPM back to 140, 141. Wells Fargo banks are down today. Let's see what we got. And Europe's doing pretty bad. China was good. Energy and consumer. Literally, today is a very defensive day. Everything that was good is selling off. All the names. Again, energy. I don't know about the rest of the commodities, but those are all up. What's happening? Are you saying with the market or this stream? There's a lot on both sides. But today we're going to get there's a big conference there with NATO and Biden. We're going to wait to see what Europe does with Russian oil. The bond market finally chilled out today, and that's where things have calmed down. And then we're kind of dealing with this like mini growth rotation, but there's a lot of probabilities now where a lot of not fully answered questions or effects coming out of Ukraine there, Russia sanctions and all of that. And then now you're watching commodities, food prices, all those. They're coming back after chilling out yesterday and going up the day before that. Nike green. Yeah, Nike is green. See if those plays come back up. Can't I see the stream? It's YouTube. YouTube does not like you guys all the time. YouTube want to attack you. Crypto. I need you to buy Cardano. Somebody gave it to me as a gift, and I ended up selling it to get the flip when we sold out all that other crypto. Nike again. Apple is actually going really, really nuts. Like low key, Apple is holding very, very well. Fertilizer stocks, NTR, MOS. April 1st. Oh, Ryan Cohen. Yeah, he increased his stake in GameStop. I forgot. That was actually news today. So the Ryan Cohen guy added to his stake. I don't know what price, but that's part of the bullishness that you're getting today. Bro, Apple on the daily is crazy. Adobe. His average price is 100. Yeah, that's crazy. AMC, let's get Tesla. So back up to VWAP, a little bounce. We'll see if it holds, but not everything is. And then bonds going up. I mean, this is at least the only thing chilling today. But then you see it, bonds go up, stocks go down today. I mean, they're playing a nice little game here. 2 additional yachts in South France have been immobilized by French authorities. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Roblo almost low of the day. GameStop NFT marketplace update. It's crazy though. I think Russia trades a lot of NFTs. I mean, they were saying that OpenSea's like NFT volume has dropped 80% month over month. So since Russia invaded, it's literally like it went from like 250 million a month in NFT transactions to like 50 million. So I don't know if the NFTs are gonna be the same. Don't go a Russian into NFT. You get it? Less free floating money. Some would say. Some would say for sure. All right. 3 minutes. Wait. Oh, 30 minutes since market open. Here, hold on.
And hawks everywhere. More messaging from the Fed.
Spy coming down.
Wall Street calls for 50 and even 75
go to the bathroom.
basis point
Follow me on
hikes.
Instagram.
We speak to San
I
Francisco
love you.
Fed President Mary Daly from New York. I'm Kriti Gupta with Guy Johnson in London. Alex Steele is off. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Guy, it's all about the bond market right now.
It is. You wonder whether there's dip buying in the bond markets. Can't quite believe I'm saying that, but maybe that's actually what is happening today. How long it lasts, we'll wait and see. We're getting a bit of data hitting the Bloomberg terminal, Kriti, so let's just bring everybody that, and then we'll dig into the question of what happens next with the bond market. New home sales coming through a little light at 772K. On the month-on-month number, last time round, negative 4.5. That's been revised lower, negative 8.4. So some slowing down in the U.S. housing market, negative 2 this time round. Interest rates are starting to rise. Supply is limited, but starting to come back. So maybe we're starting to see some relief there. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with the housing market. The transmission mechanism from the Fed to the housing market, maybe it could work a little bit faster. But let's get back, Kriti, to our question of the day. If you're selling bonds, which isn't happening today, what do you buy? Let's bring in Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lyons, making another guest appearance, and Bloomberg's Marcus Ashworth, joining us from Bloomberg Opinion. Marcus, let me come to you first of all. I was going to ask you if you're selling bonds, what are you buying? But let's talk about buying bonds. Is there a dip buying opportunity in the bond market?
Spot on. And the whole point is, if you want to get into this trade of moving out of bonds, you want to do it at the right opportunity. And I don't think it's now. For a couple of reasons. One, we just had some massive sell-off. So therefore, I think there's a chance of a little correction at least. I'm not saying the trend isn't in place. It clearly is. But we will find a range. At the moment, we're probably at the top of that yield range at the moment. And secondly, it's Japanese year-end. And that often is a period where you see a lot of selling into it. And then instead, they'll start buying again quite actively. So I think timing-wise, this is probably not the best time to exit bonds. Equally, if you do exit bonds, there are other types of bonds you can buy, like floating rate notes, which may offer you a little bit more of protection for yields because they'll go up as yields go up. And I think that's the other thing. You don't have to go out of bonds. The 2-year yield on US Treasuries is very attractive. So there will be some dip buying on that anyway. And then there are also other sort of dividend-type stocks or bond-like equities to go into as well.
Well, let's get Kayleigh Lyons into the conversation.
Yeah, get her in. Get her in. Do you guys hear me still? Are my chosen ones still available? Boeing coming down. We're going down after the pending home sales. I don't know if that was the real driver there, but that did, or new home sales. They came in below estimates, dropping 2%. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm still holding the wheat. I've been waiting to get the futures. I only grabbed the corn one. I'm considering a wheat next year future because they're still cheap. But we're going to see. I'm still holding the play, though. It's worth, I think still like $7,000 or something. SPY coming down. PTR. Is this a fertilizer play? No, it's PetroChina. You get approved? Yeah, I did. I traded a mini. I bought one mini corn like a week or two ago, I think. He likes guy already owns shares of wheat. Oh, let's go. Tell him what's up. Tell him what's up, baby. NTR, those finally came down. So did Mosaic. Oil doing good. AA sold off. Really? Oh, yeah, they were up. Let me check. I'm scanning. I'm trying to scan the scanner early. SPY holding below V. We're down 1.1. Hold on here. Watch the we'll just see if this train. I mean, you have safe havens running. Apple's still going. Tesla. I'm looking at some other scanner plays right now, but now it's like a weird mix of this like growth bounce of yesterday. A couple of the winners are holding. So we'll see. MO's coming down. We'll see if it actually slips again. Today's like final day before XDivvy. Or I think today's the XDivvy. I think it's the 23rd or 24th. All right, couple things. Where's Tesla? I have one. I'm waiting on one play right now. XDivvy. I think there's one more day of XDivvy on. Let's see. Yeah, X dividends tomorrow. So I think today is the final day you could actually buy and still get the dividend. So SPY's coming up, MO's coming down. That's the only play here for the day. Couple of the other leaders there, Tesla, Apple. Boeing came down, but a lot of things are back where they were yesterday. A lot of commodities, energy came up. And now the real story is bonds chilling out, but let's see if bonds end up going negative again today. A lot of that could change. NVIDIA, there's Tesla, RDBX. NVIDIA is bouncing there off the bottom. Evergrande dividend over 20. Uber 2022 leaps. Anything crazy there? What do you mean? Is there a specific? Are you saying the ones that we hold, or is there another question? I still have those old leaps, but I mean nothing came up on the sky. I haven't seen Uber come up once today. TLT. See if TLT ends up going down, it's going to be very, very interesting. It'll be very, very interesting, actually. All right. Yeah. Did that film me? Okay. Tessie 119. Oh man. 1000. 1019. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Reset the stream. We have a couple times already this morning. This isn't. It's not on our end. I mean, usually on our end, it wouldn't even. It would be a lot more choppier. This is something with YouTube today, so you're gonna have to watch out for that. You're going to have to watch out for that one. But I do have something for you. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed Verizon next week calls. So Verizon Communications, they've been kind of just communications stocks in general, been a leader. A scanner play came up, and I remixed it. Pretty much I found something on the scanner. So, but then I said, let me take a look, and I like how it's holding up. Anything being a winner here, or anything that's winning over any of the course of volatility, I kind of like. So we'll see how this one plays out, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. YouTube sanctions you pretty much. Tesla's still going 120, and again, you can play the Tesla options if you want. I feel like they were already really expensive in the morning. They came down a little bit, and then now they just got even crazier. So I'm gonna just have to chalk it up till I missed it. Adobe down, yeah, they're down on 7.5. Kodak director bought 2.5. Our earnings will be exciting. Earnings will be exciting. Amazon double dip. Maybe if they do keep, if you get this like bullishness coming back even with today, and these end up going green, yeah. And if bonds go negative again, we'll find out. It's only 0.5%, so it's possible. But if those Amazons come back, it'll be good. The ghetto spread put us in a nice position, but they are cheaper than where I bought them originally. But remember, those are weeklies. So that's the only thing you got to be careful for on that one. Tesla. Bro, Tesla's crazy. Back to 1,000, back to $1 trillion, already $30 above there too. Above the 1,000 mark. How much you spend on Verizon? I spent over $100, but I got multiple contracts. I actually did 2 different strike prices just because they kept moving around there a lot. Snap buys mind-controlled headband maker. Next Mind. Yeah, that was this morning. I don't know. We'll see. We need to see their earnings. That's going to be the key. I wonder if they could do good on the next earnings, it'll be great. This earnings season is going to be wild. NVIDIA market's about to go positive with oil up. Still got 0.5%, but it's totally possible here. And oil's up a lot. It might have came down. Wheat came down. Again, corn was going crazy. Corn even came down actually too. Brent is still up 4%, and crude I think is around there too. MOVZ. EWZ popping. Yeah, they're actually doing very good. Yeah, Apple, Tesla, safe havens. I mean, Amazon looks like it'll be the next to follow. Even Facebook, they're only down 0.45. BA looks weak. The premiums came back down or back up from where we were, but we're still down on them from the first day. Microsoft. Yeah, it's lagging behind Facebook and Amazon, but it's making Facebook, Amazon are down 0.4 right now. Microsoft's down 0.6, but this little short-term move is bigger. And the video rebound, I don't know, things might start to rebound here. I know we're waiting on some more headlines. People are still worried again, oil, energy, all that, but you really you're watching that craziness kind of come back into the market. You're watching people buy this thing up, so we'll see how this plays out throughout. It's really hard to say. Again, bonds are in the middle. The thing was, bonds gave up a lot this morning, and that was really bullish, but now they're chilling out. So we might watch this flip-flop again. May chilled out. December, it's pretty much better than yesterday, but if it ends up flipping, we'll just be in the same position. We bounce. It's high inflationary. What are you going to be holding? Cash bonds. Growth is where you want to be. I'm mind blown. Literally, the inflation is good for stocks is coming back. That's what a lot of people were talking about yesterday. But I mean, for me, I'd say I still think real estate is the best hedge, and just the strategy we've been doing. I mean, I'm gonna try to not hold this. I mean, we've only stacked up cash for like 2 or 3 months, but pretty much operating off the same logic. Keep it simple. Even uncle had to pull up. AMD, NVIDIA, they bounced. NVIDIA's still down 1.1, 1.4. Come on, Facebook. Facebook goes positive. That'll be interesting. Bonds are hitting a new low for the day, so that's unwinding some of the stuff from today. It would have been nice if they chilled out and the market was still like if bonds were TLT stayed up and then the market stayed up, that would have been better. But now it's just showing a weird little mini correlation. We put it on Twitch. We can put it on Twitch. I don't know. I just got to make sure I don't leave it running. Last time I did that, I forgot to turn off the stream. And then I just started pooping, and you guys were listening to me. It's very awkward. Facebook trying to break 215. So is Amazon coming down a little bit. Palo Alto. Okay. So what is I have to pee code for? Bro. How paranoid are you? Because like I'm a pretty paranoid person myself, I would say. But that shit is like you getting deep with it, man. You getting deep with it. Like I actually pee. You know what I'm saying? Like I sit here for a very long time every day. It's kind of suspicious if you think about it, how often I don't leave. You know what I'm saying? So that was an interesting one. That was an interesting one. Hold on. I'm setting up the Twitch now for anybody. Thank you. It's worth it. Is something wrong? Yeah, I mean, it's funny because it still shows me the numbers. Like it shows everybody, like there's a lot of people in here, but then everyone's not able to access the stream. It didn't work with Twitch. Well, Twitch might not work either. Yeah, failed to load information. Oh, the peach works fine? Holy crap. Holy crap. He's here. How did you do that, Bradley Frizzle? Oh my gosh. Or not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful. I did not miss Bradley. That's amazing. How did he do that? Yeah. So I guess Twitch isn't going to work, unfortunately. They ain't going to let us do it. Sorry, Chad. I tried. I don't know. A lot of things aren't working. You can't stop the peach. Nothing can. You can't even stop the S&P, bro. This thing's going. This thing is going. You can't stop Tesla. You can't stop Apple. What about Verizon? How about Altria? No? Okay. The Nvidia's on the high, too. Would you sell go-go or sell covered calls if you were up 20%? I don't know. Do you plan on holding go-go? Do you like go-go and online internet? Or the online internet? The like airline internet? Live stream on my Instagram is working fine. Oh, the live stream link. Should we just go live? Should we go live on should we go live on Instagram? Live on TikTok? HTZ. HTC's killing it. They're up 3% right now. Said Truth Social Live. Let's see, Ethereum Classic. I think all of crypto lately, even the NFTs, which is weird because it seems like volume is so low, but it's not. I don't know. But I have seen Ethereum Classic. That's been nice. Even the market. I mean, just again, the next coming weeks are going to be very, very key. Right now, this last week of things bouncing, people talking about inflation hedge, people kind of feeling very, very good without any of the kind of sanctions coming to life. I don't know. It just feels weird. It feels kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. I feel like there's a big dissonance. I feel like there's a big cognitive dissonance. Does that make, it's like we're partying, but then I'm like, yo, the party's not even packed. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it. Cognitive dissonance type beat. Like, there's definitely a party and people are partying, but it's not like the party seems bigger than it is. That's why I'm like, it's not like, I don't know. It's not there. I mean, long term doesn't change. That's fine. I'm just saying in general. I mean, hopefully you guys watched the video yesterday and what we've been talking about. It's, it's just all going to come down to bonds and everything. And you're watching that really, really clearly here today and how it's playing out. But it's just coming down to, we're not really, there's just still too much on the table. And it seems like everybody is desperate for a bottom. And I could see why. We want a bottom for sure. But it just doesn't, it's just still kind of sketchy. That's all. But it doesn't change any, again, that's why, I think cheap weekly calls on the high runners. I wish we got the Teslas, but, I mean, you could still hit, an Amazon, anything in between there. And then commodities, oil, up until things kind of, chill. ALLG, that's 100? I guess so. 2 halts will do that. Alego. So the Amazon weeklies, I ghetto spreaded them yesterday. So they're still up. We ghetto spread it for a $300 profit above 100%. And then I still have upside if it does go crazy. Theory is we run up till Amazon and Google splits. I could see that, but I don't know if it's going to be a straight run up until then, if that makes sense. But we still need to deal with Russia, Ukraine. Again, with them waking up, backtracking on some of the oil agreements and talking about how they have till the end of the month. I did not like that. Bonds really chilled out. You're watching commodities go crazy again. I mean, a lot of what we were dealing with a couple weeks ago, it's still the same situation. So in a weird way, it's like buying this same levels on the same news or higher levels with the same news. Again, I think it's even market psychology too. A lot of people, somebody on Bloomberg was talking about it today, that it will go, you could be at 10, it'll go to 7. People will sell out at 7 or they won't buy in at 7, but then they'll buy back in at 15, essentially. At peace talks, it's been 1 or 2 statements here and there, and then they'll say, oh, it's doing this and that, and then meanwhile, Marupol and a couple places are getting bombed. Vale is solid. That's what I like about EWZ. We get exposure to that. I think 16% of it is Vale. Good morning, Steven. Mester expects Fed to raise rates without creating a recession. Brent pop, yeah, it was still up. Even Brent's up 4% today. It's a big move in oil. That's why it's like today seemed like it was gonna. It's an interesting bounce we've got here. We'll wait till Euro close, but at one point, I mean, the bonds chilled out, and then now they kind of picked up. But then market was kind of like, all right, nothing's really here today. Bonds are gonna chill. Market was kind of chilling, and then energy seemed like it was gonna be the leader, and now it's just like it's like up at a weird middle. I am still holding the SPY butterfly, yes. We actually averaged down at the beginning of the week, was it? They came back up. They're still down. I had a little bit of a boost this morning, but we need like more of an actual decline. A program to monitor the news. It's a Bloomberg terminal. I refuse to buy MO unless it's 7% yield. I think it is at 7%, right? It should still be yielding 7. Where's div yield? Oh, I put mu, not MO. I put one extra. Oh, 6.7. No way. I thought it was a little higher. Well, I feel you. But even then, the minute 7 was high. Why is oil up? Because pretty much Europe needs to negotiate the deal, and the Russian sanctions come into play at the end of the month. So a lot of people don't realize a lot of sanctions, a lot of stuff we've been talking. The West in America has been making actions, but not the rest of the world. It takes time to do this, and pretty much what they're even saying is that you can't even in the next 2 days, even by the end of this week, if you go into the weekend without a deal to get energy to Europe, you can't. If you can't figure that out in the next 2 days, you're clapped. That's it. And it's not something that they could figure out soon, but then it means, tightening energy for Europe. Honestly, it could almost hurl Europe into an automatic recession. EWs, yeah, they're back at like 140 to 160. ALLG halted. Fed masters, some of the increases are seeing are outdoing productivity growth. I don't think we could listen to Mester. Well, Europe didn't realize they did, but pretty much Europe, they've been saying they're gonna ban Russia. They wanted to. The U.S. did it. Europe never did it. And then Europe said, no, we need them for oil. And then this morning, Putin came in and said, any hostile countries, you have to buy our gas in rubles. Do you guys see why that's a problem? It's funny. They're honestly like they're playing like not mind games, but it's just like all of this is just technical BS. Like, do you get why that's a problem? Think about it. It's not anything too crazy. There you go. Icarus has it. It's because they're sanctioned. So literally they're saying, okay, we'll give you oil if you want it, since America will ban us, but you don't want to ban us. We know you want it. That's fine. But you have to pay us in rubles. And now what's the problem? They cut them off of SWIFT, and now they're sanctioning the country. So now it's very difficult to get rubles. So now they're going to make them try to mess around and go back and backstep. so that they could do it. Another one is even just like what the Russians announced yesterday with the planes. They offered to buy the planes that they confiscated. They hit up all these companies and said, hey, we would love to buy the planes from you. We understand you have over $10 billion of assets here. Let us pay for it. But then again, you can't negotiate with a country that's sanctioned like that. You don't want to look like you're negotiating with it. And then if you try to negotiate for the planes, and now since they have all of these sanctions, they're going to say, well, you're being unreasonable. You're doing, they call it Western unreasonability or something like that, where they're just, or Western inflexibility is what they call it. So if they make an effort to buy back the planes and then they say, well, you're being purposefully non-flexible about this situation, then they will have legal grounds to actually confiscate it and then mess it up. And then now people are talking about the insurers are already they're already writing off the assets. It gets crazy, but this all boils back to this kind of little like bullshit politics that they're doing where they're saying, okay, you're going to sanction us. Well, if you need anything from us, you're going to have to use this sanction currency. We don't want your dollars either. That's the funny part, is that it's at the same time, Russia is also saying, we don't want your dollar or euro anyways, which is kind of interesting. But now, pretty much, we've burned about a month. A lot of these sanctions, you've heard a lot of action. We've been hearing a bunch of things lately, but at the end of the day, a lot of stuff that was supposed to be announced, it hasn't really came into play yet. So that's why really by the end of the month, we're going to find out what the reality of the situation is, the effects of SWIFT, all of that. But a lot of stuff hasn't gone in universally into effect. But that's kind of part of today, again, and this could explain why oil is up, because right now, today, whether you feel it or realize it or not, people are very worried about European energy security right now. And that's what's driving the price of oil up. Gas prices, gassing, nah, it has to go a little bit higher. It has to hit a new high, because if you haven't noticed, oil's been swinging a lot. All of your gas is still $6, at least in California. So it hasn't really changed. But that's where it is. U.S. gasoline exports climbed to the highest since 2018. Why? I want the gas. Yeah, U.S. gasoline, 1 million barrels a day, highest since 2018. But that's why it's like, think about how high gas went a couple weeks ago, and then oil has been going back and forth. And then essentially what's going on right now is that these price moves, it's not going to shoot up gas again, but it's going to justify keeping the prices this high for a little bit longer, or until we go past 130 a barrel. Why would we export? I mean, Europe is going to need it. That's it. Again, even then, if by the end of this month, if Europe doesn't secure energy or find a way to replace Russia, or if Russia gets in their way, Europe could be in a recession in 3 months, 3 to 6 months. So by next week, look at that Roblo candle. He's coming alive. We'd love to see it. It's coming alive. Oh, the Amazon contracts just came back up too. Hold on. Yo, that Amazon contract came back to life. The ghetto spread one is looking nice. Look at OVV scanner play. I don't know what you're talking. I didn't see it on there. But if you found it, tell me what you see. I'll double check, but I don't think it came up on. The option chain's kind of dead on that one, but I don't see any big trades coming in. What's the scanner? I use my own scanner. I just use an option scanner. I have my own little filter that I put on it to search for it. I mean, it's just really dead options with big amounts of money. So big money coming into relatively dead chains, and then adding a little bit of the interpretation to it. But I've shared a little bit on the watch list, but I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna share it with everybody though. Like the actual thing, I prefer not to show it, just because I like it. It's been doing very, very good, and I like it. Yeah, I just don't want it to. I don't want it to turn into snake in the chain, and we'll call it. We'll just keep this one. We'll keep this one. But I'm giving you most of what you need. At the end of the day, some of you have been able to find them. Some of you have been able to tweak your scanners to find it, and it's just very, very simple. Just find options that are not trading, that are really getting money into them. That's it. SPY coming down, a little red candle. Amazon too. It's crazy. Those Amazons went up though. All right, listen, the boot camp options. There you go. It's always a good place to start. It's overlooked. It's overlooked. I asked. Now everyone's asking. A lot of people have been asking about it, but I brought it up many times. I mean, I've showed it. We've talked about it, and that's what I'm saying even too. Like in the beginning, I even shared a lot of information on it, but I realized, I mean, if I'm putting out in videos every day, I'm putting it out in the videos, and people really aren't picking up on it. I mean, I'm not going to go to extreme lengths to give away a very good secret, essentially. Does that make sense? So it's there. I mean, if anybody's willing to learn and get into it, I know a couple guys. I know Wesley has been able to be looking at it, and he's been finding stuff that I'd also see. So I think you could do it if you're really paying attention. But at that point, it's like if you're asking for anything else and you're not willing to put that in, I mean, either pay attention, buy stream alerts, or just don't trip on it too hard. ApeCoin 1280. Meta filed trademark applications for its logo to be used in crypto tokens as a virtual exchange coin negative. What? So they're making a Facebook exchange of crypto? Creation of a virtual currency exchange. Didn't they get in trouble though last time? I mean, a lot of candles coming in though. Powell already spoke this morning. Facebook coin. I thought they got in trouble though last time. They sold off all of, like, literally 3 months ago, they sold off all of their assets to Silver Lake. So take notice. Do you guys see what's happening here? Bonds are going down again, or bonds are going up. Bonds are chilling out, and then SPY's kind of chilling, but let's see how this plays. Again, the correlation is messed up today. Everything is a very, very wonky. There's a lot of tension in the market. I don't know if you feel it or not. Apple, Chicle, oil. It looks like everything's starting to get knocked right here. UMP on the high. I'll put oil. Yeah, B&O, Apple. They're giving up, but not too bad. But now bonds are coming back up, or bonds are coming back down. So that's it. But today's just a very weird day with it all. Even that little move there, and we still got, 2 hours till European close? And Europe's not doing good. Fed must make some 50 basis point rate hikes. Damn, she's saying at least one 50 basis point hike is coming. European gas surges 34 as Putin seeks payment in rubles. Yeah, it's gonna be so Europe. That's why it's like it's gonna be weird because you're gonna feel this in Europe. Europe's gonna just be in the middle. So it's like you're gonna feel it differently. Your gas prices aren't gonna go up just yet, but it's gonna just be everything going on there. But we still have till the end of the month, realistically. But a lot of people are talking that if you don't get a deal in the next 2 days, and then you have the weekend, you're not gonna find a way to fucking get all the oil Europe needs and all the natural gas Europe needs in 4 days, or make an agreement of that. Buy the ruble. I would just keep buying what we've been buying. I'd buy oil plays, commodities, agriculture, anything related in between. Those are literally the things that have just kept doing good. Thankfully, we've gotten time on it, and then we're going to get the back and forth. But right now, I mean, you still can get a rally. You could still get tech stocks going. I mean, what we've seen in the last couple days, it's like the energy we need. But the question is it going to persist, or will any of these events now kind of get in the way? And that's just what I think a lot of people are kind of missing right now, simply just because we haven't gotten the reality hasn't set in. I mean, it's been a long month, but a lot of like most announcements that we've given out there, we haven't really had anything come in. Wrong analysis. Europe is relying on Qatar. That's why all the Europe gas shot up today. I feel you. But you could disagree with it. This is just my opinion if you'd like. But go look it up and we'll see. I mean, if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. Because then if I'm wrong, oil will come down. It averts the situation. But to my view and my opinion of it, it looks like we are entering in a very weird level of purgatory where you're in between heaven and hell and a decision hasn't really been made yet. And, you know, you're seeing the pressure in commodities, commodity prices, energy prices already. So let's see what happens. Perfect word, limbo. It's limbo, purgatory. It's weird. Baba's going up. Wonderland. Like literally Biden is going to what's it called? Biden is going into a NATO meeting, and he's even going to address it. People even said that today. Like, usually, if Biden was going to go to Europe, you already know what's going to happen from it. If Biden was going to go fly to Europe and go meet with NATO, usually there's an agreement in place. You know what's going to come out of it. Are you guys following? It should make sense. Think about it. It's like, why is he going to go to Europe? Why would he go to meet with the people in the UK? Chances are they had an agreement. They're going to talk it over for a little bit, and then they're going to sign shit. Very simple, right? This time around, Biden is going, but there's no decision. Nobody knows what is going to happen from it. So it's just a weird spot. It just sucks that it's correlating that you're getting now. You went 5 to 12 days without any real news on this. And then all of a sudden the stock market's going up a lot. People are getting excited, AMC, GME. But then now we're dealing with this. So I think it's just pure volatility too at the end of the day. I mean, we're going to see what is correct, what is wrong and all that. But it is also just this. We're getting ups and downs. We got to wait. And the month of invasion still technically isn't over, more or less. So I guess we started in February. But still, it's wild. Or was it March? I think it was beginning of March. 2 million inflow into TLT. Check it on the terminal if you run nav after putting in TLT in the security. Let's see. Yeah, there was actually. That's wild. Look at that. You did. You had 1.6 trillion fund flows. Let's see. What was it like before COVID? Oh, yeah. Today's the 2-year anniversary of the crash, too. Let's see. People weren't buying TLT before. Inflows are like 200 million, 100 million. That's crazy. So the first time we hit TLT, even the second time, or the first time was a little bit higher, but the second one, geez, there's no volume. But that's a lot. That's big volume. I mean, we've seen it happen, around end of the year, November, December, leading into this fake rally. You kind of had, again, the same divergence. The inflows look the same. You never understood what moves TLT? I'll give you the answer right now. Don't forget, TLT is an ETF. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So here it is. Here are all the bonds that they hold in TLT, and this is where you start to benefit off of it or not. Just all a bunch of treasuries. Literally billions of dollars in treasuries. TLT, couple bill in treasuries alone, just like wheat. Then they got 1.6 million. They don't even do too much in everything else. Bro, are these 50? Are these? Oh, these are 30-year maturities. Yeah. You have bonds that go out to 2045, bro. Their biggest one goes out to 2050. The biggest holding is a February 15th, 2051 bond. Oh, what you know about holding that 30-year bond, son? Yeah, 51. That's the year. Look at the year. Not 1951, 2051. That's crazy. Apple's going up. We're getting a little bit bounce. They clapped us Altria. Verizon's still kind of holding up. Twilio on the high. Wells Fargo names Jim O'Neill International Lead Trading Unit. And U.S. home sales, those got clapped. New home sales. HNRC to buy Cunningham Energy. Interest of up to $100 million. HNRC. I think that's new right now. They're publicly traded. HNRC is a small 50-cent company. They're buying something. That just came across the wire. Cardano pop. Is all of crypto going crazy? ApeCoin at 13. Bitcoin and Ethereum are down. Cardano's going nuts. ETC still holding 10. Dude, ETC's gone up 10% every day for 4 days. 3 days? 4. That's actually wicked. ALLG, FSR, Fisker has 10 million investment in ALLG. There's an ApeCoin now. Yeah, it just came out not too long ago. FSR pop on that. Amazon's coming back up, and those premiums are kind of holding. It's pretty weird. Pretty weird. Apple, Verizon, the premiums are starting to tick up, believe it or not. How much ApeCoin? I got 15,000 worth. And then I sold them, and then I bought back a small portion because I was like, I should probably hold a little of these. That was my first airdrop. I was learning. You guys got to see me be a boomer. Now, what do I do? How do I sell it? Oh, and I got it. I had to sell it right away. I didn't want to hold it. They said a lot about an airdrop. I said, what? I have an iPhone. Airdrop it to me. Come on. But it was more. We had a problem. But that's what I did. And then I sold and I have some. But I said, give me some back. And I got some back. And I held it. That's what happened. And now we're going to make Hummer coin. So fast, like lightning. Like, not Ford, like, no. Like, fast, fuck. Yeah. Uber green, Roku going. It's a weird day, man. It's a weird day. I don't know if it feels calm, like we're just like chilling out from some of the hype, but all of the headlines and then lack thereof leading into it. It's a crazy one, man. It's a crazy one. Calm before the storm. Mo got wrecked. Lol. Look, you couldn't even type LOL. That's why. It's like, why are you laughing, bro? It's okay. Relax. Hold the L. Don't be a little baby back. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? I could just tell. Some of y'all, your reaction to some things, it says a lot. It says a lot, you know? And that's why I'm just saying, don't be a baby back. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a baby back. Don't be a baby back. He said raspberry blunt. Bro, that was hilarious. Vladimir wants Europe to pay for gas in rubles. Mo got wrecked. Yeah, no, the play is literally at break even. What? I don't know. Game got my heart. Game got my soul. Honey, you're my risk. Yeah, bro, that's not what the song said. I'm up on my plays, kind of being dramatic. Again, refer back to being a baby back. But I feel you. I feel you. I just want Zen. That's it. We go full Zen mode. We chill. It's good. Can Ethereum break 3? Yes. People even said once Ethereum goes to... They said Ethereum needs laws by 6,000. So they say if Ethereum goes to 6,000, you're going to need... they're not going to let it get there without laws. Or if it goes past there, it can't go much longer. I do not have Zim. No. Ababa is going up again. JDYY. A lot of China names moving. Amazon's even still there at the high. What's first, 6K or 1.5? Honestly, the thing is, it's been like 6 months of winter. The fact that it hasn't dropped yet, I honestly think it could be very, very good, low key. I think you might hit 6,000 before 1,000, realistically. But hold your horses. I still haven't got the buyback from when we did the flip. We've been doing they have to approve me. So say they figure out oil with England. What do you see happening with wheat and our metals? It would still take a couple of months to figure out. Like right now, there's a headline yesterday like about wheat farming equipment, and that was it. It was like the wheat, like even used farming equipment for wheat is now more than a brand new model. So if you wanted to buy like a wheat planter, Meta introduces Instagram feed changes. I don't know what it says. Check Facebook. It's coming across the wire now. 2 new ways to control your Instagram feed. Following and favorites. Should choose what post you see in your feed. Favorites and following. Favorites shows you the latest posts from a list of specific accounts that you could choose. Following shows you posts from people you follow. Both favorites and following show in chronological order. Oh my gosh. Nah, they brought it back, bro. Nah. I think they're bringing back the chronological order. Oh, y'all young guys don't know about that. They don't know. Oh my gosh. Bro, are you for real? Mm-hmm. How do you do it? Only took 5 years. Oh my gosh. I might start using Instagram again. I didn't like this random shit. They would show you trying to brainwash you. Russia says Putin plans to attend G20 despite talks of exclusion. That's pretty hype. They're bringing back the timeline like it used to be back in the day on like Facebook and Instagram and like all these places. They would just show you the latest posts. They wouldn't just show you like random, like based on how it was interacted or whatever it would be. It was just like the OG. Oh man, no more algorithm pretty much. It's just very simple. AMD as well. I think everything might go a little bit crazy here if we do start to break through. Yeah, AMD's positive. NVIDIA is still red. Roblo 51. That's great. Let's see. Barry BNB. Here we go. He's about to go positive too. Roblo, BNB. A lot of the growth names. Again, I'm assuming Tesla and all the other ones still up there. That's awful for advertisers. Not really. I mean, they could do it. That was just like when Facebook started getting weird. I think it was probably like 2016, 2015 when they changed it. So we'll see. You will still get ads. I don't know. It's just great. That means they're not going to promote stupid shit for like just because it like gets a reaction. So that's what happened. Like that's what happened with a lot of algorithms. You got to realize it's like the algorithm sees how people interact, what they comment on, if people interact with certain content. So what started happening is that a lot of shock content, like stuff that makes you pissed off, stuff that will literally invoke a reaction from you, those were the ones that were triggering the algorithm every time. So that's now with chronological, you could get a little bit away from that, and it could be good. It could be good. Amazon, Apple, they're doing good right now. Everything. Let's see. The Boeing kind of bounced. Nike bounced. They're doing good. I think the plays are still clapped though. That one don't have too much time. Actually came up a little bit. Facebook near highs. It is, but the premiums are clapped from yesterday. Remember, like those are like 100%, and now I think they're at break even. Yeah. The PSXs are doing good. That's till May. Verizon came down, but the premiums are still up. Altria too. We kind of flipped there. You talk more about how you think the sentiment has changed about inflation being good. I don't believe it. I think people are going to start saying that. And I just think people don't have enough. I think people are confused as shit right now. And you have so much counter opinions back and forth. But I wouldn't be surprised to have people say that. But I wouldn't. It already kind of falls in line with what I believe. Like what I've been saying from the get-go. Just like it doesn't change my strategy. I think it's like following that narrative is going back a year or two into news just so you can feel better about what you're doing now. If you need a mental justification to go buy the dip because you don't have the balls to do it, like, you see what I'm saying? Do whatever you need to do. But I think they're saying it because people are talking about it. People are trying to explain why the market is going up. How do you explain this bottom right now when a lot of the news is really bad? It's like, how do you explain why it's going up? Literally, I deal with this question 100 to 1,000 times a day just from the chat. When people are like, why is it going up? Why is it, I can't answer the question. I'm telling you it's bonds. It's bonds. Look at this. Look at that. That's not an easy answer. People are saying, well, people are buying in right now and activity's picking up as people feel like this could be a short-term bottom and it's because inflation is going out of control and everybody knows that stocks are good for inflation and that's what we're going to do and that we're really starting to see that stocks are the best one, and then they're going to keep saying that because nothing else to buy the dip has worked. We'll see if it happens here, and then if the news can match up with this, boom, you got an epic rally. But if now we throw this one out there, you throw this narrative out there, and then the rally doesn't hit, it's clapped. So that's why we'll see. But it's like, we already believe this. We already believe stocks and inflation has an effect, but it's like we're not choosing to believe it and choosing not to believe it when we want. This is why we were buying real estate last year. This is why we still kept adding to the long term. This is why we've been preaching value stocks from the beginning of 2021. We've been aware of this. That's why, again, we got 50-50 dividends now. So stuff along this lines is just, it's going to be on you whether you're really retail or not, and you're just going to believe what people say, believe any analysts that talk about this. But if people want to talk about this, that's fine. But quite frankly, I think if you've been a savvy investor or you've been in the market and not been too flip-floppy, nothing has really changed. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just so you really have people doing their things. So randomness is undefeated, trade spreads. Yes. Will you stop signing up my email now too? Is that, if I acknowledge that, will you stop signing up my email? You don't even sign up my email now. He went after lending tips. You know that? The guy he thinks I'm lending tips, and then he went after lending tips' email. Now I just laugh at lending tips. I'm like, thank you, lending tips. You have to take it, but that's it, bro. That's it. But anyways, fun fact or random story. But hopefully you guys are getting it where it's just like, don't flip-flop too heavy, but you're going to get a lot of things happening, and it's just like you see the market. People are looking for an explanation is the best way to put it. It's like I don't think people aren't willing to say, I don't know if society's willing to accept, I don't know right now about the market. Everybody's a crackhead, and everybody wants a stock answer within like 12 minutes of every single event happening. And again, I mean, I could understand we have the fastest stock news in the world and, we're doing our thing. We respond to it. We get it quickly. But it's like people want the interpretation and they want to answer the question, why is it up? Why is it down? And they want that answer in 12 seconds, 12 minutes. And it's like instant gratification. That's why I'm saying I'm just encouraging you to take 1 or 2 steps back, keep your basic strategy in line where it's like, hey, we're not scared of the market, but we're definitely not going balls deep into it, like acting like it's nothing, and just trying to buy every dip. It's just sticking to the same plan we have, keeping it small and all that. But take a step back, and you'll get the answer in a little bit. But it's not going to be. I think it's just too early, and I think a lot of the narratives right now, people are looking for an answer. People are trying to explain something that really is just too easy to explain, or not too easy, too early. But it is easy. I mean, I think it's bonds. That's it, bonds and stock. But that doesn't give you the same answer as me telling you, yeah, inflation is good for stocks. That's why things are up. No cyber attack news. Long term is the answer. Hey man, shout out to Josh answers and the long term answers. Woo! Springtime planting long-term seeds. Hey man, and just remember, depending on how this plays out, it could very well soon be sell in May and go away. Look at 20, man, this thing good. 20, 21, Cold Sister 7-6 down, not too bad. 20% off. It's beautiful, man. The long term is good for the kids, good for the family, fun for the whole family. You know? I sell nothing. I just hold it. I just held it, you know? Apple going up again. Facebook wants it too. How are we almost break even on the NASDAQ? That question is the whole point why you get the long term. You realize that? It highlights the market timing fallacy. Because I feel you to a degree, but it just shows that you could have all of the recovery. You could have a big majority of a recovery occur in a couple days. A 5-day rally could get rid of 3 months, essentially, is what we're trying to say. And that's why it's like if you miss that first couple of days, and you're trying to time it and go back and forth, sell out and buy back in, then that's where you usually just get clapped. Yeah, that is literally what just happened. So most of it you wiped out most of the last couple months just in a couple days. How come you don't buy any? How come you don't pay attention? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know how, because you got like free long-term alerts. You got an Instagram. I think I was pulling up the long-term yesterday at JP Morgan all day yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy because we bought Airbnb in January. Honestly, if you go look at the latest, remember, like I told you guys, look at the last long-term pickups. They've been beautiful. They've been very, very beautiful. Like it's just, and remember what we were saying. Remember what we envisioned before JP Morgan. We did something. Remember we were saying, hey, look, we've got a bunch of good pickups. All we need is one more good value home run. If we could drive that home, we're going to be good. But other than that, I mean, if you go back till October, I mean, even I think Airbnb is higher than when we had one of those last purchases. The JP Morgan, go back before JP Morgan, and don't forget, the Uber wasn't too good, but I like it. I mean, you could see it with Colt Sister, but you also can't forget before those, we also did a double deposit on Abivai, and since October alone, we've got 45% off Abivai. But even January, February, March, we bought in January, saved up in February, double deposited at the bottom in JP Morgan, and I'm pretty sure we bottom ticked it, at least through our average. I think we're in at like 131. Yeah, 131. So that's us right here on JP Morgan. Yeah, and the Snap's doing very good. He's doing his thing. Why didn't you buy any ETFs? Oh, I thought you were talking shit, bro. I was like, come on. Why you gotta do me like that, man? It's okay. I knew I expected more. It's good. Why I don't get ETFs? I split it apart. Like I'm down with some ETFs to trade, but for the long term, I mean, what I'm trying to say is I'm not opposed to an ETF, but usually I just like to go a la carte and go for the individual companies that way because we're still early in the stages of building the long term. Remember, like I keep saying, some people think, a lot of people are thinking that the long term, I've told you, it's not going to give you what you're expecting in a year or two. The real money off this is going to happen in the long term. And with that, it's like we're still very, very early. So I want to build around that. And in the meantime, I don't want to get ETFs until a little bit later or until there's like a higher demand to get some of that value. Yeah, Roblox is going crazy. 5140. Oh, man. What's the day? The 23rd? I don't know if they have it. They're building an ETF like Kathy Wood. Kind of just without, it's just not based on innovation. It's kind of more based off of stuff that innovative people probably wouldn't like. Again, my sister down to Kathy Woods would probably balk at JP Morgan down to Altria. But, you know what I'm saying? That's it. My only fear is going up. My watch list is going up too much before next month's deposit. That's fine because then it'll give you a real idea of the actual price. Because if it only stayed there for a little bit, it was a fluke, right? If it stays at the same price from deposit to deposit, then you have now you have a different scenario. Does that make sense? That's how I view it. It's not always the case, but for the most part, it's just very, very simple. I'm like, it's a fluke. So it's like if I could have got a huge discount on it last month, but by the time I make a deposit, it's right back up, that was a fluke. One day, Tesla factory has made more cars than Lucid, Rivian, Nikola combined. Yeah, but that's not a good headline. How many cars has Lucid made? 10. Rivian, 5. Nikola, a prototype. Lordstown, I ain't never been to Lordstown except the Disney movie about Halloween. Okay? I don't know what's happening. That's a kind of headline. Means how many they make? Just give me a number. Just give me the fucking number. They made 50 cars? Okay. I've made more cars than Lucid, I think, in my life. I honestly think I have, bro. Oh, man. That's great. That's a good headline. They're like, they've made more cars than all of these companies combined. Yo, man, ain't none of these people making shit, though. Oh, I guess that's a Guinness World Record. You've bought more cars than Lucid. I think I have. Yes. I think I've bought more cars than Lucid has made. Or at least Rivian, for sure. I know one of them. We saw the numbers, bro. I didn't. They were like, yeah, we made 4. I was like, I thought I was reading the balance sheet. You know how they do sometimes? They'll be like numbers in millions. Nah, like this shit was numbers in numbers. It was 4 or something. It was like 4 or 10. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. What do you think is a fair price of Lucid? I don't know. Lucid is have you ever played roulette? It's kind of like betting on black or red. In the worst case scenario, you get double zeros, but it's just a gamble. Like on any of the any company that you probably like most like again that are just brand new and just aren't really there. It's just gonna be like you're either gonna hit it or not. It's either gonna end up if you bet on the gamble of it becoming successful, becoming out there, becoming mainstream. If you do that, boom, you win. If not, you lose. That's kind of how I view them all. They're going for superior quality because Tesla is big on that mark. I don't know. I don't want to get into this conversation because I feel like everybody has their own opinion and people really, really love this shit. But like the Lucid was dog shit when I sat in it. That was my conclusion. After I was excited about, do you guys remember when I was like, I could consider it? And then I went and I sat in it. And then I don't know if you've noticed, I haven't said that ever again. It's literally a Kia. It's an electric Kia that's copying a Kia. It doesn't hit. It just does not hit. So it's like I couldn't. I mean, I bought a lot of cars. I bought in luxury cars in my life. Maybe millennials will get tricked into thinking it's luxury, but it's just not a luxury car. At that price, I would never pay that amount for a Kia. Apple rocketing, Tesla, everything's going up. No, everything. Amazon's big volume. See if the value plays come up off of this. Yeah, I got class. So they're rotating out of the value names. Yeah, the Verizon and MOs. So again, why did I buy those today? You have to think about it. We were down and those stocks were doing good. I was hoping for that continuation, but now if we start doing good, your people are selling out shit and they're just buying tech right now. You could literally see it if we keep going up like this. Facebook's about to go green. Yeah, Google's down. AMD, Nvidia, a lot of gas coming in. Long-term gaining. I'm sure off of that. Dude, that was a big move. A lot of growth names are literally going crazy. I mean, Snap, is it back to the earnings level? Yeah, so remember, Snap was a lot lower. It's back to the post-earnings hype level, so that's a very, very good price. Any of these names, again, Airbnb, Roblox, they're all gassing right now. Was that a different leap? The Roblox leaps came back. Not the second one, not the Nancy ones. Nancy ones are still down. Spy fake out. I mean, let's see till European close, and then we're going to hear from Biden as well today too, and what they say regarding the European energy situation. I think that'll be very, very key. XLF down 1. That, I think, makes sense with bonds. ESTC. ALLG up 5 or 150, excuse me. TIGR, Tiger. They're up. A lot of things are moving right now. Italy not inclined to pay rubles for Russian gas. Draghi advisor. No, we were almost in the money again. That's 122. Jeez. This is big. We haven't had the cool off yet. Cooler. Why is oil going up but stocks are coming down? Well, that's usually how it's been. I mean, right now, if oil, the weird part's going to be if oil is up like it is today, and then the SPY keeps going green, then just wait. Then it's just going to get nuts. Because then, again, all of you guys are going to see that too. Everyone's going to be like, wait a minute. The market's green. What? They're just bullish, bro. At that point, it's not a good sign, though. But that's showing you that people are pretty much going to start ignoring some things. And we'll see if it actually persists. I feel a lot of it is fear of missing the rally. Well, you've seen that many times. And again, this is very typical for a quote-unquote bear market. Even though the NASDAQ has came back to break even, I don't know if we could call it a what's it called? A bear market. I think it still is, though. NASDAQ still has a long way to go, actually. Bro, you have it's a 1,000, about 2,000 points to go. But SPY's hitting a new high. Airbnb coming up there, too. I think Apple, Tesla is still going crazy. Even Amazon as well. Bro, the Amazon plays came back up. The ghetto spread has been helping, so that's good. But still, very, very wild. I thought those would have struggled a little bit more. Even the Airbnb, the spreads are bringing it up. Jeez. Kodak, Nonstop Party, Shopify, FOMO hit him. Wait till the bank stocks come up. If those come up, then you'll get like a full rally. Otherwise, we'll see. But yeah, still pretty decent there on the long term. You look at Roblox option chain, April 74 call. That's far. So you have to think about it. Roblox hasn't hit the 70s is a big level for it. We're going to deal with like 60 something. I mean, I guess 70 would be the earnings. You said April 1st. Italy not inclined to play. Rubles, you already got that one. 74 for what? They're all really cheap. You see what I'm saying? I would rather get like some of these ones at like 15 cents because you're still a couple of bucks closer. And it actually has they're all going to move the same, but you need these to actually like move. But some of these are just going for 5 cents. But I'm still, the leaps, we have old leaps that are all coming back to life and the shares. So the Airbnbs, I don't know. I'm going to have to see Airbnb again and even start keeping in mind earnings. Watch healthcare if that turns are ripping. Yeah, they're down just like XLF. Healthcare, a lot of the runners are still down. Was your overstock with recent news with BTSX security token? I haven't heard about that. I didn't look into it. The only thing I've looked into with overstock, they had a different type with the founder of like the ICE, I believe, was working with them. But overstock still it's going to deal with retail. I like it. I mean, if I was down more than 20%, that would be one I'd want to pick up. But it's like the same thing as Coinbase right now, so I'm kind of chilling. We taking the baton. Airbnb not till 5/12. I was thinking about it. Hero Motor Corps says income tax visited 2 offices. HMCL, but that's foreign. It looks like. Shopify's just been one of those runners. People keep bringing that one up on every day. We've heard Shopify because it just moves. Like, why is it up? Why is it down? So it can move. Fed Daily wants to march rates to about 2.5 at least, and then perhaps move above it. Bro, why is she like this? She wasn't like this 2 weeks ago. I don't know if you guys realize that. Dolly hasn't been like that. She's just been straight up like, nah, we don't need to do anything. We should slow down. And that's it. Who was it today? Was it Mester and someone else? They said I think a half a point rate hike is going to start being guaranteed at one of the meetings. We are going to see a double rate hike essentially. See, December's coming back down here. May is chilling, but it seems like the prevailing idea is that they are going to, we are going to get one of them. Now, Fed, they don't serve life terms. That's why they renominated Powell, and it's like 4 to 6 year terms. But they don't, usually it's customary for them to resign after a certain period and let somebody else be nominated. But I don't know. It's a very obscure non-branch of the government. Fed Daily, we're prepared to do whatever it takes. Oh, she's on right now.
Considered an equivalent to at least another
you heard her
rate hike.
yesterday.
And then, and this is something we often don't talk about either.
This is live.
We're making these adjustments at the same time other central banks across the globe are making similar types of adjustments, tightening policies. So we could get a lot of tightening in financial conditions globally, and that is something we have to think about. So I do think relative to previous periods of tightening, this is quite a bit of front loading, just as the SEP has indicated.
Well, Chairman Powell said on Monday that he's open to a 50 basis point move at the next meeting, and the market is certainly taking him at his word. Are you willing to support that?
I think the data will tell us whether 50 basis points or 25 basis points in the balance sheet is the right recipe, or 50 basis points in the balance sheet. These are all the tactics of how we get the policy rate adjusted, and the data will help guide us. So I would hate to front run those deliberations, but I will absolutely confirm what Chair Powell's confirmed for himself, which is that I have everything on the table right now. If we need to do 50, 50 is what we'll do. If we need to do 25 in balance sheet, that's what we'll do. But the data will help us determine how much is necessary. The important thing I think everybody listening would like to know is that we're committed to moving the policy rate in alignment with what the economy needs. And right now, it doesn't need all the extraordinary support that we've been offering.
What do you think the war in Ukraine is going to do to the global and U.S. economies? We had Christopher Waller, Governor Waller, on the board say that he didn't vote for 50 basis points last time because he was unsure. But Jim Bullard told me yesterday, we can't wait to find out. We have to act now. What do you think?
So when I look at and I put a couple of risks in front of people. So the invasion of Ukraine and the ensuing difficulties, first, my heart goes out to the Ukrainian people. But if you think about the effects on the economy, that it is definitely a global headwind. In the U.S., with the domestic economy, I see it as mostly a risk to inflation, further upward pressure on prices, gasoline. You already see it at the gas pumps, but also other commodity prices, which ultimately are inputs to goods that we are already finding high prices for. So I certainly think it is an upside risk to inflation. I factored that in. And I think it's a modest risk to growth, but not the kind that would produce anything like stagflation, because again, we're a net oil exporter right now. And so when prices rise, production in the US also increases and we get that offset on growth. But this is a big uncertainty shock. And then you also have this happening when it's clear that COVID is not completely behind us. In the US, we've been very fortunate. We feel like maybe we're moving to endemic, but they don't feel that in China right now or other parts of Asia or even in the UK. But particularly Asia, where the tolerance for COVID because of the vaccination rates are low is just lockdowns, and that disrupts supply chain. So I think all of these factors push up inflation and have a limited effect on growth, but certainly it's material that we should think about these things.
Well, Dallas Fed researchers put out a paper that scared a lot of people yesterday that said if Russian oil stays off the market for the remainder of 2022 in the way that it is right now, that a global recession is almost inevitable. Do you disagree?
So I think it's too early to call that we're going to have a global recession. And I think it's too early to call that this is, all research is a hypothetical. You're imagining what would happen, a counterfactual, if you will, that hasn't occurred yet. So I think it's useful. Our models are very useful. Our research is extremely useful in laying out the possibilities, but the probabilities don't often match up to those possibilities. And so right now, when I look out, I see a very limited chance the U.S. will fall into a recession. I do feel that the global economy will slow. How much it slows and how much people adapt to the changing conditions that we find ourselves in, I think is still uncertain. But the bottom line is that countries across the globe are facing something really important, which is inflation that's far too high for their tolerance and for their price stability goals. And we also have these risks on the horizon, which is why, I have stated that I don't think it's appropriate to, really ratchet up so quickly that we forget about the risks out there, but rather we be data dependent. We see how the data comes in, and we're prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure price stability and in the wake of all of the other challenges that we have.
I suspect if I asked you if we could reach a soft landing, you would say, yes, we can. But let me put it this way. What are the odds that we can, that the Fed won't tighten too much? That seems to be a major concern on global Wall Street.
Well, certainly I'm committed to doing everything that I can and we can to achieve a soft landing. And we've got periods of history. Alan Blinder, who was the former vice chair of the Fed, is doing work on this. It shows we've had periods of history where we've had a soft landing. And so it's not unusual that we can achieve that. But what it requires is just what you said. It requires us to be diligent about getting the right amount of accommodation for the economy. But, I'll use an analogy if you'll bear with me. And it's one that I use when I try to explain policymaking to
Tesla,
people.
Intel popping.
NVIDIA
says interested in exploring Intel as a foundry.
Down there, you hope that I'm aware and I've got my foot on the brake and I'm slowing, but you're also hoping that I'm not slamming the brake on and throwing you from the back to the front seat, because that would be disruptive. And so a smooth landing is about adjusting the policy rate as quickly as we can to get the right amount of accommodation in the economy for what the economy demands, but not doing it so abruptly that we are disruptive in the doing. And I think the disruption can come from just moving too quickly, but it can also come from imagining that there are only a few risks out there when there are really, multitude of risks. And so that's how I'm approaching it, in a balanced way with commitment to get price stability. I really want every American to wake up and not think about inflation.
For those of you who are listening to this on Bloomberg Radio, this is the Bloomberg Diversity Summit, and we are speaking with Mary Daly, the president of the San Francisco Fed. Madam President, in August 2020, the Fed announced a new framework for its monetary policy. Let the economy run hot, let inflation rise a little bit before reacting, so that more people can find jobs, particularly minorities and women. And this is where we transition to the diversity question. First, is that framework now junk, given what's happened with inflation?
No, I actually think the framework has served us well, because, the framework wasn't just about that. It didn't just say, oh, let's run the economy hot and employ as many people as possible. What it said is we have a multitude of conditions we could face. One of the conditions was the one we'd been challenged by for the decade leading up to the framework, which is after an 11-year expansion, we were not yet able to get inflation stably up to 2%, which is our target. And we know the risks of inflation below the target are also costly. They're not just inflation above the target. So the second thing we learned is that we just didn't really know. We have estimates, but we do not know what full employment is.
Don't trade it. I made a play April 14th. I kept it really cheap on Intel. I spent like $40, but be very, very careful with how it's moving. But that's pretty good news.
Full employment is a broad and inclusive goal, and our target for inflation is not 2% a perceived ceiling. It's 2% on average. And so those are two things that we held to. So then you roll into the pandemic, and what it allows us to say is, look, to all the consumers and businesses out there, we are committed to ensuring that inflation is 2% on average and that full employment is met. We eliminate shortfalls. And so here we are today, and we have eliminated shortfalls in employment. I think if you're a firm out there, you recognize there is not a shortfall in employment. There's a shortfall in numbers of people who want your jobs. And so that goal has been achieved. And we have inflation that's too high. But if you trace back the reasons for inflation being too high, it doesn't trace back to the framework. It traces back to supply shocks on the supply chain,
like Powell.
The rotation of all of us to buying, exercise equipment and home improvement goods rather than partaking in vacations and other services. and the fact that we just lived through a global pandemic and we're still struggling with it. So those are things that the framework's well equipped to do, because we now say full employment, we have a strong labor market, and we're committed to getting using our tools, which we've always had. The framework didn't tie our hands. Using our tools, the policy rate, the balance sheet reductions, to bring inflation back to our definition of price stability. So I see that as serving us well. And importantly, the employment recovery has been broad and inclusive, and something that I think we'll look back on and say that was a success after a global pandemic.
Well, the way monetary policy works, you raise interest rates, that slows demand, which slows investment, which slows or constricts hiring. So what do you say to blacks or Hispanics or Asians or women who would say, yes, we have an inflation problem, but it's my job you're talking about?
Well, what is true is that the rates of unemployment, the rates of quits, all the things we can look at have wage growth. That's been going up most rapidly for those at the lowest part of the wage distribution. Blacks and Hispanics and women, the unemployment rates for those groups have been falling. For Asian Americans, falling, and really starting to narrow some of those gaps. In fact, we're seeing things in the labor market. I've been a student of the labor market for my entire career. We're seeing things in the labor market that we often don't see until very late in an expansion. And so the good news is we're already seeing those things. The important question for me, as I think about this from a policymaker's perspective in an equity summit, is, we have to be nimble in our policy. So right now, inflation is top of mind because inflation is a regressive tax. The very people we care a lot about in terms of equitable inclusion in the labor market are the very people who are being most ill affected by the rapid rise in prices. So these are intertwined goals. They're not trade-off goals. And intertwined goals means that full employment depends on price stability. Price stability depends on full employment. And what I tell all of the groups who you just named and anyone else who asks is that achieving one achieves both. If we do them together, we'll get an economy that's sustained. And we do know this, that for the groups that have been historically less advantaged in our economy, a sustained expansion is the best remedy to many, many of the problems that they face.
I want to broaden out the discussion of diversity now, but before I do that, I want to help familiarize some of our viewers with maybe a little bit about your story. You came from a broken family, dropped out of high school, ultimately got a GED, then went and got a bachelor's, master's, a PhD, ended up in the research department at the San Francisco Fed, then became the research director, and in 2018 became the president of the San Francisco Fed, succeeding John Williams. You're the second female president for the bank and the first openly gay woman to lead a central bank. So you know a lot about diversity, which sets the stage for a few questions here. And I want to start with diversity at the Fed. The system, not necessarily your bank, but the system has been heavily criticized for being a bastion of white males from privileged educational backgrounds. Can you diagnose the problem? How has that affected policy and ultimately Americans who are being affected by the Fed's decisions?
Well, so let me start by saying something that I hope all of us would agree to. I certainly hold this as a North Star, that we make our best policy decisions when we reflect the people we serve. So this is ultimately the public's Fed. And if we have the people around the table, and I importantly want to make a distinction between what I would call decorative diversity, where you have a lot of different people around the table, but only a few people have voice. So we have to have a diverse group of people, but we have to have a diverse group of people with voice who can help spot problems and broker solutions and come up with ideas that create the best policy for every American. Now, the question is, why have we historically not had that kind of diversity? Why have we not represented the people we serve in terms of our research department? So let me talk about economics. Economics is a profession that if you compare us to some other of the scientific professions with the STEM professions, we actually have a poor track record in terms of diverse groups taking up and getting a PhD. And since it requires a lot of technical expertise to be in the research department of the Federal Reserve, then we've ultimately felt like, okay, we can't do better. But the truth is we can do better. And you can do better on a variety of fronts. First, you could recognize that simply having a macro or a finance degree isn't the only way you can contribute in monetary policy. I'm a microeconomist studying labor economics. And when I came to the Fed, there was a question about whether I'd ever be allowed to even go to the FOMC. And here I am. And I think I make a contribution. So I think, that proves a point that is broader than me. It proves a point that different ways of looking at things, if you're not in the traditional fields, can be helpful. But those are also fields that have more women, more minorities who partake in them. So that's one thing. The second thing is we can change the pipeline. The Federal Reserve is one of the biggest purchasers of economists in the U.S. marketplace. And we are actively working as a system to try to change the pipeline, get young people to think about PhDs or economics as a degree that they would like, go out and talk to people. Ultimately, Mike, I'll say that I've always compared it to this. Economics is a little bit like the people, I know you've all been to these houses where they invite you to their house and then they tell you how they'd like you to behave so that they feel comfortable having you there. And I want economics to be the profession that we all have been to these houses as well. People invite you to their house, they open their doors, they can't wait for you to bring your full self to it. And then they may learn something but they just want you to be who you are. And economics has not traditionally been that profession, but I know that we can
I
be.
try to follow that one to the
Reserve
end.
And all my colleagues, we're devoted
Who's
to
telling me to do what when I
home
come to
everybody
their
wants
house?
to go to.
Hold on.
Well, it's interesting you say that because you've told a story
How am I
about
going to be
how,
myself
in
if I
some
can't be
graduate
myself?
Schools, many of the schools have all kinds of welcoming efforts to try to get people into the schools, and economics hasn't done that. And one of the reasons we may see fewer minorities and women is they don't feel like it's a welcoming profession and that they can advance. How do you change that?
Well, I think we have to get out there. I implore schools to do this, and some schools are doing this. But in the absence of being able to implore people to do it, we'll just do it. So, my colleagues and I are here in San Francisco, but elsewhere, we're just going to schools ourselves and talking about the value of being in economics. And we're starting, we just had an essay contest to bring in a young researcher to have that person work here with us and invest in them. Now, we're piloting a variety of these projects, but getting it to scale is the harder part, and it's going to take more people than us. But I definitely think this is possible. But what would make me very happy is if I walked onto the campus of any university in the United States and I saw gigantic welcoming signs like they have in computer science saying, "We want you, please come to our department for a mixer." And think of all the young people of all kinds, maybe from a rural area. I didn't even come from an Ivy League school. And so, that was not very inviting for me. But boy, what if we change that equation? That would be tremendous. So I'm an optimist by nature. So I'm eager to work on these things. But I do think it's going to take more than just optimism. It's going to take intention. It's going to take changes in practices. It's going to take the idea that if we were entrepreneurs and our pay depended on it, we would create a 5-year plan and we would have deliverable improvement in 5 years. And that's the mindset I bring to this.
Now,
she just got a
you've done
Bloomberg
some
message
studies that show this is not just the right thing.
Somebody
to do,
just got a
it's
Bloomberg
the
message.
Economically prudent thing to do. I think you did a research paper that suggested that it costs the U.S. economy, this lack of diversity, about $3 trillion a year, 70 trillion since 1990. This is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. And the reason we did this paper is that
her prof pick is way different.
The issues of equity and inclusion and
I'm gonna hit her up though.
to,
I think
get relegated
she's not accepting messages
to a fairness debate or a social issue, but actually they're important for our economic fortitude, our competitiveness as a nation, the ability I think all of us want to have, which is to give the next generation a better and brighter future than the one we inherited. And if we're leaving this much talent on the table, we put a dollar amount on it. That's just putting a dollar amount on the literally millions of Americans that we leave their talents on the table. Either they have barriers that don't allow them to go into the things that they'd be best at or the things that they're most interested in, or we simply don't even employ them. They just aren't part of the labor market. And so the point of the work was to show that an inclusive economy is a productive and competitive economy that has a bigger pie that can then be divided across a variety of us. It's an evolution of that famous phrase, "We all do better when we all do better." I think this is beyond fairness. This is really about about our livelihoods and our future.
I want to ask the sort of the how did you do it question, and that is that if I did a survey, I think it would be very hard to find any boss of any color who would say, I'm not going to hire a person because they're a minority or because they're a woman, but they don't get hired. So how does that change? How did you manage to work your way up?
Well, that's a good question. And so the way I worked my way up, if you will, is that, I was really fortunate that people mentored me, sponsored me, talked to me. I've said publicly, Janet Yellen is one of my great mentors. So what did that mean? It meant that Janet was willing to sit down and have coffee with me. Or if we were at an airport waiting for a plane, because we had traveled together, she'd just start talking to me about how she did it and what she did and things to think about and things to do. And that's really just a series of conversations with a variety of people that really helped me get to where I am. And then the question is, do we want to leave that to chance? Someone once asked me, what do you take from having made it? And I said that we have a problem where we're actually, the fact that we talk about me means that it's unusual. And if it's unusual, it means we're leaving lots of other people on the table. So behind the scenes. So one of the things that we've done in San Francisco, which, we're working on this, but we're hoping that other people will join and we'll get best practices, is we launched something we call the Framework for Change. And the Framework for Change is how do we get in there the elements of that equity that actually lead to outcomes like myself so that we can scale my experience. And it's about changing processes. It's about changing posting requirements so that you have to post all the jobs. It's about giving people interview help. It's about making sure we understand that we might.
Okay, so I don't know if the beginning started with a lot of economic talk. I know some of you guys were like, why are we talking about this? It's literally like a diversity conference, so hopefully the context will give you some insight to that. But she did say some stuff. She was getting a little bit hawkish there. Then it kind of started turning into that. Why Verizon? So even with Altria, my logic was, it sucks that they went down now, but I still like them. Good thing we got one more week. But communications, they were doing good leading into all of this. And then today, when the market wasn't looking too hot before Tesla and Amazon started going crazy, I was looking at the names that were up. So I figured Altria X dividend, and then Verizon as well. Excuse me, I have VZ up. It's the same thing. They've been dropping here, but the last drop, they were doing good. So I was like, all right, communications, they might be a decent one here. I thought we'd go for it, but we'll see what happens already. Today's still a mixed bag. We've had a lot of movement. We don't even have Euro close yet, but it's still the market is digesting a lot today. Again, energy is a key, but AMC is moving again. The growth stocks, a lot of these random runners there, they've really came to life. So keep your eye out for this one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Domenico. Hey, happy holidays. These random runners. Yes, it's the tech, it's the rotation out of value into tech, but it hasn't been fully confirmed yet. Again, especially with where we're at. Did I add Verizon to the long term? No, I just grabbed it as an option trade. Roblox, and then bonds today too. They were going down during all of that. That's what we got to look at. Financials getting work. Yeah, because bonds went up today. So the bonds actually had a chill out day. They stopped the onslaught from the last couple days. Roblo is going crazy. Snap again. It could be, I think it is part of a short squeeze here, but it's still not, I don't know how to describe it. Let's see. Maybe we could check the flows. Tech would be bullish, was hit the hardest. It does. Roblox going wild. So here's inflows and outflows on the S&P ETF, the SPY. So even in the last couple weeks, that's what we've been saying. It's like you haven't had the biggest of money, but a lot of money came in at the bottom. But it reminds me of this move right here a little bit. December leading into all of this. I'm just still worried about bonds, honestly. That's it. Otherwise, right now, today's like one of the days bonds chilled back, stocks didn't go any crazier. So we're still really in the same position as yesterday of deciding the difference between the two. Email the trading fraternity off market in Grant Valcaria, Florida. I responded to Brandon this morning. Did you send it to tradingfraternity@gmail.com? No, send it again. I'll take a look. Square, AMC, Roblo, Snapchat. Yeah, Square's back up on the high. I don't know if the Square plays are going to come back to life. We still got time. No, they're holding up pretty decent. Tech ain't going anywhere in 10 years, so it's my long-term pick. I mean, if you operate with that framework and you space out your deposits and purchases, I'm 100% with you. That's kind of been my logic with everything. It's just if I like the company right now, I've been buying it, but I'm not getting emotional based on the market price. And what I mean by that is that I'm not letting crazy activity push me to deposit more, to FOMO, to get outside of my schedule, and vice versa. Even if it's a very attractive dip, even if it's going down, doing that, I'm not really trying to do the same thing as well. The Spy Death Cross. Go watch the video I put on the watch list. Spy Death Cross. I mean, usually some people think it's a bottom because usually by the time the technical crosses, because technicals are usually a lagging indicator, by the time it's crossed, usually most of the pain has already been seen. So literally since the Spy did a death cross, I believe we've bounced. Correct or no? What's this 50-day? It's 50-day over 200. Yeah. So take a look. This was your death cross. So right here is your quote-unquote technical death cross, 50 over 100. You had one more like slightly lower day. Did not go any lower than the low set before. And then we've just rocketed since. But we did, I think that was the video title, Death Cross. And then we talked about what it actually meant. And I pulled up some quotes from a couple of people. All right, let me see. I got your email now. Let me double check that one. Where is Grant, Florida? Oh, it's kind of like it's hella north up there. Kind of nice. I've never heard of Grant, Florida. Has anybody ever heard of Frisco, Texas, too? Do you like Frisco, Texas? I got another lead there. And it's nice. It could be a cult compound, but it's in Frisco, Texas. Is it good? Is it nice up there? Is it actually nice? I live in Frisco. Why are all of you in Frisco? Our Roblox biggest Chicle of the day. And then what about Grant, Florida? I'll check, but I'll get back to you, Jeremiah, on that one. We'll see. A lot's moving right now. Is Frisco closer to Dallas or is it closer to Houston? I just got to pull up a map. See, I just look at the numbers and then I pull. Oh, it's like Dallas. Oh, Frisco's dope. North of Dallas. All right, that's cool. Move to Texas. I don't think I would move to Texas, but, you know, we're always down to get properties. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm Middle Eastern. Are we allowed to go to Texas? Is that, I know there's a lot of Egyptians, but, you know, we still kind of scared of the Harley Davidsons from time to time. You know, you never, you know what I'm saying? You never know. You'll love it for tax purposes. Not if you buy property, though. Texas has the worst property taxes in the nation. Blue Owl Capital, they're dropping. Blue Owl, this thing's getting clapped right now. Jobless claim. Joey, have jobless claims this week. And where's Intel? That one, I don't know. That one didn't do anything. They're holding the same price, but it was reacting to the NVIDIA news. Microsoft. Owl's still getting clapped. Microsoft's back to where Facebook was. It's funny. Facebook hasn't moved. They're now all matched up. Microsoft, Amazon. Amazon went green. It was like 0.4. Yeah, but that's the thing. So property taxes there. I don't know. I found a Colt compound. It's cheap. It's $1 million, but it's like dope. So, but it's in Frisco, Texas. It's not the biggest, but it's like literal, like, it's compound vibes. And I was like, I like it a lot. It's off market too. They're not cheap. This one is different. It's commercial property, so but the property taxes will be wild. SPY gas, it is. Thing is, we're not at 450 though. We're below where we closed yesterday. I mean, yesterday wasn't a bad day. Where was it? It was the day before. That was Monday, where we ended up a little bit lower, but we didn't go that low. We're not like, it's a weird purgatory. And then Intel's starting to climb back up. Those premiums are the same. Is there a tax incentive for it? Not really. It would just be, it's a cool property. I like it. It's one of the best I've seen that would meet those objectives, and it's still relatively affordable. CFVI Chicle. They're still in SPAC mode too. And then DWalk up 2. Apple, Microsoft. The Amazons came up, but the ghetto spread was a great idea. That's worked out nice. The EWZs are up a lot. They're 150, 160. The Airbnbs are holding on the ask, but not the bid. And then where's Bobo? So a little Chicle there at the top. And the Boeings, I think they're still down 20% or 16. Still in the wheat play. I still like it more than ever. Again, the headlines are just slow. Just keep that in mind. But now, like, people are starting to talk about the wheat equipment. So literally, EWZ, no. EWZ wasn't a scanner play. The VWO one was, but EWZ, that was my idea that morning because I've been seeing a lot of emerging markets and then Brazil and then playing the commodities without playing the commodities. I was like, okay, we've talked about the logic with somebody's going to be a winner in all of this. As like global trade gets messed up, as food, all of that, one of these countries will be one. So it was good. It's a good play. It's a very, very good play. If you got it in there, it was a very, very nice one. But the thing I don't like about it is that 16% of it is Vale. So it's a lot of it is just really reacting to that too. But what were we saying with wheat? The farming equipment. I took a picture of the headline. I don't know if let me see. Yeah, here it is. Wheat spraying rigs listed at 600,000 as farmers rush to plant. Russia's invasion threatens Black Sea export. Wheat surged by 32 in the last month, touched record high. But now these wheat rigs to plant, it cost, how you say? It cost, I think, $450 or $500 for a brand new rig. Yeah, why are we coming down there? It just flipped. No, there's nothing. He's already too far out when you got it. Yeah, that's why I only went in with like $100 or something. No, nothing's coming. That's a big move down to VWAP right after hitting the top there, and volume's picking up. I'd look at oil. See, I mean, bonds are coming back up too, so there's some reaction, but check oil or any of the commodities. Deer could be good, again, with that wheat news, but pretty much a lot of the wheat rigs are on back order, and now they're going for the same price used as they are brand new. Putin says Russian asset freeze by foreign countries destroyed trust, not confirmed, might be old. That's Fresno slow, but surely should see it. Sorry, Frisco, I think. Fresno. Biden, we don't know. He should be giving an update there from NATO, but remember, like we said earlier, none of it is confirmed. Confirmed but old. Spies just literally just flipped right now. AMC's going high. You're getting AMC squeeze back to 21. It's up 18%. Bonds are shooting up, and then SPY is coming down right now. Sun Pharma to settle Ranbaxy generic drug matter, $48 million. Yeah, everything kind of took a candle there. I don't know if banks are already still clapped. BB Blackberry. Is this the squeeze we've been waiting for on AMC? I don't know. Again, is the last 2 days, even after hours yesterday was on fire. And then the China hedge funds they're buying the dip on China beating down tech. So there's like this one China hedge fund that announced that they've just been buying all of the beaten down tech. It's like kind of like, at the beginning of 2021 when everybody started buying penny stocks and then these low value names and then going crazy like we saw with GameStop. It's like the signs of it are kind of forming in China, but there's the last 3 or 4 days there's been this wave of, wait a minute, maybe we do get a value rotation out of value into tech. They're going to end up like the metal guy. They're buying. They're not shorting. What happened? SPY dip. It just went straight down to what's it called? It went straight down to Alcoa. That was at a dip, and then we could have picked that one up. That one did actually show up on the scanner, but I didn't think. I was like, I don't know. U.S. government is scrutinizing DD, whether it's a danger to national security. DD might come down off of that. Is that just coming out, or is that old? DD's, if there's news there on DD, they could get affected, but I mean, you got some limited downside. from Protocol. Defense letter reviewed by Protocol. It's getting reaction now. D is supposed to get delisted. Should have. Watch out for that. Peak is China. They're huge overbought rate. Their China's real estate market is crashing. SPY's coming down, bro. This is getting pretty vertical. I don't know. 448.40 to 446.40. It's like 2 points in like 5 minutes, maybe like 7 minutes. Again, I'd watch the DD there, but watch everything else. I don't know. Oil, I think they will be coming up right now. And then any of the commodity plays. Yeah, it's getting a little aggressive there. Yeah, so MO's starting to come. We'll see if any of those names from earlier this morning come back. That's big. Microsoft hack news coming out. There was some stuff the other day, remember, with Okta? And then it was Lapsus, the hacking group, got him. But watch out for that. Palo Alto's hitting a 52-week high right now. No news on this SPY. We just got that DD news. It seems like it's confirmed, but we don't know if that's causing this. And then literally we just hit a high, and then everything just flipped right there. That's a big move, though. It's like two points all of a sudden. 2 points in like 10 to 15 minutes. I blame AMC. Well, you're getting a lot of squeeze activity today all across. May double hike back up there again. Watch the bonds because the bonds they chilled out today and it's staying in this pace. December's it's pretty much everything's just like yesterday on the Fed futures front. Just normal tech issues by GME. That's what they say last time. Maybe, but today, I mean, again, the Europe energy security is a problem here today, and we still don't have any updates on that. And then now anything in the meantime between us and Russia, Europe and Russia, and then if oil starts going crazy, I mean, it's just not good. But crude's not even going nuts right now. It's just holding up. There's no news that came out off of it. We just kind of had a little bit of a reversal right there. We topped out and then just came right back. That was a very interesting 15 minutes. Yeah, the banks didn't move. Bonds didn't. Bonds came up, and you could say that correlated. Any of these bigger bond moves, you've started to see the market kind of respond today because, again, bonds are wacky, and we're not the only one who notices this. And that's why today, I mean, you probably heard it. They even said the first thing on Bloomberg. They said, bonds are the big story right now. And that's why it's they finally chilled out. We'll see the market reaction. That's the only thing I could see. Euro close comes in 15 minutes. So we'll see where that puts us. This probably wasn't good for premium. Huh? Mo chilling now. See, right when it goes up and then VZ clapped. DD, they had a little reaction, came back. I mean, China's still up 5% right now, or at least Baba is. Snow, we do some retesting. SFB or SPB, Spectrum Brands. Coca-Cola, what was the other one? PPC. They held up. Yang calls for China going back down. Maybe, I mean, the thing about China is very interesting because Tencent, they like denied the share buyback, and then Tencent came in, and then they were like, nah, we're going to follow the government's orders. But then China went up today. So it's a little contradicting. So we'll see. And yes, today is the 2-year anniversary of the COVID crash. So March 23rd, 2020, I believe, is when we like bottomed out and the markets were crazy. Two years, bro. 2 years. So SPY just bounced up to VWAP. That was a wild move. It seemed pretty big, but there was no news that correlated with it. Only thing we got now is like the bond market doing its thing, and then you also have Tesla here. It's my cult anniversary. 2 years. How do you feel? 2 years. Bro, 2 years ago, we were buying water bottles. You getting cash from an ATM. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, man. Welcome. I did not get your email. I don't remember reading anything from New York or Lake Buffalo. Man, that's crazy. Life-changing wealth creation, greatest wealth transfer in history. I have an unpopular opinion. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for it, Chad? It's tinfoil. Tinfoil. Okay? Tinfoil. You ready? And yeah, Jeff, I did get your email as well, too. But here it is. Here it is. The greatest transformation of wealth. You know, this great, like, historical wealth transformation. You've heard of it? It hasn't even started yet. I know. I know. I know. It's unpopular. I know. I know. Yes. I know. It's gonna. You're like, how? I don't get it. Just think about it. You really, nothing ever. Remember what I even told you? I said, hey, it's only been 2 years. You guys gotta. It's like just like even with paying your taxes. I've told you this when you first get rich. It's called the fluke test. Oh, y'all don't feel me. It's just like when somebody says, like, oh, what if I want to buy this before my deposit? And I said, nah, because if in that same time period, if it stays the same, it's a fluke. So it's not pretty much it's not like I don't think it's happened yet. That's all it comes down to. You've had a lot of wealth transfer, you've had a lot of people make money, but it doesn't mean that wealth has actually transferred. Literally, we're talking to the point of, again, if a lot of people made money and then give it right back within 2 to 3 years, what wealth got transferred? They say, you could go take all the money in the world right now, divide it up equally amongst everybody, and then chances are everything would probably wind up right back into the hands of a controlled few still. So it's still not there yet. I think is the way to put it. So it's good for you. That means you're early, and that's why just keep in mind history. Keep in mind the 70s, the period. I mean, 10 years is a long time, is the best way to put it. Again, that's why I'm saying just please make sure you own stuff. Make sure you own the good stuff. Be wise. Do what you need to. Again, real estate is an opportunity, but that's why it's not like I'm saying, get a deal. You don't need to rush into it. This is why you get the long term. You save up around the side. You have a plan with it, but make sure you're holding good quality. But quite frankly, I don't think a real wealth transfer has happened. It's hard to say wealth has transferred if people don't keep that wealth for a decade. Does that make sense? So it's like even then, at least 5 years. realistically speaking. But you wouldn't say somebody like if you made $100 million in the last 2 years, and then by year 5, year 10, you're back to $1 million. What has happened? You were rich for a little bit, but did you really transfer any wealth? That wealth went somewhere. Eventually, it goes somewhere. But that's what I'm saying is that wealth, like people say wealth transfer. It's not getting rich. It's like literally wealth transferring. Wealth is, to a degree, it's defined by quantity, but also time. I mean, wealth, you could say, is how much time could your money buy you, essentially. So, but yeah, unpopular opinion, tinfoil. It's just not, I don't think it's started yet. Simple as that. So you're early. And that's why be wise. Be wise. Don't lose hope now, because imagine that. Imagine you tell people it's already transferred. Imagine if people believe it. People look around and then they start seeing all the prices and you're like, oh, man. And then guess what? Now your mindset, your attitude is defeat. If you already think that it happened and started, you're viewing the whole situation. You're going to be hopeless for the next decade if you really think about it. Like it's really, you could get people out of the game. You could get people not really thinking about the right stuff. Like, well, I'm just going to enjoy it. I already missed it. It only happened for 6 months and then that's it. So, but I really think it's just not there. And I think timing. And I think if more people think it's already in the process and they missed it, it'll actually be easier to transfer wealth in the long run. Is buying the house for my dad, do I need my own agent? No. Don't get an agent involved too, because the minute you get an agent involved with that deal and you sign a paper, they're entitled to the contract. So just be careful. How do we funnel it our way besides real estate? You're going to do it how everybody gets wealth. Own something. You need to own it. You need to own real estate. You need to own good quality stocks. You got to be able to disperse your money at the right times, aka don't hold on to it in the periods where it's getting weak, and then you need to be able to hold it in the periods when it's getting strong. And you could use that to do stuff, but you really you want to own stuff. You want to own and keep it. And that's why I'm saying, like, it's not about getting as much as you can. That's why it's like everybody's like with real estate running into, it's like, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say buy as many houses as you can. That's why some people are like, should I cash out and buy another one? Cash out, refinance? I'm saying no. Keep it to the point where you could hold a lot of it, where you could hold it for a long time. You know, again, it's what I've even told you with like me keeping reserves and stuff like that. So that's what you got to really keep your mind on, is that if you own, that's why the long term is so beautiful. Again, I mean, God bless you. And I really hope you guys stick with it and don't let this nonsense back and forth with up and you even see it on the downside, people complaining. What now with the long term? You see what you caught every single penny of any rally. And at the worst case scenario, what you thought was bad, I mean, was it really that bad? It all depends on what you're holding. Some people were either gained positive 20%, some a little bit more if they had Tesla, some if you had a couple of bad growth plays, you were down 40%, maybe 30%. But now you're seeing how it's playing out. So, but the long term is another great way to do it. But just make sure you're not like, just don't get hustled. Don't be acting like you didn't learn all of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Act like the sophisticated investor that you are. Some of you guys have knowledge, education. Again, you've listened to me enough, I believe. I don't know, maybe I'm tooting my own horn, but at the end of the day, I know a lot of you guys are very, very savvy in here. Just don't let your emotions knock you out of that and take advantage of everything going on here. That's what I'm saying. You just got to be a savvy investor and understand, like, bro, don't be the generation that knows everything and owns nothing. And at the end of the day, you see it. Like, bro, if people know so much, like, why aren't they doing it? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, again, people saying, oh, the wealth transfer already occurred. It's already, if that was like, things would feel a lot more different if that was the case. You hear a lot of people, you hear a lot of theories with it, but the whole point is a savvy investor You need to know what is right and do it regardless of what everybody around you is saying. It's as simple as that. That's all it comes down to. It's like saying, well, I know this is going to do this, and this is how it is. I mean, this, again, and from inflation to real estate to commodities or anything, it's looking at it and saying, hey, this happened. This is going to happen now. This is a consequence, or I can reasonably expect this. If nobody agrees with you and no one sees, everyone will tell you, blah, 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 this and that, but it's going to be on you to be wise about it. It's going to be on you to only get one house and protect that value of that house while everybody around you is getting rich and you see them buying 10, 20 houses because 4 or 5 years later, if things do change, well, you're going to be in a better position. That's why I don't know if you understand the humor. Like, literally every time I say I bought a house and somebody's like, it's going to crash, I'm like, little do you know about the plan that we have in place. Do you see what I'm saying? Little do you know about the reserves. Little do you know how long we waited to make sure, and all of the other stuff we could have gotten passed up on, but we chose to go with one deal, one specific deal, one below market, stuff like that. That's why I'm saying it's going to be on. Savvy is saying, hey, okay, I know what the right move is. I set myself up. But you don't need more than one house. You don't need more than 2 houses. You don't need to go crazy. Again, with the long term, you don't need to be buying right when the prices are doubling and everyone's getting hyped. You don't need to increase your deposit. When Josh is talking about Airbnb, you don't need to go buy Airbnb right away. But then at the same time, when it hits the bottom and it's going low, you don't need to say, I'm scared now. Maybe the market's gonna crash. Maybe I'll sell out and buy back in. And again, all of that is just not sophisticated. And that's where it's like, just don't forget the age-old knowledge of investing. I mean, at the end of the day, if owning stocks just goes back to the basic plan, it's like, bro, you're going to get rich if you own this shit. That's all in the long term. That's all it really comes down to. You just can't forget. In the meantime, while everyone's buying and selling, going here and there, whatever it may be, it's like, bro, Warren Buffett, all of a sudden, his wealth is now on the top of the world. I wonder why. It's because the stocks just keep doing the same shit they've done for the last 100 and something years. You see what I'm saying? I realized that the moment the Wheat CEO said hedge funds pay people not to talk about where the money is. Like, I know they did it, but I can never confirm it. No, 100%. It's not like that. They pay for it and it's not popular. That's all. You have to understand the difference between popular and not. Hate to break it to you guys, Colt, we are not popular. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I could go give you the best information. I could go give you all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, certain things aren't going to be popular. Commodities aren't popular. The real way money is going, not popular. Bonds are not popular. Just people don't like this shit. It's just not. So it's one, yeah, you could say it's conspiracy, but at the end of the day, it's not popular. And on top of it, they pay people to just stay in a realm. You have to realize that, like, you could get offers to work privately than not. Literally, that's just what it is at the end of the day. So you could react to that, but here's the best part. It doesn't matter. This goes back to my discussion yesterday. It's like, all of this dialogue, it doesn't even matter. Do you know the end destination? I do. They still own stocks. There's a lot of rich people in the world who, especially if there's going to be a wealth transformation, they're not going to lose their wealth. They're going to get even richer. You want to own the same shit that they are owning. It's very simple. The difference is, is y'all think I don't like, you think I like Trump, you think I don't like Biden, you think I'm this, you think I'm that. Well, guess what? I don't care about any of them, but I damn sure own all of the companies that them and their friends own. No, y'all don't feel. Is it on? It's on. But that's kind of what I'm getting at here, is that at the end of the day, any sort of wealth transformation, you got to know where this shit is going. You got to be savvy enough to survive anything going on. But at the end of the day, too, though, your long-term and just being wise about your investments and being able to hold them and set yourself up like that, that's going to be the winner. Again, hedge funds, people, these little things, you got a bunch of little scams here and there. People are going to rise this stock, go. Some will offer, some will dump on people. Who knows? But at the end of the day, tell me how many wealth dynasties in the world own Altria, own Abivai, own Coca-Cola. Do you see what I'm saying? Even Microsoft, even Amazon. I'm not going against the tech. Even Tesla at this point, that's something you're going to have to think about. But there's a lot of names. I can name you maybe 500 of them, like the S&P 500. But a lot of the other ones, they're not going to necessarily hit that category. So keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. But tinfoil, I don't think the great wealth transformation is not even started. That's it. Are we watching inflation? Are we watching a 1970, 1980 era? Yes. But that's also not when the wealth transformation started. It was after the 80s. It was 1970 to 1980. If you were really good and you were really early and you played it out perfectly and didn't get lost in the sauce and confusion, you got a good head start. But it was 1980 and beyond, that's where things started getting really nutty. That's when your long terms would go up hundreds of percent at a time. We're conditioning right now. I agree. I think so. I think this is conditioning. That's what I'm saying. It's some people think it's already over. Some people are getting scared by the volatility. It goes up and down. And then now you have people, well, last time I bought for inflation, it's like people are just, it's all the confusion and shit. 1980 to 2002, then 2002 came down, and then 2002 to 2009. Again, it started getting bumpy from there, but really, go look at like 1970, 1980. That was its own thing. 1980 to 2002 was nutty. AA new high, indeed. I know I missed that one. It was on the scanner. The difference is that in time, interest rates were at 20%. There's nothing different. I mean, you could look at a lot of those similarities, but like I'm saying, don't be the generation that knows everything and owns nothing. So you can know that fact. Yes, interest rates are different than 20, 30 years ago. They better be. But it doesn't change the fact of ownership and how situations like this will be playing out, where it's very simple, especially when people are talking about it a lot too, of wealth transfer, all that. You're watching all of these different things. Again, you're seeing areas get so popular and then the real money is being completely ignored. So just keep that in mind. It's like there is a lot of nuances and differences in between that we could look back on, but at the end of the day, the equity formula and owning the right things, that does not change. Crypto's still going crazy. It's so hard to determine if the market's going up or down in the short term. Thoughts? You don't need to worry about it. What you need to worry about is will you need your money in that 2 months. That's the key right now. Then you make that decision. Otherwise, if you don't need the money, you're going to have it sit in a bank account or stocks either way. So you might as well put it towards something again. And then back to what we just said with some of the quality there. Just go buy any stock Joe Biden's friends own is the best way to put it to you. But at the end of the day, it's still, if you need the money or not. This is what I mean. Again, in the last 12 months, some of you guys sold long-term, some of you didn't. But my question is, did you need the money? That will really show you a lot, because otherwise, if you didn't need the money, you noticed your account went up, it went down, it went up, but you still have your money. And it's not as if anything's really you still have the money. All it is you could have bought the same things for cheaper. Did you guys notice how I explained that to my sister the other day? So here's Colt's sister. So she just started it, right? But I had to explain it to her, right? It's been a couple of months. Some of the plays did good, some did bad. But do you hear what I remember? What I told her? I said, did you lose? She didn't lose any money. At the end of the day, nobody did, unless you sold. Like if you sell out now, yeah. But think about it. I told her to put a small amount she is never going to need to start saving money. So the real difference between right now, because think about it, you're like, well, I want to keep trading. I'm going to invest again, that's the plan. But just take a look. All that's happened is that now you could buy the exact same things for 7% cheaper. That's it. So you could have just bought this for $200 cheaper, So if you wanted to wait 6 months to start, you would have just been able to buy the exact same things we're holding now, but it would have been $200 cheaper. That's the same thing. That's why let's go to another portfolio. So here, since we started, you have $16,000 in gains. So yeah, 20%, but it's like you look at it saying, hey, did we make any money? No. Because I guess what? I had way more. I had 30 or 40,000 at one point. But what it's saying is that if you wanted to buy the exact same portfolio right here, right now, it's going to cost you $16,000 more than it did when we started it. But some of them are cheaper, some of them are more expensive. So do you see that, though? But that's where I'm saying it's like, yo, we're going to find out what happens to the market in 2 months. I'm not saying don't put any attention to the ups and downs, because guess what? We cover it. We're going over that every single day. We're watching it. We're seeing the events. We're seeing how things change. But what I'm trying to tell you to really invest, if you're really trying to say, hey, I got this money, oh, should I FOMO or not FOMO? Are you going to need the money in 2 months? Whatever timeline you want to determine, ask yourself about the demand for your capital, because that's the only thing that's going to change this. Because then it's like, oh, I want to buy back. Well, now it's more expensive. Oh, I could buy back. It's a little bit cheaper. But again, the point I'm trying to say is like if you're going to wind up in the stock eventually, or where's that money going to go? I mean, you got to really ask yourself these questions so that you could say, hey, okay, now I think I have a better idea of what I'm doing. But it's like what's the point of buying and selling out if you are not going to use the money? And then when you want to use the money, the stocks are going to cost you more to get back in or whatever it is. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Hopefully this helps. European markets closed 7 minutes ago. Right here. You see the little pop and lock? Boom. Mm-mm-mm. 25 basis points here and there. Yeah, none of it. Again, it's not as if the world has not seen a rate hike. It's not as if the world has not seen a war. It's not as if the world has not seen a rally go up and down. It's not as if the world has not seen inflation. So again, it just depends on what time frame you're on. That's why I'm trying to say it's like everybody has a different opinion. Again, everybody knows everything, but it's the amount of ownership is lacking. That's what makes it very interesting to me. But that's where I'm just saying, what is your demand for capital? If you need the money, this is not your time to invest. You could look at what you got, then you can make better decisions. If you're not gonna need the money, you have a whole different ball game. If you do need the money, it's again, now you know really, okay, you have a plan for your money essentially. That's it. The point is, if you don't have a plan for your money and what you're gonna be like, what are you gonna buy this year? That's my question. Can I ask you that now? Can any of you reasonably tell me what you are going to buy this year? Like everything. Where is most of your money going to go? What are you going to buy this year? 2022. I'm asking you. I'm not asking this to get an answer. I'm saying for you personally. So it's not as if I'm looking for the answer real estate or houses, but I'm just saying you need to either know if you're buying a house this year or not. You should figure this out today. So then that way you can say, hey, this is my plan. I'm going to buy, I plan to get a house. I'm going to buy a boat. I spend X amount of money on food. Iowa, pop. Let's check. No, nothing's coming up on it. There's like delayed research highlights. I think they might have gotten in like a research report. Real estate's too high. Wait till decline. That's fine. But what are you going to buy this year, though? You are still going to spend money this year. I want you guys to listen to me. All of you are going to spend money for the rest of the year. Do you understand that? Whether it's food, entertainment, an investment, anything. Every single one of you is going to spend money for the rest of the year. So what I'm trying to tell you now is you should have a plan for it, and you should have a general idea of what you plan on spending or buying. So then that way, The question about what to invest is a lot simpler and it's a lot easier. And then that way you have a lot less emotions when you're like, should I buy here or now? Where you're like, well, I was going to buy all of this anyways. And then even if I didn't buy an investment with this money, it would have been sitting there. But if you could figure that out, you will be very, very good to handle a lot of this stuff. Balanced budget balances the emotions. Amen. Amen. It's like it's a budget, but it's like also a plan. And that's the thing, that's the problem. Do you see what's happening is that people don't have plans. It's simple as that. So people don't know what they're going to spend in a year. You have no idea what you're going to buy in 6 months. You don't know what you're going to like in 6 months. So what's happening? People are like, I'll just put money in now. And then it goes down. They're like, I don't want to do this anymore, but I still don't have a plan for the money, but let me take it back out. And then it goes up and they're like, oh, well, that's my plan. I want to go buy it again. And then they go buy it again or whatever it may be. Or now people are like straight up freaking out. But I'm like, dude, you were going to do nothing with the money in 6 months anyways. With 12 months anyways. And then you're going to have a whole nother 6 months. So if you know if you have any sort of plan, it is going to make a lot of these questions easier. At the very least, you really know what you're getting into. And then you're saying, well, I didn't plan to move this money anyways. I wasn't going to buy anything. I wasn't going to buy a car. I didn't need it. Whatever it may have been. But you're like, okay, well, here it is. I'm going beyond survival costs. I'm saying everything. So, like, I have to do this. So, like, I have to do this for my taxes, anything. I need to know what I'm going to be buying by the beginning of the year, by the end of the year, if that makes sense. So, whatever I'm going to end up buying, I need to know what I'm going to be doing. That's why it shouldn't come as a surprise to you. A lot of these plans with real estate, other stuff, I've been telling you this for a very long time, literally 24 months now at this point, if you really think about it. So, but it's just a plan. It's going after a plan. I'm saying, hey, I'm going to put money towards this, allocating towards this. I'm going to have this towards that. That's why, too, if one of my plans fell behind on real estate, I said, okay, I'm going to throw 100 into Roblox. Again, that was going to go to real estate. But now, if I plan to do that, that's fine. I can move it towards there. But my plan was to put it towards certain investments. Again, I have plans for what I'm even going to buy. If I plan to buy a car, if I know a new car is coming out and I want it, I have to plan ahead for it. It's the same thing with all of this. So it's like if you have your plan, you're going to get surprised a lot less. Is simply how to put it, and you will be protected before anything happens. Why? Because you had a plan in place. Most people plan after they get clapped. Let me say that again. Most people plan after they get clapped. So this is what I'm trying to tell you with it. So keep this in mind. And if you could plan out your spending for the rest of the year, the investing for this year will be a breeze. Trust me, it will be a breeze because now you're not dealing with the emotions. You're not dealing with extra money. You're not dealing with flip-flop. You're like, I don't, what am I going to do with it? I could do this. No, make a plan. I have this money. I'm going to put it here. This is what I plan to buy for the rest of the year. This is what I'm going to plan to do, plan to save. This is the plan this is how much money I will have after everything. So you do that, we're in the game. And now you're not going to trip out on 1 month, 2 months, this news, that news. Yes, there will be opportunities. Yes, you could trade it and go about it. But the broader stuff, you're never going to trip on it. So it's good. Good rant. You with me, Chad? You with me? I hope you learned something. When you fail to plan, you plan to fail. That's it. I agree. But I don't even want it. It's not even like that deep, though. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, for real, it's not even that deep. I'm not trying to say, like, bro, I've never used a planner in my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I was growing up, bro, I got in trouble because I would forge the signatures in elementary school when they would make you like fill out a planner. I said, it's bullshit. I just faked it. I said, nah, get out of here. I don't need to do this. You think my foreign parents, they give a fuck about this damn that I'm planning and scheduling? No, they don't got time for that. Okay. WB delisting from HFCAA. Weibo? Yeah, that's China. Wait, what's HFCW? Is that? Yeah, Weibo getting delisted. That's China. Watch some of the China names. That's bad. Yo, that's bad. Check if Baba might react to that one. All right, I got one. I think I kind of scammed it. It's still, I overpaid, but they're still, nah, they're putting 60s on the ask. I grabbed one for May, but I'd watch China as a sympathy. The Holden Foreign Companies Accountable Act. So it required, here, hold on, let me get this out here. So I made the trade. I mean, putting in the stream alert, though, it's like, these plays are probably worth, like, realistically, like 10 cents. So we'll see what happens, but I think I overpaid for them. I went for Baba. Other companies might get affected by it. So I tried to snake it. I grabbed a May Weibo. I spent $40. And then the Holden Foreign Companies Accountable Act, 2020 law that requires companies publicly listed in the U.S. to declare they are not owned or controlled by Chinese government. If amended, so wait, let me see that there. But if they got removed, does that mean they are no longer considered that type of company? K-Web, you can go. That one's going to be an interesting one. Where did that one? It hasn't hit the wire yet, though. That's the interesting part. Date by which issuer may submit evidence disputing identification. April 13. It doesn't show up when I. Oh no, that's because it shows up World Bank. Never mind. Hold on. Oh, it's weird news. It's hard to find Weibo. Be careful with that one, though. Because it's not... Search NWBUS. Let's see. There it is. It's added to... No, it's confirmed. But where is it coming from? It's from SEC? No, it's on there. So here it is. Weibo was added to Securities Provisional List of companies identified under the Holding Committees Act. They have retained a registered public accounting firm to issue an audit report where the firm is branch office. The public company accountant has determined that it's unable to inspect or investigate completely because of the position taken by authority in the foreign jurisdiction. So it sounds negative. So it says that they had an auditor, but they still can't get everything. Being the auditor, the put chain is insane. That's why I got one. I mean, I said it was probably worth like 10 cents. I don't know how I got filled on there at 40, but even then 40 is still overpriced. If this thing comes back up and chills, the play's going to be over. But it's and then you haven't seen Baba or Sympathies react yet, but remember that one time we hit the Baba play? It might play out like that one. You guys remember? You remember that one time we had the Baba news and then it had the little pop and lock? And then it came back up. And then it was like over the next 2 days, you might see something like that because it's going up right now. I thought the news was kind of weirdly misinterpreted, but it looks like it is confirmed. Zero open interest, but volume in options. Because what's it called? Because open interest updates at the end of the day. Volume is intraday. All right, we good. We good. TLT is ripping, so we'll see how the market takes it. But now, bonds are finally chilling out here. One little mini floor. And then the Weibo, the premiums are still wild on that. But we'll see how that one plays out. Baba's going up. Again, I think we might get a delayed reaction on there. It hasn't like hit anything, but the news is it's just straight from the SEC. Facebook. Yeah, Facebook started to launch. Premium still down, though, from yesterday. Oh, Baba puts. You could. I got it $40. Keep it small. Otherwise, or wait. Maybe you could get after. If it does end up bouncing, you get cheap on it. I'd hold the $40, but I don't know. If you get a small Baba play and it's cheap enough, just don't go crazy. That's all. These are one of the news plays. It's like if we get it early, it ends up having a delayed reaction. It'll be nice, but you don't want to force it. Where's the Four Loko stock? I don't know. Walmart getting rocked. I know. That one today. Where's it on the daily? I want to see Starbucks too. Not too bad, though. And then Starbucks, they're already ticking down. I'm not taking Baba puts because I have the Weibo. And I like the price I got in that. And then I have May. Because I was looking to snake the chain, but I just made sure. I was like, all right, as long as I get May with enough time on something like this and it's cheap enough, I was like, I'll take it. It's hitting the wire. Weibo added to SEC's HFCA provisional list. They just dropped the premiums on it. The VWOs, yeah, I still have those. I think they're down. like 10%. They come down. Yeah, we're down 12% on them. Pretty much the same price. Biden weighs booster shot for recognition for 65 plus. So Weibo, they're starting to go up. This reminds me of the Baba news a lot. I think that's exactly what happened. We'll see by the end of the day. You're the only live channel you came across that's worth being entertained for. Well, I could be very entertaining. Some people would think it's annoying. I'm glad that even in the mix of all the Jesus and clappings that you feel that way. So I love it, and I appreciate you and appreciate the good vibes. Hopefully, you got a long term. Hopefully, you got a long term. You know what I'm saying? Olive juice. TLT is nuts. It's good. 1% on bonds, almost 1% on the market. But the correlation's coming back. The normal correlation is coming back, and that's what's wild. That literally bonds are going up now, and then the market's going down. Yesterday, bonds went down, the market went up. It's like, this is like pre-2020 type vibe. Played pre-2020 type beat. The B-Day horn, I know it's this. We haven't got a replacement. We haven't got a replacement. That thing was fun. Let's go, baby. All right, let me go get a carbo. Market's down a little bit. I'll go P2. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys follow me on Instagram? Oh, we haven't got push-ups. Can we do push-ups? Can you guys do push-ups? Can you not forget?
Search results.
Can you guys know that we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open? Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, 90 Watchlist, main channel. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp Real Estate Course. Come on. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you, but ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We've been lagging on push-ups lately. A lot of craziness in the market, a lot of good discussions. Again, a lot of under the weatherness, whatever it may be. But ladies and gentlemen, please get the body moving. We do this for you. It's not for me. Again, I'm already super ripped and swollen. I bench 225. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is for you, not me, but I have been trading for a long time. Over 15 years. And when you do it that long, you will get clapped if you sit down that long. So we just want you to do it. And it's just a good reminder, okay? If you feel like you don't want to do it and want to put an immature, inappropriate comment, I'm going to roast the shit out of you, okay? So it's just simple. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But understand we do this every hour. We try our best to remind people because we want the best for them. And a lot of people have been able to do it. And it's just a good way to put like a 1 hour a day or 1 hour every hour. You know what I'm saying? It's great. It's great. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, baby. Get the body moving. Can't do 10 push-ups, do 10. You can't do 5. You can't do 5, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Come on. Okay? And then optometrist recommendations, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax the pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. You see, I get nothing out of this, bro. Go, relax your eyes. Trust me. That's your eyeballs, bro. Like, you have to see what they're looking at. So, like, if your eyeballs are stressed and dirty and tired, my eyes are beautiful right now. Honestly, I have really good eyes, too, if you didn't know that. So, like, God, he played, I could bench a lot, but I'm really short. But then he gave me the, like, beautiful eyes. That's what the girls always say. They say, ooh. So, but it's because I do the blinking a lot, though. You know what I'm saying? So, come on. Get the blinking out there. Go blink, 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 blink. You did beautiful. Get that eye crust out of there. Amen. Then legs in front of you, not right behind your computer chair. Okay? You are not riding a dolphin. Legs in front of you. Legs in front of you. Okay? Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Woo! Feels good, baby. Man, you look good right now. You look better than my eyes. I'm not going to lie to you. I ain't going to lie. You look good. How do you look that good right now? Wow. You get taller? It's like you've been doing all these things to benefit yourself, but then other people note it. Wow, that looks amazing, man. That's good. Good for you. Nah, good for you. Nah, good for you. You keep it up. I like what I'm seeing. All right, do that. Anyways, and then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Are we getting PHILO today? That's going to be up to the S&P 500. I'm going to get a carbo, though, so I won't get caught slipping. So I'll be ready to go.
That have burned an area
Follow me on
almost
Instagram.
5 times
Say hello
the
to
size
someone.
of Manhattan.
Tell them you love them.
The blazes cover a
Get some
combined
positivity.
area of
Have fun
roughly
today. Don't be an asshole. Have
65,000
fun.
acres and have destroyed more than 150 structures. Some sections have been burning since March 12th as bone-dry brush and gusty winds created dangerous fire conditions. The proposed Gateway Rail Tunnel between New York and New Jersey is expected to compete for some of the $2.9 billion in grants that the Biden administration is making available for infrastructure projects. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said today projects with regional or national significance are eligible. The Gateway project is now projected to cost $12.3 billion. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
It is 1 p.m. in New York, and it is currently, I believe, 4 p.m. in London and 2 a.m. in Hong Kong. I'm Caroline Hyde. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Here are the top stories we're following for you from around the world. Stocks and bonds reverse. The equity rally pauses, while Treasury investors stem the selling after bond bears the brunt of central bankers talking tough to curb inflation. That as oil pushes back higher. Biden heads to Europe, taking a tough stance on the Russian invasion, seeking to unite fractious NATO allies. Will it mean more military support, more sanctions? We'll get the latest from Brussels and a key Ukrainian economist. Plus, how is the geopolitical uncertainty affecting Wall Street? Bonuses up last year, but with deals on ice, where next? We'll speak with the New York City's comptroller, that's Thomas DiNapoli, to get details on the state of the city's financial standings. First, let's get you a check on these markets. I might not be able to get the clock right, but I can get you where the markets are currently trading. And we have seen, of course, a little pullback in equities, currently off by 0.6%. We are seeing finally some respite from the rout in terms of your bond market. The 10-year yield just pulling back some 5 basis points as we speak. Really nothing changed apart from the just sheer dramatic nature in terms of some of the selling pressure that we've seen in bonds and a pause for breath as we see perhaps a slight search for safety. Gold getting a bid today, interestingly, as we can still concern about Russia and Ukraine. The dollar up 0.1%. New York crude currently pushing higher by 4%. Once again, another volatile day as we see U.S. supplies pull back ever so slightly. And we want to bring you abreast of something that caught my eye, more Fed speak. Now, of course, as the war in Ukraine persists, Chair Powell is signaling that the central bank here in the United States might hike rates more aggressively. Bloomberg's Mike McKee spoke with San Francisco Fed President. That's Mary Daly.
Oh, I already got that. All right. Well, again, bonds crazy. I mean, here's a good question. Who the F is buying bonds today? Remember, we were saying the Fed left the market. Today was a big move there in bonds, but and like we said, I mean, we were talking about this the last couple of days. Remember, we were saying if TLT starts to go up in a certain way, but it also depends on if the market goes up too. So now it's going down in reverse. So we're going to see how it's playing out, but it is definitely the big issue. But like we're saying, a lot is still kind of the same. But I do think the thing in the background today, and again, we've been dropping since Euro close. I think it's European energy security. Again, Biden is heading to Brussels right now to talk with NATO, and they're going to try to work out some of this stuff. So we'll see. And that's what I brought up earlier today, delayed sanctions. So pretty much a lot of people don't realize every sanction that we've put into place, not all of them have came into effect. Does that make sense? So this is why energy security in Europe is important, because right now what's going on is that if some of these things that we said we're going to stop Russia from this, we're not going to get oil from this and that, but not everything is fully came into play. And that's why now Europe is pretty much on a deadline to get some of this stuff sorted before it really now you start getting the sanctions in play or whatever's in play then they didn't delay it. That's just how it works, right? We say we're going to do this. It's going to go in effect on this date. So a lot of things are this week and then end of March. Think about it. It's been about a month or so. That's when some stuff are going to come into play, and then we really see the effect. And then with whatever is in effect, the what's it called? The Russians today, and this is what kept it down. They said they'll sell energy to Italy and everywhere, but they said they want it in rubles, which it brings up the whole problem of sanctioning, taking them off of SWIFT and all of that. So it's a very interesting thing. I mean, I don't think it's came to the forefront of the market. This is what my opinion is for today. And then the bonds are finally chilling off, but we'll see what happens. They don't evict you the day they give you the notice. There you go, baby. Amen. Exactly. And now the eviction is coming up where the sheriff's about to show up, but now they still haven't found a new renter, more or less, for energy in Europe. Buying in rubles sounds great. It does, but now you run into a technical problem. If anybody is engaging in a transaction in rubles, you're going to get in trouble or you will get sanctioned as well. This is what everybody agreed to, right? Everybody said we're not going to do business with it. America, we cut them off of oil. We don't need their oil, but it hasn't been the same agreement there for Europe, and then Europe and natural gas. It's one thing I say oil, but don't underestimate, or what we're really talking about is natural gas in Europe. Gotta watch Bad Room. I always see the trailer thing come up, but I haven't seen it. Weibo. Yeah, Weibo, they came back down now. But we'll see how that one plays out. Where's even the intel? It'll bring the value up. It depends because at the end of the day, they just, what's it called? They just, how you say? They just printed it. So it's not like that's the bullshit part about it, is that they're gonna make you pay with a brand new currency they printed. Also, it's kind of like it's all political games, but like Putin knows what he's doing. It's just not. He's like, okay, you sanction me, well, I'll give you what you want, but you got to pay me in what you just sanctioned, and then on top of it, it's like kind of disingenuous because it's like, bro, they could print whatever they fucking want. So even then you're going to go and say you're going to give them money for what exchange rate, how much, and then that money means nothing to them, relatively speaking. Apple, is it coming back up still? Is it still holding up throughout all this? Oh, yeah. Apple, bro, it's doing the safe haven dance. It's doing the safe haven dance. You remember that? Now, one day when Apple couldn't be stopped. Where is this? Josh hit big on the '08 crash. No, we lost everything. I wasn't old enough. Or I wasn't really in the markets like that. You know how long it took me to figure out how to short a stock, bro? Jeez. That shit was crazy. Bro, I was so confused as a kid. Because they were like, you borrow a stock and sell it. And I think I cried because I was like, I don't know anybody who has stocks. How can I borrow a stock if I don't know anybody who has one? So it was like, it took me a while, man. It took me a while to learn. I swear it took me 2 years to figure it out. That's probably one of my lowest moments in life. Like when I really like tell you about it. Like I was so confused. I truly did not understand what shorting a stock was. That was the hardest concept for me to understand in stocks at one point. Like this makes no sense. Yeah, Apple's killing it. The safe haven move is there. The world borrow. I think it got a lot of people. Everyone's just scared to admit it. I know it got me. It got me. So yeah, we ghetto spreaded to Amazon. A ghetto spreaded to Amazon. What the hell is this? Do I talk to any of my high school friends? How are they in life? A couple, they're doing good. I mean, I talked to a lot more of them early on, like when I was like 18, 19, 21, and I would tell them all to get into real estate and do stuff, and then they wanted me to join Vima. So I was just like, all right, word. But we still talk every now and then. But I'm not really. I only have like, I don't really hang out with people too much. I have my like 2 college friends that I kick it with, and then people that I'll work with, but that's about it. A biotech play showed up on the scanner. I'm looking up the biofarm catalyst to see if there's anything on there. Apple's going crazy. Let's see. What is this? March 21st. Lyft is on the high. Where's Uber? End of March. Oh, bro, these are all PDUFA dates, I think. There's a couple here. For end of March. I think there's another one. Lyft and Uber run in tandem, not anymore. I feel like it has been a little bit different. Amalex? That one sounds familiar. Oh, that play's not on there. Abivi? Oh, shit, bro. For Kulipta, the migraine. Let's go, Abivi. That's second half of the year. Yeah, Lyft is up more than Uber. Very weird. Mayo, Padufa, May 6th. Remind you about sanctions. Yeah, we already talked about it a little bit here. That delayed aspect, and again, related to Europe's energy security. I think that's a big part of today. That's not really like, I mean, it's just more there's just more convolution. It's more convoluted because we haven't really gotten any of the updates here. We're going to wait. That's why Biden in Brussels and whatever they get there with NATO, that could tell us a lot. SHIB is getting volume. It goes back to what I said with NFTs, even with that little talk we had with the long term. You got to know what you're in. If you got enough money, know your balance, know what you're going to be spending money on. It's like if you have money to gamble and put it there, I would do it. Or anything. Honestly, it doesn't really. I would get an NFT, anything if I could gamble with that money. But if not, I really wouldn't go for it. So it's not like I think it's like the next big thing or the next one up there. Even then, I think until a lot of this stuff gets hashed out, a lot of things are moving, but people aren't feeling the same level of, yeah, let's buy everything like we were. SPY is about to flush right now. We're coming down, but you still have a lot of gains. So unless energy comes down, I mean, we're going to see. I guess some of it kind of has. But you still got 1.7%. Tesla, they just said a put came through on there, like $1 million put sweep. 89 counterparties, 1.8 trillion at Fed reverse repo. Interesting. Apple and energy carrying it. Yeah. Again, from even when we were up today, more names were down than up by a big margin. There's only 7 names up on the Dow, Apple being the biggest driver. Even on the S&P, SEDG, Energy, and Tesla are the leaders there. But you only have 105 names up. 400 names are down. Where there talks about World War III when Russia took Crimea? Nah. Nobody gave a shit. Sadly. We literally sent them blankets. It wasn't like the same level of... Bro, there was planes getting shot out of the sky, like passenger planes. And nobody... It was not like it was now. Again, that's why some people would argue... That's why Putin went again around this time, because again, Biden was vice president then, Obama administration. I mean, it really was, it wasn't a big deal, but because again, even Georgia was taken under Bush. The whole Georgia conflict was Bush. Then Crimea was 2014 under Obama and Biden. And then now you have young Biden again and all of this, but they weren't talking about World War back then. Nobody was. I mean, you had a lot of stuff going on, but people weren't. They were not really as worried in the same way, and you didn't have this whole stand with Ukraine thing. Because at the time, even in Crimea, I'm pretty sure they did an election, and they voted. Like a lot of the people in Crimea wanted to be annexed. That was the argument that they had. I don't know if it was rhetoric or not, but pretty much there was like 60-70% of the city they wanted to be annexed into Russia. They voted for it and they wanted it. So that's why they were like, oh, it's an election. We're just doing what they said. It just like the quote unquote military operation, not war. So But it was not, no talks of world war. You weren't really getting, NATO did not get involved at all. Like, it wasn't really like, people didn't care. SPY coming down a little bit. All of the tech is giving up. I just watch Apple. You guys know how it is. On the days where Apple is safe haven, you're going to get movement. You might get a slow sell-off, but if you're going to get any real panic, it's going to happen when Apple comes down. It's more serious this time. The only thing I would argue is more serious is the fact that now it's been long enough that if you sanction Russia, you're going to feel it too. That's it. Because in 2014, it was easy. Gas was at oil was at 100 something a barrel. That was the easiest thing in the world to sanction. We cut off Russia, made Putin, I don't know if we made him, but starved a lot of people out there and just clapped oil, bro. That clapped oil. And then we just starved them for money. We didn't need it. We had more oil. We had no inflation. We had real estate wasn't going that crazy. You didn't have, like, you didn't feel it. It was easy to block out Russia. Again, even in 08 too. But now, 10 years later of letting them develop under sanctions, and now you want to sanction them again, it becomes a little bit more, now you're going to also feel it as well. We're back a couple of years ago, even 8 years ago, nobody felt it. It hurt Russia and the people of Russia 10 times more than anything we're doing right now is probably having. Now it's an inconvenience if you're Russian, but back then it was bad. You starved their oil companies. We clapped oil. The Saudis came in. They were dumping oil. We were fucking fracking. Like, it was crazy. And they lost like most of their revenue. Like, they could have defaulted off of that. But now we've relied more, and we're in a situation where if you want to sanction somebody right now, when the world is still on the cusp of a recovery and inflation across the globe is crazy and supply chains and all of that, it was just shitty or strategic timing. We're not following on any real news right now. No. The latest update that probably you had Euro close. There was a negative article on Weibo not meeting some of the not meeting some of the standards for like the audit stuff, and they might get delisted. That's about it though. And then we're waiting for Biden to get there. You had Mary Daly of the Fed. She said pretty much that they could raise higher than 2.5 and that a double hike is probably going to occur at some point. That's pretty much most of the day. And then the real story, bonds chilled out. Bonds are rallying now. And you can see it here with TLT. Look at, we eventually hit this part and now they're moving together. So we'll see what happens. But that's pretty much it for the day. Tesla about to go red. There's a couple of things on the high, but the low ticker picking up. You're hitting a new low on the day. Shitty or interesting? Are you saying this is planned? Tinfoil? Hee. Nah, it's just saying, like, strategically, it was good timing for Russia, and then it was a shitty timing for the U.S. Quite simply. That's all. And everybody else. It's like if Russia wanted to do anything and wanted to make sanctions affect everybody less than it would affect them, it was a good time to do it when everybody's starting to raise rates, when you have inflation out of control, and then you also have China going back and forth with COVID, and then their property sector crashing and all of that. SPY's coming down, though. You got a new low. Again, we need to watch Apple. If Apple goes down, then people are really liquidating. Because remember, that's what happened last time. Remember when Apple, this feels just like December. It feels just like right here. And you guys remember when Apple was the leader, and then all of a sudden when it really got a little worse, Apple would start to, it reminds me of this, like, too much. Even the inflows and outflows. TLT up 1. T-Mobile partnership with Red Bull. SPY hitting a new low. All right, let's see. Where's that Monday close? 444. So we got 2 points. You're starting to sell off again. No news right now, but we're coming down here. It's kind of just been all day in relation to, how you say, the bonds. The bonds. Apple will be harder to kill. I'll tell you that now. But when it does go, that's going to tell you about what's really going on, or if people are quote-unquote liquidating. Yeah, the BA, if you had a good average on it, if you took it, I'm still down 15%, but I like the position we're in. I mean, it's just like if we get back to those levels now, the play should start to come back up there. But again, it's just this back and forth, bull, bear, what's it going to be? Microsoft selling hard. Tesla going red. That one will be interesting. Microsoft's already it never went green all day, though. I'd watch Apple, Amazon, Tesla. See, Amazon went red. They were red earlier, went green, and now they're red again. Excuse me. TLT volume. So that's going to be bad. We might get another flush here, and then there'll be a point where maybe TLT starts going down again, and then the market will chill out a little bit. But I mean, this doesn't look like liquidation, but it just kind of been slowly but surely selling off here. And then volume is very, very low. 33 million on today. I know where the fucking money went. It's in bonds. 100%. This volume is very, very low comparatively. It's already 10:30, and we're at 33 million. We would be there by like 9. So we're a lot slower than the last couple of days. And then again, bond market is absolutely insane today. Panic might come through. Panic, Apple. Simple as that. You want to see panic? Tesla's already losing some steam. That's one thing. But then real panic, again, because bonds and Apple are kind of similar. If you really kind of think about it, you just get a little bit more growth. But watch out for... just watch if Apple sells off. I think it'll give you an idea if people are really freaking out. TLT needed to come up or SPY needed to come down. And they're both doing it, but the problem here today is that it's the same correlation from yesterday, which is the original, the OG correlation, where, again, bonds went down, stocks went up, right? And then today, bonds went up, stocks went down. So it's like they're still kind of doing their thing, but this is what we're waiting for. But if stocks come down, bonds stay the same, that'll close the divergence. But any other patterns that we see, I mean, it's until we have one big move on bonds bigger than stocks, but it still is going to have to move a little bit. But this is the most important thing in the market. Again, even this morning, Bloomberg, everyone's talking about the bond market, but now it's playing out very interesting. Again, we even still have Apple, Tesla's still technically green. You have all of these other things happening with it, and it's not as if today was a big move, and it wasn't necessarily a small. It's like we're right in the middle there still. MO, he's starting to come back up. Come on, VZ. This is where you're supposed to come to life. Baba, okay. It's coming down a little bit now. Again, the Weibo's staying the same. The Weibo just looks like the damn Baba that one time. I feel like it flip-flops every week. Just don't get distracted by it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why. It's like I love explaining this, but I hate explaining it because I know it could be confusing, and I know people are like, well, wait, what about this and this? It's just, it moves very slow, and just you will see the broader, once a couple more strokes are done, you will see the broader picture. It'll be very, very clear. So we're coming down now. Gold is even coming up now on the high. There's no news. You didn't miss anything. Today's we just like hit that top. European close came in, and then that was kind of it. And then bonds are still and then bonds were going even crazier. You could see it. Bonds broke out even more. And then things got even a little bit more nuttier there with oil, energy, commodities. Let's see now. Huge rotation, very huge, very, very big. But again, it's very, very odd. But now, if we start watching this, start rocketing up now, could be a delayed reaction there of the market telling us. But again, end of the day, we still got our Fed futures. We have a nice little leading chart again. This feels a lot like December, January again. Found the bottom. We might there for a little, or watch what happens here with bonds. Quickly get to the bonds, Harry. You got a little bit of a bounce. Oh my goodness. All right, I need to go to the bathroom again, and then let's see what we can do. I got something for you.
To Bloomberg Markets.
I'm Caroline
Welcome.
Hyde. Here are the
Hi,
top
Caroline.
stories we're following for you from around the world. With the war in Ukraine about to enter its second month, NATO pledges to help the country deal with nuclear threats. We discuss the effectiveness of the sanctions on Russia and what the outcome of the war will look like for both sides. Plus, it was a 20% jump for bonuses last year on Wall Street, but will that be sustained? We'll speak to the New York controller, Tom DiNapoli, on what is next as the market remains turbulent. And after a disappointing outlook, shares of Adobe plummet as the company suggests increased competition in the software industry. All that and so much more coming up. John.
All right, thanks a lot, Caroline. Let's get a quick check on the major averages. Right now, we've got the S&P 500 not too far from its lowest point of the session. Investors, in many ways, taking a break after gobbling up some of those hard-hit technology stocks yesterday, over the last few days, quite frankly. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we are still talking about the plan to fight inflation and higher rates, which has worked against those kinds of stocks. And the S&P, which had that really nice run over the last 6 sessions, has seen the Infotech group over that period outperform with a double-digit percentage increase. And then, of course, you've got higher oil prices, which generally weighs against that sector as well, in part because we continue to monitor the headlines out of Ukraine. And, Caroline, that gets us to our For What It's Worth segment. There was some great analysis done by the Bank of America team that is really watching the story in Europe and the long-term changes to the investment breakdown of European markets based on everything that's playing out right now, whether that is a broader focus on defense or renewable plays. As much as we have talked, Caroline, about that surge in energy prices, obviously the idea of having a plan B has played into this performance we've seen from European renewable energy plays. That index coming into today had rallied more than 20% since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia.
Yeah, certainly. Europe would, in many ways, led the charge when it came to the energy transition, but many feel that the end transition was not happening swiftly enough. Clearly, diversification not strong enough in countries such as Germany, John. And so now, no wonder people still looking to pour money into that area of investment space. It's interesting, the Bank of America report also sort of looking at sentiment at the moment, retail sentiment, and something Gina Martin-Adams over at Bloomberg Intelligence also talking about.
Biden is seeking more sanctions. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Don't you worry. Are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Where is it? All right, time to sub them out. Okay, if you're one of the people who X out at PHILO, that's your signal. Some of you check in at PHILO, that's your signal. Let's go. Come on, sub them out, in and out. Let's go in and out. I'll give you a couple of seconds here. It's going to be a good one. I'm going to keep the trend, bro. I just got to keep the trend of the PHILOs. And, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's very necessary. I just want to talk to you about real life. That's all. I'm going to give you a PHILO, and I really hope, like, bro, it screams at me from the core. It's like, you know, and I think I do it enough. That's why I don't think I need to right now. But it's like, at the end of the day, bro, anything I'm going to share with you, you know what I really believe is the driver. You know what I'm saying? It's like finger to the sky. God is good, man. I really believe in it. But what I'm here to share with you, man, I need to remind you, God is a respecter of principles and not people. So I'm not really going to even talk about God here with this PHILO, but I don't want that to get missed out on the days that I don't talk about it. Does that make sense? But I do want to give you a PHILO to help you guys. I want people to just start, like, I don't know, just quite simple stuff to really get you working towards your goals and where you need to go and really thinking about this, okay? So I really think the last PHILOs that we've talked about, I really think they've been practical. I'm not trying to give you something impractical. I'm not trying to give you something where you feel like you need to crack open a Bible and then you got to do this, or like, you know, there's no requirement to do this, any of this stuff, except for a desire to improve. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. Do you see what I'm saying? So I really hope you guys can vibe with me on whatever level this is. So I'm just going to, I'm going to just tell you what this is about, okay? I'm going to give you the very simple thing of today's PHILO, okay? Your biggest worry should be what you are worrying about. Oh, they don't feel me, man. This is age-old philosophy. You know that? Like, literally, you could go from Marcus Aurelius. You could go down the list of all the philosophers from the beginning of time till now. They all bring this up. You know that? They bring up being in reality. This is real philosophy, dude. You know that? Come on. You better come on. I need you to vibe with me on this. Because what they always talk about is being in the here, right now. Understanding and having awareness so that you are not living in a different thing than what is reality. If you don't understand what I'm saying, it's very simple. How many times have we been in certain situations and we tell ourselves certain things to make us feel a certain way, but that's not necessarily what was happening? Are you following with me? That's just in these little elements, we could very easily lose sight of reality simply by just slightly twisting the truth sometimes. Like, oh, well, I didn't even want that job. Oh, well, that girl was ugly anyways. Do you see what I'm saying? You could get to this on many different levels. But the whole concept of this is to be aware. Will you be able to sit where you are, and can you handle what is happening in your life? And can you respond to the reality in the present? Whew! This is just philosophy. Again, no Bible required. No religion. That's why it's so confusing, because I'm like, man, we've heard this stuff. Some of these secrets to stuff, it's like you didn't need to go anywhere crazy to get it. It's not like it required you to go to hell or heaven or whatever. But just let me make this clear. Your biggest worry should be what you are worrying about. Do you get that? The whole point of this philosophical concept, I've already told you, it's to be there and to be aware. But the point is, we are worrying about things that do not come true. Oh, y'all don't feel me. We worry about so many things that do not come true. And you know what ends up happening? We are worrying about something so much, we do not have time to take control of our reality and change the things that we could actually control. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you're worried about, oh, I can't do this. I'm worried that this isn't going to happen. And then what if I go and get this house? What if I go and make this investment? What if I go talk to that person? And then this happens. Then you're thinking about all of this. And all of your energy is processing that. Your reality is not, you're not in reality. You're on a whole different thing that does not exist, leaving you unable to respond to the reality of where you're at. Most people's, that's why it's like people are worrying. They're like, I'm worried about money. I'm worried about my health. I'm worried about this. I'm worried. It's like, you should be more worried that you are worrying about those things and not giving you the time or mental energy to live your life and deal with right now. Oh, I hope they feel me. Everybody knows this. I know you know this. That's why I'm just here to remind you. I'm here to remind you that we imagine the pain of things usually being worse than the reality. That's just how it goes. I'm trying to tell you, and they said this in different books thousands of years ago. I can find you an interpretation from the Bible all the way down to China, Confucius, whatever you want, the Greek, Rome, they all know this. We can imagine more painful things than can actually crush us. Oh, y'all don't feel me. We can imagine more pain and more painful things than actually can crush us. You can imagine more things that will make you go broke than actual real life events that will make you go broke. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. Why, you want to talk to somebody. Again, I want to go and start this business. Oh, I want to go get a lead, whatever it may be. You probably will imagine more pain than the reality of actually could happen. I could think of more ways than I could die than things that could actually kill me. Oh, I hope you feel me on this, Chad. So all I'm trying to tell you is that you should be worried about what you're worrying about. That's what this comes down to. It's a very simple life tip. Take control right now. It's very, very simple. What are you worrying about? The problem isn't what you think is going to happen. The problem is that you're worrying about something that is far from reality. Again, I'm not saying, like, you could go and you have to, if you're facing a problem, I'm not saying ignore it. That's not what we're getting at. But I'm just saying, make sure it's realistic. And make sure you understand the reality of how it's going to play out instead of worrying that it's going to crush you so much it takes your energy out from actually responding. So, like I'm saying, you could apply this to a lot of things. Your business, your life, I don't know what it is. But a lot of people back in the day, a lot of people who've studied life and even being successful and happy in life, they will tell you this. They will tell you how the biggest problem is your worries literally detaching you from reality. So if you want to be more realistic, you got to watch what you worry about. I hate to break it to you. I know that sounds weird. You'd be like, wouldn't a realistic person know what's going to happen? Well, yes, but they wouldn't respond to a 0.0001 probability and freak out about it. Do you see what I'm saying? You wouldn't see certain things and be like, oh, well, this could happen. I know it can happen, but it's not really probable. It's possible, but not probable. But I should probably spend my time planning around something that's not real. That can happen. So, very simple, Chad. I hope you get this. I really hope it helps you. I hope this is simple enough and accessible enough where what I'm trying to say is this advice goes to everybody. You do not need a Bible or a cross around your neck for this one. Hate to break it to you. And that's the sad part. Because even if you don't believe this or believe that, this applies to all of us. You cannot cheat this concept. That we have a human imagination and we will imagine more pain than can actually really affect us. That is actually really going to happen. So please stop wasting your energy and watch what you unlock once you're starting to live in reality
And once you're starting to take, okay, I could use my energy, I could use my mind in thinking, instead of thinking of how unrealistic negatives could come about, maybe I could think about a solution, a plan. I don't know what. You'll have, go take a nap. At the very least, you're not going to be wasting your energy on something. So it's very simple. I hope you guys like it, and I truly hope you take this one to the bank. Because this, like I said it the other day, I said it yesterday, at the end of the day, with everything that we were talking about, with rule or be ruled, if you don't believe you could control your destiny, I said this yesterday on the end of stream, bro, and I was very hyped about this, but I really hope you understand it. All of these PHILOs are useless. None of what I could say is ever going to help you, and you there's no point of you listening to me ever if you do not believe you could control your reality. It's very simple. There's no point. If you do not believe that you have some level of control, there's no point of any of this. I wouldn't do what I'm doing. I wouldn't try to get rich. I would not try to go buy houses. I would not look fucking 40 years in the future, past, and look at this. And why would I do that? If I believed I couldn't change anything. And that's why I'm saying all of these things, I hope you could bring this to life, to take control of your reality. And I know people have a difficulty with this, but it's very simple. Let's start with the easy one. What you're worrying about. But if you don't believe deep down that you control your reality and you are going to insist on worrying about things that aren't real, I hate to break it to you. I cannot help, and a lot of things can't. You're going to have to make this decision. So I hope this helps, though, and just watch. I challenge you to worry less about something you are worrying about and watch the doors open. So let's go, Chad. Make this useful. You got to believe, but apply it, baby. But that is your philosophy. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, I love you. You know that. I love you. Shout out to Chad. I want to listen to this one. I got another. I got one I want to listen to. I made them listen to it yesterday, but it's a good one. It's a good one. You get old school intro. Amen. So stop worrying.
I said it's fucking play that motherfucker.
Up in a foreign, rapping about that should get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it. Mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her I got a coat. Need me a castle. I want a moat. Financials are fragile. Watch it real close. The technicals lagging. That shit a joke. This shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast. I got me a straddle. Played on both. I always watch candles. Come get the smoke. Yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent. PHILO 607 switching. Then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy where fear exists. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising. Lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters. Now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. lucky, this my favorite. Josh says, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems, and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice pics, but don't do nothing. Pull up tripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the markets, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah.
Peasant out, Pluto.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's someone fighting, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly. And shout out to the people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully. And same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Uncle, baby. 2014 saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip because Russia's really on some shit. But there it is, baby. We're back. PHILO. Very easy, PHILO. I hope you got it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you got it. I hope you got it. That's it. It's a good one. We ready to go. And God bless you. Today's a good one. It's a good, weird one. It's a good, weird one. At least it didn't go down. PHILO was enough to stop it. The bonds are hitting a new high, though. Now take a look. Market's not responding as of here. Now they're moving together. So let's just see. TLT's relationship is very different. Right now, it's the same as yesterday, just opposite. But looking past that, you might get confused because then it's like, well, isn't this normal? It's normal, not normal because of the new normal, essentially. So we'll see. Yin, market cap. Yeah, there's like yin and yang. Honestly, I think it's kind of offensive, but yin and yang has been around for a while. They're good when they pop. Like if you ever get a China pop or drop, like a big one, yin and yang are fire. They're fire. Very good. Let's see. This Dinapoli guy, New York comptroller. He says they got 110 million in Russian assets. U.S. will look to surge LNG supplies to Europe. Yeah, that's going to be the big topic in the next coming days. If they don't get it figured out, Europe is going to enter a recession. Is it the gaggle?
To make on this, it is rather.
I think it's
how do
this.
we put in place a strategy that is not just a long-term strategy, but is a short-term.
There's the Air Force One gaggle. They're on their way to Germany, I think.
Reduce dependence and to
Let's
create more freedom and flexibility than for different policy choices by the Europeans.
Can I put a finer point on the China question? They have a pre-existing economic relationship, China and Russia. Are your concerns about an incremental growth in that relationship as a financial relationship? Is status quo okay? Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more about those concerns?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I fully.
China and Russia have a pre-existing financial relationship, trade. Is it okay if that trade continues as is, or are you concerned about incremental change in that or growth in that kind of trade to avoid sanctions? Can you put a little finer point on that?
Sure. I mean, just three sort of examples that I think will give a little bit more flavor to the kinds of things we're looking out for. One is attempting to backfill in response to the export controls that we have imposed. Chinese companies or companies from other countries choose to backfill. We obviously have tools available to us to ensure that backfilling can't happen. That's one. Second is from the point of view of payment settlements and financial sanctions. Systematic efforts, industrial scale efforts to try to reorient the settlement of financial payments and so forth. That's something that in coordination with our G7 allies we will look at and respond to. And then third, of course, is the kinds of non-steady state, new efforts to try to seize opportunities that have been created by the reduction in commerce between Europe and Japan and other countries because of the sanctions. Not just with China, but across the board, that's something that we will look at as well. And, you know, I've been clear that we're not going to lay out in specifics the particular countermeasures we would take, the particular steps we'd impose. We're communicating that privately to countries. You know, I don't want to use the microphone to threaten. I just want to say this is something we're vigilant about and that we have tools at our disposal to deal with in coordination with the G7 and with other countries.
Question on chemical and biological. Has the U.S. seen evidence that Russia has moved or deployed any of these weapons in a way to threaten Ukraine?
I don't have any intelligence to share with you today on this subject. The main thing that we're looking at right now is the deliberate drumbeat of misinformation, propaganda, and lies on this subject that has all the markers of a precursor to them actually using these weapons.
So is the U.S. assessment based entirely on that drumbeat of propaganda, or is it also based on movements of weapons?
It's a very fair question. All I can tell you right now is I can't comment further.
Bro, are you guys listening to this?
Today, to the extent that I'm in a position to share further information related to our intelligence, I'll be sure to do so. But right now, I don't have anything else to share.
Is there anything in your conversation?
Bro, they're saying that they really think Putin might actually use weapons, like even the weapons of mass destruction stuff.
At all reassured that the Chinese would not provide weapons or other assistance to the Russians, or are you more concerned after those conversations?
So I will beg your forgiveness in advance by being sort of intentionally vague in my answer to your question. And the reason is because this is not the kind of circumstance where you just kind of feel reassurance. It's going to require constant vigilance, constant monitoring. We will have to see what happens. So all I can really say to you is that coming out of that conversation, we have not seen the Chinese government move forward on the supply of weapons, but it's something we're watching every day, and I really can't characterize my level of comfort with that one way or the other. It's something.
There's no video. They're on a plane right now. This is the Air Force One gaggle.
Does the administration
it's the guy. I think his name's Jake. Jake. He's like the tall. He's not like Kirby, tall white dude, like kind of skinny, kind of look confused sometimes. Like a male version, Jake Sullivan. That's who it is.
Rome
not Jake
October,
Taper.
They put
That's
out
a CNN dude.
Statement, and one
yeah,
of the
Sullivan.
points in that statement was support across the board for increased European capability and investment in the strength of their defense tools and the modernization of their defense establishment, with one very important principle underlying that, and that is complementarity with NATO. So all of this work that's being done by individual European countries, by the European Union, this is something that contributes overall to the health and strength of the transatlantic alliance, so long it is done in complementarity with NATO.
Should Russia still be part of the G20? Any concern, any talk about that? There's some countries that have voiced some opinions on that. I know there's a financial leadership meeting in Washington of the G20, come maybe April. Should Russia representatives attend that?
So what I said yesterday, which I'll repeat today, is that we don't believe it can be business as usual with Russian international institutions, but in terms of specific answers to that kind of question for the G20 or other international organizations, we want to have the opportunity to consult with our allies and partners around the world, including our G20 partners, before I opine on that question publicly.
If you're looking at the sanctions and the upcoming planned sanctions that you plan to announce, on like a scale of 1 to 10, or do it on however measure you would like to, like, what do you have left? Like, where would you be at if 10 were ratcheted up to the highest degree?
What else could you do?
So I would ask you guys, I guess, two things. The first is, in terms of an analysis of the macroeconomic impact of what we have done, and then, what additional tools are in the toolkit. Dilip, who's on the trip, and we'll get you with him in a backgrounder, so you have the opportunity to speak with him directly on this as the expert, and then to speak also with the Treasury Department. So that's one thing, because I think this is one where really getting down granularly into what hit has the Russian economy taken, in what way, and then, what are other things that we could do over time. But the second thing I would ask you is to consider this not just like we're firing bullets out of the chamber of a gun and we fired X number and there's Y number left. I think it's the wrong way to think about it. What we've done on the financial sanctions and the export controls is create a vise that is squeezing harder and harder with each passing day and week. And then as we see the impact and we see efforts to evade, we think about adjustments we need to make to ensure that vise continues to tighten. So our theory on this was never every 3 days we fire another bullet. It was put the major pieces in place, look for ways to continue to tighten the screws, and then consider other means as we go forward, and of course we will do that. So I can't characterize this question of what we've done and what we have left precisely, in part because we don't think of it quite in the terms that your question posed. But on the kind of macro picture, which is a kind of the way to back into an answer to your question, I'd ask you to speak with Dilip.
Can you talk a little bit about Friday? There's obviously a big gaping hole in the president's schedule. Is he going to go close to the border? Is he going to meet with? Is he going to tour refugees with refugees? What else can you tell us about Friday?
I'll let Kareem talk to you about Friday when the time is right.
JCPOA update and to what extent that will be discussed on this trip during this week.
So he'll have the chance to talk to our E3, the European partners, UK, France, Germany, who are members of the P5+1, as well as the European Union, which plays this important coordinating role in the P5+1. Things stand now is we've made progress over the course of the past several weeks. There's still some issues left. We're working on those issues. It's unclear whether this will come to closure or not. But we're diligently trying to drive the diplomacy to a place where we have put Iran's nuclear program back in a box.
A deal could put more money or more freedom to use money in the hands of Iran, and that in turn could be a lifeline to Russia's economy. Can you talk about the sort of triangulation of that here?
First, Russia posed both publicly and privately this proposition that Iran should somehow be entirely carved out of the sanctions regime, which was not accepted by any of the parties. So The only real question of sanctions as it relates to Russia in the context of the JCPOA is about sanctions on Iran being able to, for example, cooperate with the Russian atomic energy authorities to ship out their enriched uranium. So we feel confident that if we were to get back into the JCPOA on a compliance for compliance basis, it would not create a significant economic opportunity for Russia, and we would take whatever necessary enforcement steps to ensure that that was the case.
Jake, how much visibility do you have into the status of Russian-Ukrainian negotiations right now, and how much faith do you have in the Russians being a trustworthy negotiation partner in the first place?
Well, I will point out that Russia has not been trustworthy in its public statements about its intentions with respect to Ukraine for months. So we take everything that they say at the negotiating table or from their podiums with a very large grain of salt. We are in very consistent communication with our Ukrainian friends, and President Biden speaks to President Zelensky on this issue. President Biden also speaks with presidents of France and Germany, the Prime Minister of Israel, President of Turkey, others who have been actively engaged in discussions with President Putin and President Zelensky. So we're actively engaged in monitoring the ongoing diplomacy, though the United States is not directly at the table or directly playing any kind of mediating or brokering role. And we will see how things unfold. Our basic principle is this is about Ukraine's future, Ukraine's destiny, and therefore it is up to Ukraine and the Ukrainian leadership and the Ukrainian people to make their own judgments about any agreement that they would reach with the Russians.
On the transfer of air defense systems to Ukraine, is that moving forward? We're talking about the S-300 systems, things like that. There's a large shuffle going on. What's the latest on that? When could Ukraine expect to see those systems in their country?
Good about the progress that we are making with respect to air defense systems. And I'm not going to get into further details on that because I don't want to compromise the ongoing effort to ensure that Ukraine gets the tools it needs to protect itself from the sky.
Can you confirm that NATO allied countries want to extend the contract of the Secretary General Stoltenberg and what the president's view, possibly through September of 2023, and what the president's view on that might be?
The president thinks very highly of Secretary General Stoltenberg. They've developed a relationship of trust, and Secretary General Stoltenberg has played an instrumental role in helping secure the powerful unity you've seen at NATO through this crisis. And I don't have anything for you on the question of his tenure.
Continuity there and not sort of breaking this up in the middle of this conflict.
So all I will say is we think that Jens Stoltenberg has been doing a fantastic job and day in, day out has played a critical leadership role for NATO. And you'll forgive me if for today on this plane flight I will add nothing to that other than our unreserved view that Stoltenberg is a real asset to the alliance. And then, the leaders will have the chance to talk tomorrow.
Does the president plan to send additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe? And if so, how many?
So we don't have any plans for announcements of specific additional units to move to Eastern Europe at this time, but the president is constantly reviewing plans for near-term adjustments to our force posture in all the Eastern flank countries, depending on how things develop. So that's not a today thing or a tomorrow thing, but it's a matter of consistent reassessment.
You don't expect additional troop deployments to be announced on this trip?
And that's part, but the long-term question of NATO force deployment along the eastern, that could involve U.S. troops.
Two aspects of this will be discussed tomorrow. One is the immediate need to shore up on a rotational basis those allies on the southern end of the eastern flank, and that will be discussed tomorrow. And then the second is, across the entire eastern flank, as we head to the Madrid summit, what decisions does NATO have to take for longer-term force posture adjustments? And of course, some of those will involve U.S. forces.
On this trip, what are you looking to hear from other EU and UK leaders? You talked about trying to reduce Europe's energy dependence on Russian oil and gas. What else would you like to hear from the leaders that the president will be meeting?
I think what we would like to hear is that the resolve and unity that we've seen for the past month will endure for as long as it takes. That's at a top line. Then how that translates specifically, that countries follow through on the commitments they've made with respect to the supply of military equipment and add to those commitments as Ukraine's needs evolve over time. That countries remain fully committed to enforcing the sanctions on the books, and to the extent we find additional targets that can help impose pressure on Putin, we move in a joint way on that. That we all work together to do our part on the humanitarian element of this crisis, both the suffering inside Ukraine and the refugee crisis outside Ukraine. Here, Europe has really stepped up in a huge way, and it's the United States that will be coming with additional commitments on both humanitarian assistance and refugees tomorrow. And that NATO as an alliance puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to actually defending every inch of NATO territory, and that means following through on the necessary capabilities and contributions to defend the eastern flank and to defend the whole alliance. That's what tomorrow's all about across an integrated set of 3 meetings, and we think that we will have a substantial set of outcomes that will emerge by the end of the day when, after many hours, the president will emerge to address all of you.
Does President Biden plan to have a short bilat with Turkish President Erdogan on the sidelines of NATO?
We don't have a bilat scheduled with President Erdogan, but you know how these things go. They'll be hanging out at NATO headquarters, and I expect he'll have the chance to have brief conversations with a number of leaders.
Is the U.S. position on giving planes to Ukraine remains the same, or are you looking to discuss that if the Polish, for instance, bring it up? Is it still your belief that it should not be NATO giving planes to Ukraine?
There's been no change in our position on the MiG-29s.
Have you guys formally shot down the idea of a peacekeeping force that the Poles have raised, or is that something that is still at least open for discussion from the U.S. perspective?
President Biden's been very clear that we're not sending U.S. soldiers to fight Russian soldiers in Ukraine. I have not myself had the opportunity, nor has President Biden had the opportunity to consult with his Polish counterpart or I with mine on exactly what they have in mind, so we'll have that conversation. But our position with respect to deployment of U.S. forces in Ukraine has been clear from the start, and it remains unchanged.
They've been saying U.S. forces shouldn't be deployed and NATO forces should not be deployed into Ukraine. Do you have the same red line about forces under a NATO banner from other NATO countries going into Ukraine?
I mean, before I opine on what is a hypothetical or theoretical question like that, I think it's important for us to get the opportunity to hear more about something we've just seen in the press, and then we can speak to it.
All right. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Now you get to tell us all about the refugees and the Friday schedule.
Okay. Is that what you want me to talk about? Okay.
Jake?
No, Jake did a great job laying out tomorrow NATO, EU, G7 meetings that the president will be part of. I mean, look.
So that's tomorrow. I thought it was going to be today, but that's the important part.
Already have all of this.
We're going to have to wait on that tomorrow. You're going to get one update. Thanks, Jake.
And say what happens.
This is Jen's
after
replacement.
Brussels in a more
It's her homie,
stroke.
the second
So
one.
As you guys already
The girl who
know,
follows her
she's gonna
around.
Meet with President Duda once he leaves Brussels and goes to Poland to thank him for everything the people of Poland are doing and to discuss our coordinated humanitarian response to support the many Ukrainians who have been impacted by Putin's war. I think Jake also talked about the president, where he will engage with U.S. troops who are now helping to defend NATO territory. Yesterday, he talked about that, and he will meet with experts involved in a humanitarian response. We talked about the speech that the president will be giving, but I won't give any more further. We talked about that the president's going to be giving a speech in Poland.
In Poland? Okay.
We announced that probably a day or two ago. And so those are kind of, Michael, we gotta keep up. So we talked, I'm just gonna, like I said, talk about the broader strokes of things that he's gonna do tomorrow. Clearly, we'll give more guidance on what Friday will look like, but for security purposes, we just want to keep it more broad and not go into details.
Can you give us an update on whether the president tested before this trip since Monday, and what his most recent COVID test result was?
Just any general update of other people tested positive in the White House?
So the president was tested yesterday, as Josh just mentioned, and as part of his regular testing cadence. There's no change to the president's testing cadence during his travel because he was not a close contact. He will be tested throughout the trip in alignment with the various entry and departure requirements for the countries he will be visiting. For example, for context here, there'll be no testing entry requirement for Brussels, there'll be testing requirement for Warsaw, exit requirement for return to the U.S. As far as your question, so since when we're talking about staff and all of those things that you just asked, so since July, because of our commitment to transparency, we provide updates when any White House official tests positive for COVID-19 and with White House medical unit deems them as having had close contact with the president, vice president, first lady, and second gentleman. That will be up to the White House medical unit based on the criteria of the CDC. Jen, for example, shared her positive case yesterday, as she did in October, out of an abundance of transparency. If an individual does not meet this criteria that I just laid out, meaning they are not a close contact of our 4 principles, it would be up to the individual. This has been our policy since July. It hasn't changed.
Can you give us an update on whether you are still considering any further releases of the SPR to deal with the current gas price?
I don't have anything new to share on that, on any new actions, but as the president has said previously, we're going to continue to assess, and our government will take action as needed, as evidenced by recent strategic petroleum reserve releases that we announced not too long ago, and the announced International Energy Agency agreement. Those 2 things that we announced probably, I don't know, about a month ago, or a couple weeks ago.
Acknowledging that there are other things on the go, has he made any decisions on when he will name a new Fed nominee?
I don't have anything to preview for you on the new Fed. No, it's a fair, right? So not surprising us.
Did you have any further reaction to yesterday's hearing on Ketanji Brown Jackson?
So as we noted, the president did watch some of the portions of yesterday's hearing with Judge Jackson, and again, he couldn't be more proud of her intellect, her grace, character, and the value of her experience. The country is seeing just how qualified Judge Jackson is and how she determines cases fairly based solely on the facts and the law, which is what the American people expect in a Supreme Court justice. That's why she is endorsed by conservative judges, the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, dozens of police chiefs, sheriffs, and 83 bipartisan former state attorney generals. Just today, 43 former federal prosecutors in Florida endorsed Judge Jackson. So like yesterday, the president was also impressed with how she dismantled bad faith conspiracy theories, and that have been fact-checked by major media outlets and experts like some of you all here. And moderates in both parties are now dismissing them for the fringe smears that they are. She thoughtfully and thoroughly answered questions from senators for nearly 12 hours, as you all know, demonstrating the temperament required for a Supreme Court justice and showing the strength of her intellect and character.
I guess I just wanted to follow up really quickly. Does he have any reaction to the kind of questioning that Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley, Senator Cotton, I mean, a range of them did? What did he think of their questions?
Just to piggyback on the reference to the critical race theory as well.
That one theory and all of that.
Let me talk more broadly about your point, Michael, about the overall attacks. Look, so we're focused on the full Senate, right? She's been working hard to earn support since day one Today she was, the president named her. She's met with 45 senators, and she's going to meet with more after. And you've heard Republicans react well to her qualifications and her neutral methodology based in the facts of law and facts, based in the law and facts. And so I want to be really clear: our strategy doesn't depend on Josh Hawley or any of the other senators who attacked her. The critical race theory, she actually spoke to this yesterday as well, Judge Jackson. And to quote her, she said, when it comes to critical race theory, never been something I've studied or relied on. She applies the facts and the law when making decisions on the bench, not academic theory. And I also saw PolitiFact already found an attack based on this false after senator claims she considered it when judging cases. In comments to students about academic subjects that they may find interesting, she mentioned critical race theory in a list of other academic topics such as administrative law, constitutional law, negotiations, and contracts. But again, I would refer you back to what she said herself about that.
Did he think the questions from the senators that we mentioned about critical race theory and the other issues, pornography and whatever, did you think those questions were inappropriate, racist, whatever, however you want to say?
It's basically what I said, Michael. He's very proud. He's very proud of how she handled herself yesterday. I mean, I think it does. I just told you he watched yesterday, and I just told you his reaction. We're not gonna break it down specific to details. I just laid out how.
Yo, that's good news on there.
And why she was chosen.
They see recovery. Yeah, that's good news on Facebook. See if it holds up, but that's actually really good news. And she's tripping out on this question.
Assistance that we might expect to see. He's going to go to Poland. Polish leaders have been pretty clear about their breaking point. He's going to presumably see some evidence of that. I know you're not going to get ahead of the president, but can you give us some should the Americans expect a more open door policy to get some of these folks into the U.S.?
So look, again, he's going to announce further American contributions to respond to the growing flow of refugees and to the coordinated humanitarian response to ease the suffering of civilians inside Ukraine. But I don't have anything further to preview. Look, we are surging humanitarian assistance to countries neighboring Ukraine who are providing them with support. We've kind of laid out what we have done this past couple of weeks.
Some kind of relief package for Poland to help them deal with.
Again, I mean, you even said it in your question. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but this is something that's coming forward.
Oh no! I just last time on this one to follow up on Michael's point. He served on this panel for many years, like on many of these confirmation fights. Like, just generally, I know you don't want to respond to any specific senator. How does he think that these Republican senators have comported themselves? Not her reaction to that, but the senators themselves.
I'm not going to get into specifics on that at all. I'm just going to lay out what I said already on how he saw her performance, which is what is the most important thing is how Judge Jackson performed yesterday. He's very proud of her. We feel very confident in her being the next justice on the Supreme Court. I don't have anything further to read out to you.
Do you have any lists of bilats or anything you can share on what meetings you might have during this trip?
Say that last part.
Can you share anything about what bilateral meetings he might have on this trip?
No, Jake just talked about that. We don't have anything, at least when he was asked about Turkey, we don't have anything else to preview on a bilat meeting. I'm just to reiterate what Jake said, which is, at these type of events, the NATO in particular, and the EU and G7, you never know what might happen, but I don't have anything else to preview on a bilat. Okay? All right, thanks guys, appreciate you.
Thank you. Not Jen Psaki. That was kind of nice. Kind of cool. Did you guys hear what Sullivan said? That's all I was thinking about, partly. And then she was getting a little heated there during the discussion about Ketanji Brown Jackson. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about her. Do they cancel you if you talk about that? Are you allowed to talk about the Supreme Court nominee? I think. Or is it made to be difficult to talk about? But before we talk about it, I will say, look at. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what my guy said? I think it's been 2 months, as Bloomberg would call it, of us being in war with or a war between Russia and Ukraine. But now they're saying that they actually, he literally said they're expecting Putin to have to do an attack, essentially, whether it's a false flag in there. But it kind of sounds like the intelligence the first time, and he wouldn't answer the question. He said, they asked him, they're like, is that just speculation, or have you seen weapons move or anything like that? Because that was very interesting. I think I don't know, maybe I'm listening too deeply after missing the first time when they were kind of warning about it, but that stuck out from that call for sure. Again, he started it off, but it seems like we're in a weird space with Russia escalation right now. I don't think we haven't gone further in a while, but again, and that's why Biden tomorrow I think is going to be important, but it seems like we're probably going to be responding to it probably at some point. There might be another level of escalation. So that's probably why Biden's on his way to Europe. Yeah, honestly, that was very, I don't know, it was very blunt, more or less. I don't think it doesn't know. I don't even think he was very hush hush. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I mean, can we listen to it again? Bring that back. Oh, shit. I went back 10 hours, I think. I went back to the Equality Summit. Hold on. I don't think I lost it. But, no, it was just it's kind of ominous, but I think it was very blunt. That's why I'm I don't know. I was are you guys hearing this? But it seems to take that as information, it seems like we're probably going to have something in the future. I mean, I will tell you this. I don't know. I might say something very unpopular, but I don't believe any of the numbers coming out of all of this, the death numbers. I know some people were posting that, and I was looking it up because we've been hearing that over the last couple of days, but I just think that's a total question mark. It's not that I don't believe anything's happening out there, but it's just I feel like we have no damn clue of what's going on there. In terms of I really honestly can't tell you, besides not watching the ships move and seeing a couple of TikTok videos, I can't really say I know what's going on there, if that makes sense. It just, with all of this going on, I just think everything is, I don't have an opinion. I just don't believe. Nothing has got me where I'm oh, wow. I don't know. It's just it doesn't seem like we have any, we don't even know what it looks like. Honestly, I'm taking a standpoint that I'm just a very ignorant American. Yeah, I am an idiot. You're right. No, for real though. That's what I was thinking about. I'm not even straight up. I'm not even I'm just trying to take a couple steps back and be all right, man. I ain't never seen Ukraine. I ain't never seen Russia. I don't know if I've never been there. I know a couple things I can understand trade in between countries and commodities and that, but straight up more or less I don't I don't know. I just don't. I feel West, we don't really know everything as much. It's quite frankly, I'm standing on the middle of everything where it's just I don't believe official numbers more or less until we actually see it. That's why, again, you're in the middle of a war, but it's you haven't heard anything for a week almost that has been any different. All you've seen is besides videos, your gas prices, what have you seen? No, not even thinking 1984. I'm just saying I don't expect an accurate number or accurate details till later. It's just everything's a question mark. That's all I think that's the best way to put this. I don't think there's anything. It's honestly not that controversial. It's just everything is I don't think we know from what numbers we're looking at, or we don't know the scale and intensity at all yet. That's it. Small or large, we just do not know the intensity or scale. I think that's fair to say. And I think any reasonable answer on that we don't know. It's like, yeah, we have like U.S. intelligence, and that's why I'm saying this is a conversation sparked from what Mr. Sullivan just said, explaining it, what he was saying about what they're expecting next, and if they really expect him to go attack. You got Biden right now with NATO. That's a very, very important thing. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning, but that's going to be happening tomorrow. So it's just, I just think we don't really know the intensity, urgency, numbers, and it doesn't assume anything. It's just saying, it's like, yo, I just think the data is NA right now. It's just not available. Like, if we were really trying to look at this. So it's a very, and that's why, I mean, we'll see what happens here with the market and how the market does its own thing. But we'll see right now. But I would just I'm now, watch the bond market. I mean, that's the best part, is like, if you really want to ignore all the damn politics, is, bro, go look at TLT and the SPY. You're going to be good. That's the main thing. But it's like, if there's going to be volatility, news reaction, I feel like we're going to get something on this nature very soon. Or, I mean, we'll give it another week, but it seems like if this does escalate, we'll react. But if it ends up being a nothing burger, and maybe there's all this back and forth drama, and we'll see. But it seems like today too, I mean, all of this week you had hints of it with commodities, but again, today that news with pricing the Russia oil in the ruble, that one kind of, people didn't like that, and we'll see where that goes. So get ready. That was interesting. And then Jen Psaki, substitute teacher, came on, but she didn't say anything crazy. But it was good. It was good. I'm very excited, but like very also like, we'll be chill right now. Please read so they understand. I mean, first I'm gonna ask them, give me your sources. Nah, but I'll read what you had to say, man. Casualties usually included capture and defected soldiers. Also, Russia does not include these in the death numbers. I just don't think any. Just even that. I mean, tell me. I'll look at maybe I'll look back at the numbers in a year from now, and maybe we'll be able to determine it. But right now, without like any other evidence, like outside of numbers, if that makes sense, or I don't know if like we don't have the information. Is very hard. I think we are very. I mean, what is a sanction designed to do? It's designed to isolate you from parts of the world, a country, a person. So I think we are very isolated from a lot of the information. And that's why even if Jake Sullivan says something, anybody in this damn White House says anything, I mean, I think they would be closer to it, to that information. And I would probably I'd want to pay attention. But also at the end of the day, it's just like, I don't think even then I don't think we're going to really, it's going to be a while till we come close to something of a real, like, again, intensity, scale, and what's happening. I just don't think it's a question mark. Apple, where's Apple? Apple's honestly the safety gauge. That's it. Said it many times. Don't worry. The world is still good. No matter what happens, if there is anything, I think the price of Apple stock will tell you a lot about the world and how people feel. I did not see the super chat. Oh, we got Boris. He said, how's it going? What's up, baby? How you living? Baba puts hit, paying the plug. That's good. I think I looked at Baba. I think I did see it, and then I forgot. And then I was going in on this rant. I had a lot to unpack there, and we were getting to listen to Psaki, or not Psaki, Mr. Sullivan, and get something. But Alibaba, good work, baby. Good work. I think the Weebos are down right now, or they're the same price, but either way, Lunar. Is your name Lunar, or are you Lou? Like Luis Nardo? Are you like Louis Nadewutsky? What's lunar? Or is it lunar? Like, are you like a space cook? Tyreek to the Dolphins. Someone said that in the chat. They said Tyreek and Waddle on that team. Well, Waddle's already there, but they'd be good. It'd be good. If I pay my initial mortgage payment plus my next month's principal 1 month ahead. Will I reduce the 30-year loan by 50%? Is it possible to cut the loan from 30 to 15 years by doing this? So you can't just do it one time. I'll start with that. But if you're trying to figure out that mortgage trick, the idea is that if you add even just extra principal to the mortgage payment, that will help lower the amount of total interest you pay. And then instead of doing a once-a-month payment, and this right here will change a lot, you do a bi-weekly payment. So, you do a bi-weekly payment, pay 2 times a month. You'll get 1 extra payment and then do an extra $100 of principal. The more money above principal that you do, the lower interest you will pay over time. So that's how you do it. That's just like, velocity banking. People have told me that. I've looked into that too. And that one, it does work. You could do stuff, but this is just simply like understanding like amortization in a mortgage. It's super simple though. But like I think if you even just add like $100, $200 extra dollars a month to your principal and then do a bi-weekly payment, you're going to cut like at least 10 years of your mortgage. So if you do a 30-year mortgage and then do that, you'll wind up paying off the house in 20 years instead of 30 years. That's not smart because you could take the extra and invest and make more. Yeah, like if you're playing Monopoly, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people will say that, but what's your mortgage? Again, mortgage rates are pretty high right now. And if they go up, people are going to really keep this in mind because think about it. Where are you going to get 5-6% guaranteed? If your mortgage is 4.5-5%, the question is, are you really going to be able to take $100, $200? And that's even the crazier part is we're only talking $100, $200. So you a slightly increase to your mortgage that's pretty reasonable for everybody. Like, I don't know if I told all of you, if you have a mortgage right now, would it be unreasonable if I told you to pay an extra $100 a month? Would that be unreasonable to any of you who hold a mortgage right now? Or $200? If I said, could you pay $200, would you say that's unreasonable? That's not a reason, not at all. You could do it. A couple people said yes. You're already doing it. Unreasonable, in my opinion. Okay. Maybe it depends. If you're paying $2,000 a month, that's 10%. So if you're paying $1,000 a month, that's 20% increase on your mortgage. So, but again, and even then, 100, 200. Otherwise, your comparison is $100, $200 a month into a long term. If you're going to make more. But here's the key. If you do this, and if you do this long and steady as you've been living in it, you're going to end up saving 30% of the amount that you would have paid in interest. You're literally going to go from a 30-year mortgage to 20 years. So that means instead of the last 10 years of your property appreciating for this minor of an investment, you would actually end up getting way more on the back end. Again, even if you plan to sell the property soon, you may not need to really do all this because it's not going to really make that big of an effect. But if you do plan on keeping a house, holding it, again, even Airbnb, you have a good history with it, boom, you just knocked off 30% of your mortgage realistically with like $200 or $100, or I think it's around like 10% or something. I make an extra payment every other month. My wife has no idea. It's good. Do a bi-weekly payment. If you could get a bi-weekly payment in there, you get a whole free month on the year. It's very, very good. Bought the real estate license. Time to get that course. Let's go, baby. Go to the real estate call. You know what today is? Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. They don't feel me. Real estate call tonight. Real estate call tonight. Oh, man. 6 p.m. So let's get it, man. We'll see you there. Email Core Real Estate. Even if you just got the course or whatever it is. Email corerealestate@gmail.com. This goes for anybody if you want to be there. Yallah. But good luck. Good luck. Let's see. Welcome to I keep calling it the gold rush. So it's going to be an interesting decade here. But for the mortgage people, that little tip, you should look into it and try it. Calm day. Very calm day. Very calm. Very calm, but still with a lot underneath the surface. I still think you got emotions, tensions, and this is the 2-year anniversary of the COVID crash. Oh, man. How much you could come tonight. It's for free. That's free 99, bro. Free 99. What percentage of properties do you plan on hodling rather than flipping? I would probably keep a lot of most of them. And, I mean, it's kind of like free share strategy to a degree, especially in this market with a lot of the flips. It's like you could do a lot of the flips. I could flip a lot less. But then, we've been holding some of these properties for a very long time. So I do plan on keeping a lot of them. I mean, but still constantly doing flips. But I'm probably going to be holding most of everything and just making sure anything that is leveraged out that I would be able to afford to hold it at the current fixed payments. And all of them are fixed payments. And some have been fixed over the last decade, if not. But just holding those till whenever. That's it. Till, we'll see what happens. But my plan would probably be to flip in the meantime. And again, like I'm saying, it's like you could do a couple good flips. And if you're able to do them consistently, it's very, very good. And then, if you get it's crazy with how even mortgage rates are moving up. Once you get a good deal, you got to realize, like, if you got a mortgage, like, I don't know. I know you're always trying to sell your house, Mr. Powers. But one thing consider is the mortgage rate, especially right now. And then if you got a really good deal on it, if you were able to buy it below market value, again, if it's already rented and paying for itself, I mean, for the most part, it's just going to be, buying or selling stuff is just going to come to demand of capital, really, and then what's there. But most of them you'd end up holding because the deal is very, very good. Bi-weekly, you need to call the mortgage and ask them to set it up. I hear you just can't set it up. I had one that they were, on your automatic payments, go to automatic payments and try to set up, and it'll tell you the frequency for your auto payments and do bi-weekly. I've been able to do it on a couple mortgages without ever calling them in, but some might make you need to call in, and then you'll be good. I want to flip or Airbnb my first property. Just let the deal decide. Keep hunting, find something, and then boom, you'll be good to go. It'll either make sense. You'll find a deal. If it's a good deal, you'll be like, this will either be a good Airbnb, or you could turn it in and just flip it real quick and go from there. Sup. What's good, baby? How you living, Zach? Feeling blessed? Have I ever bought a metaverse property? No. I've yet to purchase meta land. I don't know what country to buy in. You know what I'm saying? Every company is a country. So, like, even in economics, it's not uncommon to refer to even a company, an NGO. You know what I'm saying? A multinational corporation, an MNC. They're kind of like countries. So every metaverse is kind of its own country. Every company that has one. So I don't know what country to buy in. But I do know, I think they haven't confirmed it, but it was leaked. They said that the people who own the mutants and Bored Apes, they're going to get a free land drop to the Bored Ape, like, metaverse land or whatever. Do you have details on that, Zach? What you got? Because I was getting hella nosy trying to ask people in that Discord, bro. I just talk like a kid. It's funny. I ask hella questions, and they just probably think I'm an idiot, but it's okay. Because I'm like, yo, just what's good? I said, is it confirmed? Is it this? Is it confirmed? Because I keep asking. I know they got the thing. So then should we just buy a bunch of them then? Should we just buy a bunch of them leading into it and then get all the land? But because if it's going to be in like April or something, that I don't know if it's confirmed. But Zach is saying it is. Now you know how I feel when I ask you questions. It's good. I don't care. I do it. It's good. I like it. Like, cause it's just like, bro, that's fine. I'll take any questions. Let's dumb it down. I'll ask mad questions. I was bugging them in there, and then people would respond though eventually. That's it. The land is confirmed. So if you have one with, damn, bro, did these go up in value already? I should have bought the other day. They already went up 10%. They're already going for, what's it called? Oh no, I thought they were going for more. I was like, damn, they're at 22. Not bad. But yeah, I still don't. I'm never gonna buy it probably. Like if I get these like free ones with the NFT, I'm down to get it. But I have not decided to find a metaverse home. I've not picked a country. I don't know the rights and regulations. There needs to be like Metaverse America. Does that make sense? Metaverse America. Brought to you by Mall of the United. Okay. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Any Wells Fargos that filled the gap. I still have the ones from the other day. We took profits on one of them, and then the other one literally just came back to break even. This 55 call. But I still like it. That one is till April. But it's big bond day, so we see what happens. Bonds and all that. Big smile duck. Sup ducks. Sup ducks. All those, man, which one was the other one? The gutter cats. All these random ones. I still don't know, man. I don't know. I'm like, I still have, every time now I got like Ethereum in that NFT wallet. I'm like, maybe I should buy one. Maybe I should, but I'm like, nah, I'm going to be content with the mutant. But I do like these airdrops. This is dope. This is dope. What do the futures look like? I think they're up, but I mean, if anything, stock market's one thing, but clearly how commodities open and then how bonds open is going to affect the market. I mean, at least that's what we're getting today. And even today, I mean, today, I don't know. Would you feel like today's big or small? Because it's not the smallest, but it's not the biggest. And also, too, we still got an hour 15. I don't know, Chad. Big or small day? Would you say this is big or small? How do you feel? How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel. Small felt bigger, muted. Muted, dang, why are we up so much? Small. You should be like land in the sand. Today was small, like, yeah, small. Small, bigger than yesterday. IMPP. You're a PP. Small, 44 million. Biggie small. Is it Biggie small? Big for Tesla and Apple. Small, definitely average, brother. Shout out to you hear about the IOTAs drop next week. Good day. Tomorrow, small. 25 mil. I think we dumping power hour. Medium, Biggie small. Smaller day. My account back to small. Smaller. Normally big, but this last 2 years, small. We were raised in volatility. Stun volume pretty low. Pretty big in my opinion. Small, lol. High, tiny, hard. Big. Just feels big because it's today. B&O back in the money, boring, faster, Uncle Smalls. What's going on? Hi, Josh. Bro, shit the fuck. Why you say drop? You're PP small. I'm Uncle. What the heck did I miss? Sorry, but you okay, Cole? Shut up. Uncle, top 10 things that Josh has on his wedding night. It's not small. It's normal size. Annoying. Shout out to Chad. In the middle. What's up? Love. Notorious B.I.G. How is that even annoying? I don't get it. That's what I just literally read the chat. And the only way I could have read that is if you were in the chat. What's wrong with you, bro? That's some cognitive dissonance. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Why are you doing that to yourself? Nah, you don't feel me. You know what I'm saying? Like why are you even doing that to yourself? Like you're reading that and all. Like, is it just you like your voice better than mine? You like your like inside voice? Like, you know when you talk to yourself? Like that's what you like reading the chat, talking to yourself better than hearing it out loud. It's the same shit. It's like a synonym, bro. Anyways, Tesla pop, Apple. I think Apple's the new star of the show, but no, Tesla's still green. He's still green. AMC, what am I saying? AMC, never mind. The real star of the show. Is this in thousands? And is this home price? What the hell is this? How do I zoom in on it? Existing home sales average price. Is this just the data from today? Let me just pull it up. Shout out to AMC. Yeah, man. You guys got it. Home sales. Let me see. Home price. Is that home price? The housing price, 557. I think it's 557,000. Is it this one? This is the same chart or nah? Am I looking at something different? I think this is the house price index. I think it's 557,000. But that's a house price index. I think there's also the Case-Shiller. I'm surprised it doesn't show that one. Year over year national. That's UKI. And then here's Case-Shiller. Yeah, I think this one's more correct. I think it's like 270. So I don't know what that other one is. That's a different metric, but Case-Shiller uses like, this is, I think, accounting for like everything. That's interesting. What is that other one? Let me see. That was housing prices of the United States of America. But like, who is that? The FHFA U.S. Home Price Index. Federal Housing. Oh, I guess that's for FHA. I assume they're based. I don't know what they're based. We need to look into this one. But usually Case-Shiller, core logic, Case-Shiller makes more sense. Then it's usually like, this is the percentage month over month. But it's usually like 279 sounds reasonable. Because like there's a lot in the United States. Like there's a lot of cheap houses still. Like it's not like anybody saying that house prices are too expensive. It's like you could find a house anywhere in the U.S. for like cheap. Now, granted, it won't be the most desirable area. This is what Jerome Powell deep down is telling you. I don't know if you guys realize this, but still, it won't be the most desirable area. Okay, and it may not be the nicest, but doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And then it also doesn't mean that the house probably was worth like $10,000 last year, 2 years ago, but now it's worth $10,000 or $100,000, but still doesn't mean that there's not something cheap available. I thought y'all believe in capitalism. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very good. It's very, very good. That's all you got to do. You know, just fix up the areas. What happened to Austin? Austin was dog shit. You guys came in there. Look at it now. You see? The cheap houses exist. Everybody just has to come together and say we are going to make this area nice and this place will be cool. Very simple. Amen. Austin. We could do it, though. Yeah, I'm going to hold those MO plays. It's a gamble. I think they were up for a little bit. They're literally just have not moved, but stock is up. I'll take it. We get a good day, but then tomorrow's ex-dividend day, so I don't know how it's going to play out. The Halo live action, nah. I don't know what it's about. I read the Halo books when I was younger, but I don't know if I could watch like a Halo show. I could probably put it up there in the back. We'll see. Tesla, I mean, we're going to see if this keeps up. If nothing escalates, bond market kind of chills, relationship could chill out, and then the market could really kind of confirm this rally. Literally, I just need bonds to calm down and that we're not going to really freak out with Fed expectations or anything like that. Then Tesla, Apple, the leaders, they could be a very, very good look. But right now, I mean, the premiums are still kind of high, I think, on Tesla. They were expensive this morning, but still up. It's still doing good. I mean, I think this is one, if you've been in it, you're kind of just riding the wave. This morning was an interesting move, but now I think the premiums are relatively clapped. Well, I'll even look at the next week's. Very expensive, you see. See, $200. Seeing the $200 plays, we're going for what? 40 cents yesterday? 20 cents? So, and then even this morning, they were going for $1. So they're up like what? 500%? Maybe like 200 to 500%, depending on the out of the monies. Then they shot up in the morning to like almost $3. Came down to like $140, $2. 1500s. So yeah, it's like, I think you could wait a little. It's like they're still expensive. Not really. I mean, after today's move, you're definitely getting it cheaper than the run, but then it's not like you're still paying the premium from yesterday. Mom loved the shout out yesterday. She thinks it's so cool, bro. Everybody, even did you hear my sister when she was reading the chat? She's like, "This is so cool! Holy crap!" That's why I was inspired by that. I was like, let's see. So that's good. She passed the vibe check. Thank you again, Miss Lemon. We love her. We love you too, Troy. God bless. It's good. It's a vibe, though. That's the vibe check. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Does your sister watch the stream? I don't know what my sister does, bro. You know, she's my sister. I love her, but she has her own life. I have no idea what she does, what she's into. You know, I'll see her from time to time. You know, we'll kick it. We'll get food. I mean, we like random stuff. We like talking a lot, but I don't know. So I don't know if she watches the stream or not. I don't even know if my mom's watching the stream. Then my mom will come in randomly. My mom just creeps on the stream. She'll let you know. Is she pretty? She's prettier than your sister, but I mean, I don't know. It's not for me to judge on that scale. So let's see. Highest conviction stock right now. I like Airbnb. I mean, Abivai, but like Abivai, we did go big on Abivai at that level, but I do like Airbnb. I don't, you know, it's going to deal with the market and everything else, but I think Airbnb is, I could confidently, as a growth stock, I could honestly say that's it. That's it. ACB? Nah, man. It sucks. The companies that in weed that you want to buy, they're not public. Like, I don't like Cresco. They made that deal today. That was the largest marijuana like merger in history. Y'all don't even know that, fucking potheads. And y'all ain't even, man. Look at this guy. This is crazy. Oh, they're Canadian. Yeah, Cresco's Canadian. You could buy them in Canada. Yo, Canadian. I like that as a weed stock. I need to look into them. Like, I've not looked at their financials. They're probably fucking trashed. But as a brand name and company, and then with that deal, it's pretty good. Yeah, but it's only in Canada for the stock. But that's a big one today. Big piece of news in that space. Hour pop. That's on the high ticker. Hour loop. 6%, one candle. Hour. What a ticker name. You think down tomorrow? It just commodities, bonds, and stocks right now. Depending on the health of that, and then otherwise, any driver will move us. Chances are by the morning, you're going to get another Ukraine probably talk or like they're going to ask for something or maybe progress on something, but you're getting Biden tomorrow. He's already in Germany, NATO. That's going to be a mover right there to a degree, but that's like the only thing. And then everything in between is, does anything drive up commodities, bonds, and then that'll weigh in all into the market. Uber, I have old 2023 Uber Leaps, but if you're going to go pick up a Uber Leap now, I would get 2024. Just get another damn year. Why not? You're paying for most of it up front. if you think about it. Like, if you're paying, like, let's see what it is. Like, I don't even know what they cost. But I would grab another year. I've not been to Planet 13, no. Like, 2024, like $50 call, $4. That's like not too far at the money, not too close, still a big amount. But then what is 2023? Paying $1.60, so it's double. But then you're getting, I think, double the time, 600 days instead of 300 or 400. Who's this? Spy's coming back down. Cresco. Who would have thought? Like, if I showed you this picture, would you think he was the chairman of one of the biggest weed companies? Just look at this guy. That's crazy. Mr. Manning. I couldn't even tell. He kind of looks like, yeah, bro, he looks like Tucker Carlson. I was like, he don't look. I was like, I feel like I can see him on like Fox News, but not on Cresco Labs. He's like, nah, bro, it's chill, bro. Nah, just look like it. You want what you want. That's crazy. Good for him. So you did your first ghetto spread. Good work, baby. Good work. MO does, they have some exposure, but it's not good. They have Cron, I think, like CGC, but they should have they should have more. That's one of the headwinds for all that. That's something. Honestly, it's probably been like almost a year since I brought this up. But with Altria, like, one of the bad parts about them was that a lot of people are like, they have Cron. That's who they got, CRON. But a lot of people were worried about Altria because if they didn't really invest too much in weed. When they made that Cron investment, but like, and when you see all the investments everybody else is making, a lot of people were worried that Altria may fall behind in the weed investment space and making sure that they're diversified in that area. So that's been a headwind, but the stock has performed very good, like in the last like almost year, 6 months since we've talked about it. So it could end up being a positive for them in the future. Because if they've gone this long and then if they announce news and they're able to ramp up one of their weed investments, I mean, it'll be good. But now they have some exposure, but it's really not enough. Like I would say, or a lot of analysts would say too, is that they've not really, they have some weed investments, but they should have a lot more, especially compared to where a lot of the other money is going in the space. So that's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for, is that in the future, because if they do bring that back, oh man, if they are able to bring it back, they could really, do it. Yeah, weed companies do burn cash. I mean, honestly, you getting burned, but nah, man, they burn a lot of cash. No, it's like we need 10 million to sell something everybody wants, but then we're not gonna make that much money on it. This is a crazy business, man. It's a crazy business out here. Yeah, that's the problem. Still like that. Like, it's still really like a cash burn business. But one day it's gonna Facebook. Eventually someone's gonna do it. Somebody's gonna crack the code or burn enough money that where the money starts growing. But other than that, it's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Herbal. Herbal. I've not heard of herbal. Sounds like gerbil, but I've not heard of herbal or gerbil. Am I Canadian? No? No? Okay. Sorry, Canadians. You're nice. I don't want to bother you. Don't want to piss you off. That's what somebody said. Are you ready for this? They said that Canadians, like everybody has this idea that Canadians are super like polite or Americans do, but in reality, like Canadians aren't really that polite. Americans are just super rude. That's the prevailing view around the world, apparently. That's it. And then they said, Americans, do you know how you view Florida? Like, you know how you view Florida people? They said that's how the rest of the world looks at you. I said, wow, that's crazy. I said, okay, tell me how you really feel. Tell me how you really feel. Okay, that's a good one. What's the other one? There's one more. I don't know if this one's just about the world. I think it took 4 times longer for the world to, like, when the world shifted from bronze or like copper swords to steel swords, that took 4 times longer than it took us to go from steel swords to nukes. So they said, let that one sink in. So pretty wild. But those are my random outbursts that I've heard from people of the day. Thank you. This is what I've heard from people throughout the random parts of the day. These are the fun facts that get shared, or that I will eavesdrop on in here, or I will see on TikTok. They come from various sources. These are random things that stick there. Thank you for wishing me happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate the birthday wish. However, it's not my birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Chicago approves ban on city oil gas. I thought they were going to ban the gas tax. I said someone's going to do it. XOM, Steam, PSX, that's still going up. That's good. SCCO, copper. You just drop a copper sword play? Southern Copper, he really did. All right, I see you. Doing good. It's doing great. Copper swords are on the rise. Looks like copper, high demand, dude. High demand. Maryland, I feel like I know California was refusing to get rid of the gas tax. They don't want to. TLT still chilling. 1.5. A little relief. Bullard is supposed to come on at 3 p.m. actually. Good call. Isn't he? Let me check. Yeah, you're about to get some hawkish Bullard. Oh, yeah, bro. Bullard's supposed to be on.
As a result,
there he go. Look at his ass, bro.
Completely clear that will
ready
happen,
to clap
but,
everybody.
They obviously are more dependent.
Come on, say 10% interest rate. Fuck it. Come on.
Imports from Russia, then especially energy and other commodities than other parts of the world. So now on energy, I would say a couple things from the U.S. perspective. One is that at least for where oil prices are today, we've seen these kinds of oil prices before from 2011 to 2014. That didn't seem to cause a recession in the U.S. economy. So I think a couple of considerations on the U.S. side are that we've seen these prices before. That's one, at least where they are today. And then also that the U.S. is less energy intensive, and that's been declining for 40 or 50 years, but now it's down, considerably less than it would have been earlier in the post-war era, less than half, or even down 2/3, depending on where you measure it from. So the energy intensity of the U.S. is less, and then, in addition, the U.S. is a major energy producer, oil producer, and so the effects of an energy shock are nowhere near as clear as they once would have been for the U.S. economy. You've got some parts of the economy are hurt by it, but other parts of the economy are helped, and on net, you have relatively small effects. So I don't think that you just look at the price of oil all by itself and make claims about where the U.S. economy is going. So because of that, I think the initial analysis of the Russia-Ukraine situation across a wide variety of analysts has been that the U.S. economy will continue to grow at an above potential pace in 2022 and 2023 as a baseline case. So that suggests that U.S. labor markets, which are already hot, will continue to improve further during 2022 and 2023. And I think that's, sort of the baseline analysis at this point. There are, of course, risks as always, and in a war situation, you're never quite sure what might happen, what's around the corner. But I think that's the initial assessment.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jim. Well, so taking off on that and speaking about an economy that could be argued to have a full head of steam and even be running a little bit on the hot side of things, I want to make sure to talk about monetary policy. I know you think a lot about that, particularly around meetings like you had last week. So, I think you recently described this very aptly that, basically until last week, the Fed was essentially at peak accommodation. We had a record Fed balance sheet and zero rates. You came out in the last meeting. I think anyone who's following those, you came out with a relatively hawkish dissenting voice at the last meeting. We saw a quarter-point hike. You would have liked to see more, both on that target Fed funds rate, and also, interestingly, on a plan to formally reduce QE. And I think just to mention this, Jim, you also called for sort of a policy target of something like 3% by year end, if I have that right. So this, of course, in response to highly elevated inflation and trying to put some downward pressure on that inflation. So I guess a couple of questions, Jim. First of all, how do you see inflation playing out, over the next 4, 6, 8 quarters? And along with that, I wonder if you perceive any limits as to how effective monetary policy can be in a situation like this. If the inflation is arguably has to do with supply chain issues or some geopolitics, I wonder if there are limits as to how effective monetary policy can be.
Yeah, so just to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as the inflation numbers, this isn't just a little bit of inflation. This is a lot of inflation and way above the 2% target set by the Open Market Committee. I felt like a lot of the debate around it.
Let's see if he's about to say some shit. He said a lot yesterday and the market didn't trip, but we're doing this during trading hours.
But we're not. We're way over. We've got a inflation target of 2%, which is stated in terms of the headline PC inflation rate, which is running around 6% right now, measured from 1 year ago. And even if you want to throw out the food and energy components, so you really shouldn't do that because people have to pay those prices. But okay, we'll throw out food and energy. You still got 4.2% inflation measured from 1 year ago in the most recent reading. And all indications are this is, if anything, going to go up here during the spring. So this has been a surprise to the upside. I think it was, as of last fall, it was, potentially one explanation could have been that this was due to the reopening of the economy as the pandemic faded. But then you got inflation reports in October, November, December, January, and February, all, showing a leg up on inflation. So that's what's really changed the situation dramatically, I'd say, in the last few months. And it has necessitated, I think, all of us to think more about how fast things are going to have to move in order to keep inflation under control. It's true that we raised the policy rate at the last meeting, but only 25 basis points. in an economy that, we're headline PCE inflation is 6%. So you've got a long ways to go here. And I think that, I've tried to allude to 1994, and probably many of you remember that year where the Greenspan Fed increased the policy rate by 300 basis points in a year. I think that's the kind of thing we have to be thinking of here. The 94 tightening actually worked very well. It reestablished the 2% inflation target in the US. We hit 2% inflation in the subsequent years, and the economy did not go into recession and instead boomed in the second half of the 1990s. So we'd be shooting, in my mind, for something like that here, where we readjust the policy rate upwards, a discrete adjustment, in any kind of reasonable time frame that we can get to, up to a neutral level of the policy rate, which on the committee, different members of the committee have different views, but anywhere between, let's say, 2 and 2.5% on the policy rate would be neither putting upward nor downward pressure on inflation. And then from there, you should probably go a little bit above that, or at least some above that, to put some downward pressure on inflation. And then hopefully you'd also get some backing off of inflation from other factors. So that's a basic outline of where I'd like to chart out a course, at least in my own mind, about where monetary policy should go. And it is going to mean moving faster than what we're used to. We got used to during 2010 to 2019. Everything moved very, very slowly, maybe once a quarter or something like that, or not at all. And so I think we have to get in the mindset that these are much bigger swings in the economy. The pandemic has been a big shock, and we're suffering an inflation aftershock here. And so we have to think bigger, maybe, than we've thought about in the past. But I think it can be successful ultimately, but we will have to, the Fed will have to make sure, the committee will have to make sure that we maintain credibility and on our inflation target. And then we talk more about the balance sheet, but I won't ramble on too long here.
Yeah, I do want to get to the balance sheet, but just quickly, Jim, if the Fed is successful in terms of accomplishing what you're describing, how quickly do you think inflation can be brought back under control realistically?
Well, I think it could be brought under control in 2023 for sure. And part of your question was, does the central bank have the ability to control inflation? I think it definitely does. That's the whole idea of inflation targeting all around the world, has been name the inflation target, hold the central bank accountable to hitting that inflation target in the medium term. And lo and behold, most banks that went to some form of inflation targeting were able to get their inflation rates down and more or less stabilize their inflation rates around the inflation target. And so I think we have plenty of ability to do this, but it does mean that we have to react appropriately to the events, macroeconomic events as they occur.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jim. Let's talk about the balance sheet a little bit. I think when you assumed your role, the Fed had something like $1 billion balance sheet. It feels like a while ago, $1 trillion balance sheet. Forget we're dealing with central bank math here, Jim. I've added some zeros. So $1 trillion at that point, it's I think something like $9 trillion now. So essentially, we've seen ninefold growth over that period of time. And in my view, we've never really successfully shrunk the balance sheet in a meaningful way. We sort of chipped away at it for a period of time there. And that was even when the economy was stable and growing in the latter part of the last decade. So, if I'm dusting off my econ, textbooks from college, it was said, well, that type of easing, should be viewed as sort of monetizing our debt to some extent, and that all these, shrewd bond market investors out there would see through this. You'd view it as inflationary. You'd see higher yields. Now, that doesn't really seem to have happened. I guess my question is, how important is it to begin to reduce that balance sheet and get back to a right size, or whatever a right size is, and is it desirable to do so?
When the pandemic came along, we went to the a double-barreled strategy, I guess. We lowered the policy rate down to near zero, and we also started buying treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. Part of that was on the idea that the housing market would suffer because of the pandemic. That actually didn't turn out to be the case. The housing market has boomed instead, partly due to a change in demand for the nature of housing that people wanted. So we've argued that the quantitative easing was providing additional accommodation above and beyond our low interest rate policy by moving out the yield curve and depressing longer term yields. It seems to me you should take that back now, now that you've got a lot of inflation, and as sooner is better on that as well. So I think it would behoove the committee to just go ahead and allow at least passive runoff right now, and start to reduce the size of the balance sheet and take some of that back. Pre-pandemic level, the balance sheet is about 4 trillion. Now it's about 9 trillion, as you point out. So we've got a long ways to go in this dimension. A couple of things do happen here, though. You do have a growing economy, so in the ratio of the balance sheet to the size of the economy is falling. But you could do more if you allowed passive runoff to get back to the pre-pandemic size. It would still take some time, but since we have a lot of inflation here, it seems like it'd be an appropriate time to take some of that accommodation off the table.
And do you see that happening mostly as just runoff, Jim, or something a little more accelerated?
Yeah, I initially I'd be happy at least to go with a runoff strategy, and maybe with a little bit of stabilization around it as we did last time. But I think we can run down the balance sheet faster than we did last time around. And then if we got later in the process here and inflation wasn't moderating as we're hoping it will, then I think we could look at asset sales and get further reduction in the size of the balance sheet through that channel. But that wouldn't be my initial approach that I'd prefer. I'd prefer just to start with runoff. And I think we can do that now. I mean, essentially, I think we overstayed our welcome on asset purchases. If, at least for me, if we had a to-do over, I would have wanted to stop those purchases sooner than we did. To be fair, wasn't totally clear when the pandemic was coming to an end. It wasn't totally clear how effective the vaccines would be and so on. And we did have subsequent waves even after with the vaccines in place. So it wasn't totally clear, but in retrospect, I kind of wish we had stopped sooner.
Sure. Hey, Jim, I'd love to touch just on employment markets a little bit. You referenced that in one of your earlier comments. I think a lot of us would agree that a big part of the story of last year was this shortage of talent, and continues to be the story amidst strong growth and of course an uptick in employee wages, particularly at lower ends of the pay scale. But I forget the numbers. I think we're still close to something like 5 million more job openings than there are available workers in the country. So much has been made of this great resignation or this rematching of the economy that's underway. I would love to hear your thoughts on how you think this plays out in terms of this rematching and this reskilling that's going on in the economy. Do we have enough people to get the work done in this country? What's at the heart of this, and how does this settle out?
Well, I probably have bad news for all you guys. I think you're really going to have to hustle for your workforce and for your talent. And that seems to me to be the situation right now. It certainly is when I talk to contacts around the 8th District here. But I don't see that abating. Instead, I see it intensifying during 2022 here, with the unemployment rate falling even further. We actually have the unemployment rate falling all the way down to 3.1%. And at times I've argued that you could see the US unemployment rate go below 3% this year, which would be something we haven't seen in many, many decades in the US. So it's that hot of a labor market, and you've still got the economy growing at an above potential pace of growth. even with the geopolitical risk out there and other elements. I think you've got more reopening to occur as the pandemic continues to fade and as the economy continues to learn how to adapt to the endemic situation with COVID. And you've still got a lot of fiscal transfers that are out there that were saved by many households and have not yet been deployed. So
Bro, I feel like a lot of
that's
gold
gonna
companies just went
occur in
crazy on the high ticker.
2022. So
Gold
I
and
just see the
commodities and
labor
oil right
market,
now.
being very much in favor of sellers of labor. I suppose it's a great thing for the economy because it's a great time to get a job, and you are seeing a lot of quits, people moving to other locations. But if you're running a business, you really have to hustle and keep your talent and make sure that you've got the best workforce that you can get.
Okay, Jim, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about everybody's favorite topic, which is cryptocurrency, of course. We've got 10 minutes here, so I think we will finally put this to bed and get to the bottom of this. Jim, so the president, recently directed, I think, national agencies, particularly Treasury, to explore the possibility of a central bank digital currency. That's been getting a lot of coverage. On the one hand, it seems to me it was sort of a directive to a plan to make a plan to actually do something. So there's a lot to play out here, obviously, but people have been coming out with commentary on this. I saw the ABA maybe last week. The quote from Rob Nichols was that banks are concerned that it clearly directs federal agencies to begin pursuing a CBDC even before determining if a U.S. CBDC is actually in the national interest. Maybe let's start with this question to you. Is a CBDC in the national interest?
Yeah, well, I'm going to quote Alan Greenspan as saying, I think I'm on the record as being vague about that. So I just don't think it's that clear at this point. Different people mean different things by central bank digital currency. So that's one issue. What would be the parameters around it? Central bank digital currency, what would it do? What problem are you trying to solve? I think that's probably the main issue around central bank digital currency is what are you trying to fix here? I think a lot of people have a simple idea in mind that there are privately issued cryptocurrencies which do something. And then you're going to have this central bank digital currency, which is a rival to this privately issued cryptocurrency. But when you think about the privately issued currencies, those are in use partly because of illegal activity or quasi-illegal, which I think you and I might just call regulatory arbitrage of some kind. There's some rule in place. There's some barrier in place. Cross-border transactions are a great example. And it might be easier in some circumstances to go through a cryptocurrency in order to accomplish whatever the user is trying to accomplish. So a central bank digital currency isn't going to help with something like that because obviously you're going to put safety and a regulatory structure around and it's unclear how much privacy you'd be offering through a central bank digital currency. So I think right off the bat, it makes it unclear whether you'd be a direct rival to the issued cryptocurrencies or not with a central bank digital currency. I have lots of other things to say, but maybe I'll pitch it back to you and see where you want to go with this.
Well, I think a lot. We saw a survey recently about number of banks who are getting involved in this. It's actually for the amount of press that cryptocurrency seems to get. It seems that very few banks are actually playing in this space. The number I saw was something like 1% of banks are actually doing something in the cryptocurrency space right now. I wonder as we try to filter through the noise that's out there and figure out how or if our institutions should be engaged in this space. Do you have any advice for us?
I do, because the issue of being disintermediated is a very live issue, I would say, and The Alibaba example from a few years ago is a good one, I think, where Chinese users of the Alibaba platform just started thinking that this was a great way to do their financial services, and they just started using that, and that it wasn't really intended that they would become a bank, but they kind of de facto became a bank through that channel. Chinese authorities later came in and regulated some of that, but that just shows you how fast these things can happen. And if you got a public that started to say, well, I don't really care about FDI insured deposits, I don't care about the other regulatory structure, or they think they don't care about that, then I think you could get disintermediation of the banking sector. So that's why there's so many issues around this, and why it's such a live public policy topic, is because it stretches across many different dimensions. You've got the privately issued currency, you've got the illegal activity component, you've got the future of banking component to it. So there's many different dimensions to this, and that's why it's hard for all of us, I think, to get our heads around exactly what's happening. And it's also, that's the nature of disruption in any industry, is that it's hard to fathom exactly what's going on as the disruption is occurring.
Well, that's maybe a great last question. I mean, just as we think about all this disruption, it's not just about DeFi and cryptocurrency. It's about all that's happening in fintech right now. And the system is just awash with capital trying to promote, good ideas, profitable ideas in the fintech space. There's a lot that goes along with that. I did just want to ask, and I know you follow this very closely. I think one of your directors actually is a mutual acquaintance of ours, is one of the founders of Square, now Block, and has done a lot to disrupt this space. So I know you hear a lot about this from him and others. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you think about the playing field for fintechs versus traditional banks, and maybe clue us in a little bit about how the Fed is thinking about ensuring that level playing field continues to exist?
Well, I think it's a great question. So Square, now Block, would be a good example. And, they're operating outside of the regulatory perimeter, unlike you guys. You guys are very much on the inside. But I don't think we can do much about that without Congress. Congress has to act on this, and obviously, they're all over the map as well about exactly what to do. I think we all want financial stability in the U.S. economy, and the Silicon Valley kind of notion of move fast and break things is not very consistent with financial stability ideas about let's have some rules about how we play these games here. So I think that's the fundamental conflict that's going on. I mean, so far so good, but I think we have to keep a close eye on this going forward. And I do think Congress has to step up.
Good. Thanks,
and
Bullard.
think about.
That was James Bullard. It was the last question. He didn't really say anything. I mean, not anything that he hasn't said, but market, Fed futures didn't really react to it. I wanted to see, because we didn't react to him last time. I don't know. Maybe the claws of the hawk are not as, if everybody else in the Fed is like, all right, double hike, double hike. But he did say something that's very interesting. That's what I pulled up here. He was talking about the 1993 rate hikes, right? So check this one out. So he was saying he wants it to be like 1993, where they were well above the target. They needed to get back to 2%. They didn't want to cause a crash. They wanted a soft landing, right? So take a look. You can see here rates were high in 91, 92, and it seems like 93 till the end of 93 they kept the rates stable, right? So take a look. February they raised rates 3 to 1/4%. So one rate hike, small one. Next month, they raised another quarter, right? And then they went another quarter. So the first 3 hikes were a quarter, right? And then what happens here? Middle of 1994, May, they do a double hike. See that? So they probably had a 2-month delay in between the meetings. So they did a double hike, 3.75 to 4.25. Then they kept it the same, and then they did another double hike. So they did a double hike in 1993-94, right? And then they kept it the same, and then they did another, what is this one, 3/4? I think 3/4 of a hike by the end of the year. So inflation going a little bit crazy there. But they literally went up 3, a triple hike. Then they kept it. Then they went up another 0.5%. And then by 95, middle of 95, like a year after doing that, they began cutting the rates. They cut the rates, and I think it stayed stable. Then they did another raise in 97. And then they kind of stabilized some things. And then he said there was kind of a boom. How did the SPY do? We could take a look at that. But what I'd want to look at is CPI. So let's see the CPI in 93, 94. So is that negative? Yes and no. But it kind of gives us a map to kind of see. But I wouldn't throw double hikes and maybe even a triple hike out the window now. And we'll see how the market, if the market prices that, and then how does the market respond when that happens. So 1993, you didn't even have inflation though. That's like the thing. So like 93, 94 CPI, I mean, you were coming off of it in the 80s, but that's the only difference. CPI wasn't doing anything. 94, 95, yeah. Kind of a dud. Let's see. Yeah, the SPY was, but the SPY was established 93, but you can still get the actual S&P. $92, $93, $94. The markets were at the highs. They came down a little bit and then absolutely rallied into the 2000 bubble. So, best case scenario, we go down a little. This is 90. This is the rate hike thing we went over. This is what Bullard says he'd want. So maybe he's not that big of a hawk. But S&P was at 460. No, yeah, 460 on the S, not like the S&P 500. So that would be like 450 on the SPY, or like $45 on the SPY. I think it'd be $45 on the SPY. So he's literally saying you get a little bit of the S&P didn't do anything. And then everything took off leading into 2000, 2001. Went sideways in 94 like 2018. Overlay with GME? What are you saying? So like I guess like in 2094 was like the time to invest in GME. I mean, you can argue right now would have been a good time to invest, but I'm gonna still stick. I feel like 94 was probably, I mean, on it. Can we overlay this with GME? Just can we? How do you annotate? Do I need to add something? I don't know how to overlay this. Oh, dude, retracement trend channel, dude. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, here, hold on. Oh, add data, dude. Hold on, let me get back from here. Add data, dude. Here, GME, dude. Yeah, dude, let's GME it up. Okay, dude. Actually, this was GME. GME didn't come out till like 2000, dude. So, like, they were haters back then. You know what I'm saying? They were hating on the movement. But, like, totally, dude. Like, right here, dude. Oh, dude, like, till 2008, dude. And financial collapse, dude. Totally didn't get a hedge put short, but, like, that was, like, rigged. You know, and then they short laddered it for, like, 12 years. How do we get further? Now look at it, dude. That's what we call a comeback. You know? Totally. Right there, dude. Anybody who says otherwise, you're a jealous hater. I already know. Exposed. It's crazy. That's crazy. No, I really GME, I guess they came out when. How do I zoom in on this? 2002. Wow. Josh is mad. I know Josh is totally mad, dude. Pissed off. Angry, dude. He missed it, dude. Hater. You know what I'm saying? So, I wouldn't mind the 1994. A 93, 94. I wouldn't mind that. That'd be crazy, actually. Inflation was low. Stock market led to a bubble after that. And they were able to do several hikes in a year, go from 3% to 5.5 in a year. So they raised 2.5% by a year, and the stock market did not collapse. And then they cut the rates once, and then raised it once after that, and then it was able to go. SPY hitting a new low, 20 minutes left. Yunen! Oh, and Boris, I still see Boris's has it going. That one never disappeared. Let's go, baby. What happened to MO? We'll see. Yunen, always showing love, baby. God bless you. I'm grateful for you and your presence. Horn. Oh, MO. MO gets, it's like they smoked it. Karma. Huh? That's what my mom would say. Karma. This one. How they do this. S&P dropping, though. New low, 444. We haven't gone any lower than that, though. Yeah, just watch 444 flat. I think anything below that's like 441, right? Yeah, last time we were there was like 441, really. So, I don't know. I think we might hold it, though, for the end of the day. We got 20 minutes. I'm home. It is in the power hour. It is power. We've been in power hour. It's kind of just, it needs a break sometimes. Going down a little bit. It's not too bad, though. Again, 1% all across the board on everything. The bonds are almost 2%. That's the real star of the show. And we will see. And then lately, honestly, that little bounce, this bounce before the drop was all like oil companies, gold companies, all of that. But then you still do got a couple holding. But it seems like we're clapping. Yeah, we made plays today. They all really did bad, actually. We kept them small, but Verizon got clapped. Altria's clapped now. And then I think I made one more. The WB. But WB I actually like. I think that one is just, they had the news and then it just froze. SPY hitting one more low, but let's see. It's holding up pretty decent. Baba, we called out Baba, but I took the Weibo instead, but I said I'm gonna just keep it small, $40. Oh, Intel too. That one I think has a little bit more time. I like it, but again, all of them got clapped, but most of them were small. The biggest one was Verizon with like $100. My VZ calls are up. Are they? Yeah, mine are the same price. I guess I just say it's clapped, but they're actually, we didn't lose on them. So literally Verizon has break even on the bid. And then same thing, Verizon, yeah, they're actually break even. But I still think they're clapped because they just didn't go up. Is there helium plays? My friend said his company confirmed the shortage. I don't know if there's helium plays. Take a look, see if there's a helium ETF. Are there helium futures? Why would they sell MO? I don't know. Well, tomorrow's going to be the last day. But it should have went today. It should have went. It had a little bit yesterday, but we'll take it. Helium's been in short supplies. Air gas. Bonds. What about the bonds? So SPY bounced off of that. Very big bounce. Not even 10-minute rigged yet, but let's see what happens. And then TLT, I'd keep an eye. Like I'm saying, bonds all day. Going crazy. I think oil, I don't know if oil actually went up or just held up on those moves, but a lot of the oil companies are there. The PSXs are up. The ConocoPhillips are like back to break even. What a day. What a just a calm day. They said calm down. They made sure to calm down. But you guys, AMC and GME, they're still up. So you actually had some activity in these random, like, heavily shorted names. And then some of the big tech, Tesla, Apple, all of that. NVIDIA and Intel. Where'd the Intel go? Yeah, the Intel was down 2 cents, but that one kept 30, 40 bucks. Again, thankfully kept them small today. I think Tesla rides up. I mean, premiums are still high, so break-evens are up there. I mean, it could do it. It's holding 1,000. You're either going to go crazy above 1,000 or it's going to break below, but I mean, I just think the premiums are too high. I'd wait. I might want to play it by Thursday or Friday. Big bounce, the volatility. It's volatility. They attack. They could attack. GME pop. Intel kind of coming up there a little bit. Again, you still got squeezed stocks today. You do have some level of sell value by tech. PPC pop. Like a pop or the contract pop? Myrna pop, Intel CNBC pump. Cool. All the gas stocks, though. Gas and GLD, 4 minutes till 10-minute rigged. So that means 14 minutes left. TLT is crazy. This is such a big bounce, but it's so, like, just still back to the lows. Again, I think this brings us back to the 2018, 2019 levels. Yeah. Going to continue. That's what the next question, like we said, people are asking, how does it look for tomorrow? It's a lot's going to depend on how bonds and commodities open, and then everything with Biden, and then the foreign stuff, and if there's any escalation, if they even add more sanctions, anything of that nature. Those will be the keys to watch. MPP. You guys keep calling that one out. Orchidea blast off. Am I going to hit the gym today? I might. I don't know yet. I still haven't gone back since. I'm like nervous a little bit, but we'll see. It may come down to a coin flip. And then depending if I poop after too, I could do a lot. Wingstop posed to exceed fiscal first quarter 2022. Right when I say that, that news comes across. Look at that. That's what Wedbush says. Look, this chart, they deserve this. Not for long, but like for a little bit. Yeah, that literally just came out. Why? $10-minute rigged. It's coming right back down again. Watch like the LNG on the high ticker, GLD, all of the gas and energy plays right now. That's what's like bringing us up on the S&P right now. So it's creating these weird moves. But 10-minute rigged is coming in. We're heading right back down. So let's see what happens. Died pup. 10-minute rig. Let's see. Here it is. Here it is. They haven't been too crazy. So, and then what's the volume like? Remember today earlier, volume's bad, bro. 50s. Yo, this is very low volume. Is it? It's not summer yet. It's spring. The heck? This is very, very low volume. It's no good today. No good, Habibi. You know? No, it's no good. You haven't been here in 2 hours. How are you? I'm good, man. A lot has happened in that 2 hours. You could tell a lot's changed. You missed a bunch of announcements. It's crazy. $4.53. Not dropping yet. Teslanian. 1.3 to the sell side. There's a new low. Your butter in 44.50. So let's see again. Anything below, it might be one of those weird closes, but because the next level is like 441. We might get to that. Maybe 441.90 or something. Roblo holding up. What about travel names? Yeah, Roblox is in his own little world. Bonds are going up, though. So bonds hitting a new high coming into the low. Again, volume still pretty low. 9 minutes left. Too much premium everywhere. The premium everything. What's the move? I mean, I like the butterflies and some of the other plays that we picked up again, like Boeing puts. Those I'm checking those now. But either way, though, you could easily burn one coming into Friday. Like, it just really depends on what Biden is going to say and if they announce anything. Amazon even giving up. I really, like I said, Apple all day, but 4443. This is going to be interesting close. It's going to be an interesting class. Yeah, the commodities are still up. Again, oil keeps ripping. Oil still, Brent crude's at like 120 right now, 122. So, and then all of these companies are up. I mean, it's really not, like it's not, it did it faster than I even expected, but we'll see. So that's the downside to it, but we're holding up pretty decent here. The bonds, again, bonds are moving 2%. The whole market only 1%, even 1.2 on the NASDAQ. Volume is very, very low. So I think coming into tomorrow, it may even be like this. We're going to watch these factors, but I think a lot of people are kind of even looking towards escalation now, again, or at least what's the next development going to be? Because even Bullard, the Fed, that's already moved and that's already pricing down. Maybe the market catches up, but again, that goes back to bonds. 1254. On the wheat ship movements, they haven't moved. None have moved. And the latest update now is the cost of wheat farming equipment. As people are getting ready, and then some American farms are kind of scrambling towards it. That's the thing. America, we are noticing the lack of wheat, and we're trying to even get in on it. But now the prices of all of them are going up. So, but none of the ships have moved. It doesn't seem likely, and that's the thing. You get one more escalation if Putin does do any sort of attack. That's it. The food situation, they're gonna run. Let's see. Time 12:55. Hitting a low, but it's not like flushing again. Low volume. There's just all of these factors at play right now, but nothing has really moved in the puck. It's just kind of tempering what we had yesterday, giving us small reality check, but then at the same time, you see a lot of things are up right now. Again, AMC, GME, all that. Renault says suspending operations at Moscow factory. Amazonian. Today's a good one. Today's a good, like, kind of calming day in a weird way. I think you're still elevated. It tempers the rally. You got a big bond movement. The commodities are up. This is just like, you got to wait till tomorrow. It's coming down, but it hasn't flushed. It's going to hold 444, I hope. I can't even say. Close this. Fang on the high. Not the actual Fang, but Fang. If that makes sense. What time is it? Oh, we got to land this thing. Okay, we landed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal, the trading fraternity terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. You also do have a special layover in the Cole Real Estate Terminal, so please ask your flight attendant if you guys will be boarding on there. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 75 degrees and sunny, looking like a bright day out there. Might be able to get a little bit of a tan. Maybe the red right there kind of shine some sun on you there, so we'll see. But another good day in the markets. We'll see how it plays out for the rest of the week, but it looks like clear skies. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in a Cole Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant. We'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Bro, TLT going crazy, bro. Oh my goodness, the bonds. You see they're reacting now. We'll see. You could even watch bond futures, but wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. You don't have that much time. 1 minute! Woo! Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Renault suspends activities. We already got that. Bonds are running up into this. Honestly, take a look at commodities, even though oil is closed. But it's going to be an exciting one, man. Happy Wednesday, Wednesday coming into Thursday. Oh, my goodness. But wrap it up. Finalize the plays. If you're going to average down, if you're going to double down, I don't know what you're doing, but this is your moment. This is your moment, baby. Happy ramp up, co-real estate. Less than 10 seconds left, Chad. Less than 10 seconds. It's honestly 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. Oh, come on. We need it. We need the track. Give me the track. I need the track. Play it. We did it. No, they can't. No. Wait, no, it's the wrong sound. It's the wrong one. Hold on. No, there it is. Oh, man. Okay. Now you get the screen. Oh, GG, baby. I need a GG. I need a GG. We did it. We made it. Let's go. Were you complaining or creating? It doesn't matter. I need a GG, baby. Come on. Creating. It doesn't matter. I need you to bring it back. We need the sportsmanship. We need the sportsmanship. I need a GG right now. I need a GG right now. Come on, please. I don't know. Were you in the game or not? If you were really in the game, I need a GG. If you weren't in the game, I understand. If you really weren't about that life, I get it. But if you were in the game, positive, negative, it don't matter. I need a GG. This is culture. This is for the game. Do you love the game or not? Or maybe you just a little bitch, and that's why you can't GG. I'm just saying. I don't mean to start beef. I'm GG. My bad. I didn't mean to say that. See, GG. I'm in the game, baby. 7 hours in the books, bro. 7 hours in the books, bro. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Cut it. Chad, that's the day. That's the day, baby. How do you feel? 7 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. The day is over. Another trading day. From the opening bell to the close bell. And I just have to tell you, GG, I love you, and thank you for being here. So I don't know how long you're going to stay if you have to head out, but if you do, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to all the people who liked the video. Tell me what likes. 2.5 thousand likes. It was at 50 in the morning. Oh, my God, Chad. Oh, my God. I didn't even give you the positive. Oh, there you go, baby. God bless the cold. That's what we're talking about. That's what we talk. I love you. I love you. I love you. You guys are amazing. God bless you. So again, thank you for the opportunity. You didn't have to do that. Again, you didn't have to share the stream. You didn't have to go tell a friend. A lot of you do that, and I'm thankful for you doing that. So God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity, man. Big shout out to all of the members, okay? All of the members holding it down. They don't have to be members. Again, $4.99 don't give you a good attitude. You know what I'm saying? $4.99 ain't gonna make me like be friends with you, man. That's not how we get down, bro. It's not gonna make you just fit in with everybody, because everybody here is just themselves, and they do their thing, man, and it's just all really, you either got love or you don't got love. But big shout out to the members, man. They make it look good. They support the channel. I mean, it's one thing to be a member, but it's one thing to even be a member, show up, play in the game, be helpful, got that love, got good questions. It don't matter, baby. It's attitude, because you could tell who's in the game or not, baby. So God bless you, members. Thank you guys for supporting. Big shout out to the stream alerts as well. They hold it down. We hold it down as well for them. We make sure they don't miss anything. So God bless you guys. Again, it's stream insurance. I don't know if they've heard. It's stream insurance. Okay, we'll talk about it later. But Chad, I love you, and don't forget, man, I don't care. That's not, you know how we get down, bro. Everything here, free 99. You will not be charged for something that you cannot get for free. It's all about, do you have an open hand? Are you ready to go? Are you really? You know what they say, closed mouths get fed. Everything is freemium. So ladies and gentlemen, it don't matter if you have a membership badge. It don't matter if you got stream alerts. You know what matters? Oh, you know what matters? Your attitude, baby. So big shout out to all the honorary members and all the honorary stream alerts people. You know why? Because you got people, man. You ain't got a membership badge, but we see you. We see you in the game. You ready to play. You show up every day. You just as committed as anybody else. You got something to contribute, whether it's even a good question. Maybe you act like me when I'm in random chat rooms. I ask hella questions, bro. That's what I do. Go ask anybody if they've ever seen me. Exactly. That's what I do. I don't care, bro. I'm gonna get questions. questions. I'm going to get involved with it. Give me a good question. You know what I'm saying? People who show up. We got other people with the news. You know Troy do it good. You better follow him on Twitter, but you still got a lot, baby. You got a lot, baby. A lot of gifts in the chat. And again, just big shout out, man. Honestly, I respect it and I love it, bro. The people who show up every day. And that's why I hope you guys know every single day there's a reason why we say this. There's a reason why I do this. And there's a reason why I have to explain this. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very simple. Why? It's because we got love for that, man. Honestly, we respect it. We want to keep seeing it. And I hope you know, man, this is what makes this great every single day, each day, in and out for years, baby. And we still going. So God is good. Finger to the sky. You know what it is. You know what it is, baby. So God bless you and thank you. Check out all the links, man. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. This first link, it might change your life. I don't know. There might be something you find. You could pay for it or you could get it for free. Long term is going to make you a lot of money. Trading, you're going to gamble, but you can still get the stream alerts. It's up to you again, or if you want to watch the stream, you still already got it. Again, it don't matter, baby. It's freemium, but first link for all of that good stuff. Okay, second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Okay, I don't know if you know about that, but we recap. Did y'all see Uncle? You got Uncle. Hold on, you see it?
War, they're fighting. Hi, I'm Josh Answers.
Yo, watch the watch list. I don't know, bro. I don't know what's happened. I think because I'm still I don't know. I feel better, but then I'm just messing around kind of, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I don't know with the watch list. I know the times have been changed. Sometimes it's long and this and that. Sometimes I'm hitting you with it, but just big shout out if you're there. I promise you though, everything that comes up on here is very, very important. Literally, the only thing we focused on today on yesterday's watch list was the only thing that came up here today. Again, bonds and everything it did. Okay, so just do what you got to do. Just do what you got to do, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to do what you got to do. But check it out. We love you. God bless you. Okay. Thank you for being here. But check that out. That's the second link. Third link. Okay, third link for the membership batch. Okay, shout out all the members. I love you. God bless you. If you know, you know. Fourth link, if you want to see my face. Nah, I won't show them. I won't tell them that this is me. I want to tell them that this is me. I don't know. People would believe it. I don't know. Maybe this is me. Maybe it's a conspiracy plot twist, conspiracy on National Geographic that, you know, the aliens, maybe it's a plot. I don't know. That could be me. It could not be me. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. So just, this is a merchandise website where you could acquire nice breathable merchandise. I don't know if everything's breathable, but I just feel like it's a good adjective. So do not take that as a real advertisement. I do think the hat is breathable, but I still don't. Again, I think breathable is a very subjective concept. If you really think about it, like how are the clothes breathing? And anyways, but check it out. We're glad that you're here. Again, shout out to everybody watching the Bull Man. Okay, we love you. And just, you know, make sure you smile when you wear it. Make sure you feel good when you wear it, okay? You're hearing that from me. I want you to feel good, okay? Just you need to feel good about it. You need to, you know what I'm saying? Be positive. Just make sure that bull remind you, okay? It reminds me. It reminds me of a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they feel me, bro. That's why I always got it on. That's all I wear. I'm telling you, it's just very simple. But it should remind you. You know what I'm saying? It should put you in a mindset. Need tank top? Y'all don't work out. Why you want tank tops? Why you want tank? Stop. You don't work out. You don't want a tank top. That's the slowest selling item we've ever launched. You know that? Bro, at one point, our first launch of merch with the company we use, they do the Jonas Brothers. We sold more merch than the damn Jonas Brothers. And you know what the slowest selling item is consistently? A tank top. I love the tank tops. I'm a big fan of the tank tops. Oh my gosh. And you know what? That means y'all don't work out. Very disappointing. Very disappointed. Very disappointed. So don't ask about the tank top. It's a touchy subject. Okay? Yeah, we'll make it. I'll make a $100 tank top. I'll make it $200, but we'll subsidize it. You send me a video of you doing 3 sets at the bench press fucking 5 days in a row. I'll subsidize it. I'll pay you back. That's fine. Because I know you don't work out. That's it. You have 2 weeks to complete within date of purchase. Fucking asshole. Sorry, Mom. But check out the merch website. We love you all. God bless you. Thank you for being here again. Make sure you smile with that badge, okay? Make sure you smile with that badge. Check out the membership link. I'm already falling behind. Check out the channels. Call Real Estate, Call Cars, Call Music, Call PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Come on. See me on the trade. Follow me. If don't miss out on the long term. If you don't want to click the first link, then you better just hit me on Instagram. Don't miss out. Go look at all of them. Just go look at the latest ones. You'll see. It's good. But say what's up if you'd like to. I'm not going to follow you on Instagram. That's usually a scammer, so don't get fooled. You could just report him and do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. But if you want to learn about options, I'd watch this video and change your life. And again, you could also change your life because if you do watch it, we're going to be giving away a brand new, and everybody will get to have access to that. So if you really want it, it's a brand new and you could take it. It's all yours. I don't want anything to do with it. Some people said it's life-changing. I mean, I always think a brand new life-changing. So just check that out, though. Very informative video. And you can check out the one here with the long-term. Very, very good to see how we started out with that one. Very, very good. Always good. And then finally, you have the prayer request wall. So we don't have affiliate links. If you haven't noticed, I haven't tried to sell you a Weeble yet or anything else. Again, like we said, everything's freemium, man. But the only link we do have that I really want to sell to you is the prayer request wall. And why? Because it really just builds up a nice little community that we have. And for the things that really matter, man. And me and my mom, we just like to root for people. And this is just the energy and attitude that we believe everybody in here should have, where you are just constantly rooting for people, where it don't matter, again, who it is. I mean, we should all literally, we're all related to, if you really, really think about it. I mean, I don't know, we could get crazy with it, but so just, I love you. We want to root for you, man. Put your jersey on our back, and that's pretty much it. If you ever want to do anything for me, I ask that you pray for me, my family. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, man. Pray for everybody in here as well, too. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing that we look for, and that's all it comes down to. That's it. Only affiliate, fast stock news. Yeah, well, not affiliate marketing. You know what I'm saying? Like Troy, I'll gladly promote him every day and do what it is. I mean, he's not offered me anything to do it. It's just I've seen somebody come in here and he's stuck with his commitment. Not only is he like here, he's posting, he cares about it. I know he has an emphasis and passion for it. And it's a good intention and it's a useful tool. So that's something I could stand by. I mean, I've always said it. I don't know if you guys noticed. I've always said I'd be down to always support people. And, it's to see someone do something, stick with it, and be about it, and come about it in a good intention, working hard, not even asking for anything and doing it. It's like I will support that without a doubt. So, and he's stuck with it. So for a very, very long time already. So that's what we want to see, baby. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. But I love you. God bless you. Fill out the prayer request wall. But don't forget, man, pray for the Chad. Okay, pray for the Chad. Pray for everybody in here. Watch what happens. Just unlock something. Unlock something by praying for someone else. But ladies and gentlemen, I just hope you got the PHILO today. What was the PHILO today? How would you define today's PHILO? How would you define it? What's something you're walking away with from the PHILO? What's something it's simple and applicable? In class, they weren't listening. Worry about what you're worrying about. Amen. Don't worry, pray. Amen. Focus on what you can control. Amen. Amen. Worry about what's real. Yeah, amen. Be aware of your worries. Stay in reality. You are what you think. Control the thoughts. Okay, good. Good. I really hope you guys got it, man. I really hope. Watch what you're worrying about. For real. Just bring this to life. I don't know what you're in. I don't know what you believe. I don't know what you look like. I don't know anything about you. But I promise you, if you are a human, this is going to help you. That's it. It's very simple. Just be aware of the reality. Be aware of it, of what you are actually worrying about. And just put that energy towards finding the solution, whatever it may be. But don't spend any more energy on an imaginary worry, okay? Very, very simple. This is the stepping stones of philosophy. These are some of the most greatest theories built off of this. This is an age-old truth. Oh, man. So I really hope you do it. I really, really hope this sticks with you. And I hope you guys are going throughout the rest of the day, keeping this in mind and just thinking about that and just not thinking about some of these things too much. And keep going, man. Apply yourself, the intention. You got to do what you got to do, baby. You got to do what you got to do. Amen. So I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. I hope, Chad, I really do. I said, I don't know if I could keep it simpler, nor do I want to dilute the message of the PHILO. If you didn't get it, you might have to go back and get it. Okay? You might have to go back and get it. But it's very, very simple, man. For real. Watch the worry, okay? Just watch the worry. That should be your biggest worry, is what you are worrying about. And just really think about that concept. Okay? So, like, you're like, oh, I suck. Oh, I ran out of money. Oh, I can't do this. I'm going to lose all my money. Oh, no one likes this. Oh, they're not going to like that. Oh, I can never. No. That shouldn't be your biggest worry. You see what I'm saying? Your biggest worry should be about worrying about things that have not occurred yet. That are more likely than not even possible to occur. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't feel me. So, Chad, I'm going to leave you with that. I hope you get it. I hope you read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World. If you're feeling extra, lead the field. You know what I'm saying? Lead the field. Earl Nightingale. It's good, bro. It could take you a long way. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget why we here and why we keep going and why we in the game and why. And honestly, this is what I was trying to say. Because I want everybody to get this. And I want people to stop getting so picky with the words and this and that. But like, honestly, there's a reason why we don't have to worry. You know what I'm saying? Why this should calm your worry. This is the reason why. This is why I'm saying people don't understand it sometimes. They're going to think you crazy. You know what I'm talking about? This is why. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, real estate call tonight. I'll talk to you about it after the song. Don't show up if you ain't going to stay with it. If you're ready, let's go. Where'd it go? What happened? There it is. There it is, baby. They told me what's impossible. Call real estate. That's not, you ain't going to be alone. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band ground, got some Buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main case. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I said show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's there, I can stay on the road. There's little after headband, but it says CDC, ULT, my team so different. Off me, y'all weak, I think they speak more than they do when living. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot, I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it says CDC, ULT, my team so different. Off me, y'all weak, I think they speak more than they do when living. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot, I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission.
Wow. That mission. Oh, man. Chad, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Have peace. And, bro, just take the weight off. Pick up the mat and walk, bro. All I'm saying, that's it. No, I ain't got no worry. I ain't got no worry. I ain't got no. Just live life, bro. Okay? Just live life. Live life. Even then, with real estate. But don't worry about it. You see what I'm saying? Oh. And even then, why you think you can't do it? Don't worry about it. Oh, they don't feel me. But we will see you tonight. It looks like Tyler and Trey are cold calling right now.
Story in a nutshell, but
this is Tyler and Trey, bro.
With you guys that came through TTF trading fraternity.
Yes.
Guys.
Oh, look at that, bro. Tyler and Trey. These are the guys that they're telling this story, bro. When I met them back in I met Tyler, I think, in 2014. He came to me. He met me. I think we met on Twitter. He wanted to learn how to trade penny stocks. This guy right here, he had no idea that you can actually make money in real estate. He did not know that was possible. He did not know that even on the agent side that you can make money helping people buy and sell houses. He actually even he was trying to teach me technicals when I met him. And now he has a whole real estate business. He married. He's doing his things. He helps manage the whole real estate. He has his brother, his family. They got another office in a different part of town. They working together, doing very, very well. Just built a whole ass real estate career. Again, even Trey, I met him. I think it was around 2017, 2016, I think. And then I remember then too. He was with stocks, and I told him. He asked me what to do, and I said, "Get into damn real estate." And he actually did it, bro. He got good. Just good mentality on both of these guys. I mean, they've known me for a very long time, but they've been people that I've seen take things and put it to work hard. They had to even struggle to get past everything. I mean, they'll tell you they were literally running up their credit cards. I know Tyler at one point when he first started, he was like, bro, he had to go up on this. And I mean, it's just crazy how much life has changed, honestly. But it's just they started and they hustled, but they stuck with it. They just started. They kept doing it. They kept doing it. They've been there a long time. I mean, these are guys that I don't need to even direct them every single day. I don't need to be able to tell them. These are people that I see as I don't even need to tell them to do the right thing. They already know what to be doing. They get down with it. They know how to work. They know the industry, and it's crazy because they're rookies when they were started when I first met them, but now. They've gotten a lot of experience under their belt, and it's just dope to see. And they've helped out a lot of people too. But this is why they lead it. I mean, I trust them. They've known me. They come from the same background as all of you will, in the sense that they just came across the internet. They were looking with stock stuff too. They came across some random guy on the internet named Josh. Nice to meet you. And that's it. And they started listening, but then they put it to work. I mean, you got North Carolina, you got Texas, different areas, and they did it, man. They did it. So it's beautiful. But be there. They're gonna host the call tonight. You might have a surprise guest, but we'll see what happens. But colerealestate@gmail.com. We'll let you in there. Again, there's agents. They don't really talk as much about flipping houses and wholesaling, but I still encourage everybody to go in there and get into the network that we have. Because even as a flipper, wholesaler, whatever it may be, I mean, I'm always down. This is why I always remind people, you trying to wholesale, flip, you email me. But at the end of the day, these are guys. You have hundreds of agents that you could go into, get your leads to, get these deals to, and you could do a lot of stuff. So. We'll see. It looks like they're cold calling right now. I think they're giving some discussion, but check them out. We love you guys. God bless you. And that's it, man. That's it. So I'll see you guys tonight. You have a wonderful evening. You be blessed. I'll see you on the watch list. And I'll see you in the morning. Peace out, Chad. I love you. Goodbye. Oh, hey, wait! Josh! Nah! I want a real estate pony! Okay, love you. Bye.